We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
A love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 56th running of the BFGoodrich Baja 1000, presented by K&N Filters. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Arnold, and we got a special guest in house, Rich Minga. Rich, how you doing, buddy?
I'm tired, but I'm good. Just got back from La Paz.
Yeah, I was going to say you were down there and kind of hanging out, watching them get started, and now you're up here in El Cajon in the studio.
Hey, I'm blessed to be here, and I'm excited to warm up to the program and get with you guys.
Well, we've got a lot of stuff that's been going on, throughout the night. The vehicles have been out on course. This is a long one, but I know Aaron Narin is going to be coming in the 3X bike. He is very close right now to getting in, probably on the highway, getting ready to come to the finish line there. And then, of course, that's kind of like we'll bring him in and we'll bring him downtown. And I know Rat and Gabriel will be down there to interview all these guys.
Absolutely. The whole team's there, and it's going to be exciting because he's definitely been showing his colors all day, right?
Yeah.
That team's been consistent throughout the trip.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, some bad news, the 7X. I know we've got an injured rider, and they were battling early on with these guys in the lead. But, we're still waiting to hear any status on that. But, our thoughts and prayers are to the 7X and their family and their riders out there. But
absolutely.
We've got our leaderboard right here. It looks like, Juan Carlos Rivera, we saw him there right ahead the checkpoint 10. Aaron Narin, 3X, about 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Mark Samuels, that's what we were talking about. And then Austin Eddy, and then Adrian Ortiz. I know things have kind of changed around. This is all unofficial. Nothing's, decided until we see that checkered flag.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's sad, man. 7X, it looks like they switched out a rider and got him to him pretty fast. I'm hoping that injury is not too bad, but I've heard it's an ambulance situation or helicopter.
Yeah, they life-flighted him out, so our thoughts. Again,
they did.
Yeah, they did get that. So we'll be getting more updates on it. But we got a great shot there, a little nighttime action, one of our trophy trucks there. Looks like he's got the radar, like he's flying out there.
Yeah.
Ricardo.
So, right.
And the 3924, actually, so class 3000 there, so... It's insane. Look at that. It's like almost night vision in there. You can see it, and you can see the dust.
Yeah.
And you've been in these situations before. I mean, you've got 5 Baja class wins.
Yeah, I do. I have 5.
So you've been through this. Now the technology has changed quite a bit since you raced in the early '90s. The lights, I'm sure, have gotten a lot better. I mean, I remember the old dim lights, and it was so hard to see. But when you got dust out there, they would blow out. I mean, things have changed and evolved over the years for you.
Yeah, absolutely. The technology is great. The shock, of course, all the Fox shocks and everything else, and Kang and all these manufacturers have amazing dampening devices, right?
Oh,
it's a big deal. And then you got the lighting, of course, like you mentioned, the LED lighting. You can put so many more lights on without the stress of the alternator and losing the wiring or anything else.
I was going to say that was always a problem, having the battery pack on the alternators put out the amperage to run those lights back in the day. They drew those, the Hella lights back in the day, and the Baja and the KC lights. All those are just like big giant round ones,
But you'd count up your lights, you'd count your watts up, and then you'd deduct if you could run them or not. You'd run a second alternator down on
You had to be an electrical engineer to figure that out yourself, right?
Absolutely.
So.
The switches always took a big beating because they had so much amperage going through them, and relays and... Yeah.
Well, you drove one of my favorite cars back there, the Porsche, that rally, Porsche, and that thing was just sick. And I'd love to see one of those come back. We did have a Cayman or not, where the SUV Porsche version is.
Sure.
They had one of those run this last year. And
sure, but there's quite a few 911s I've inspired through my build. There's a lot of 911s that have been built now since then, and they're all lifted up a little bit. And they're like little rally cars or pre-runners almost, right? And in Nora, we're seeing them too.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of historic stuff. I'd love to see them come race some score again and see them back there. And
well, you might see mine because I've been trying to get it back, so I'd like to restore it. It'll take a couple years, but I'd like to restore it.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to be racing down here for a long time on it, but I know we're still waiting on a word. I know the 3X and everything, and we're going to wait and see where Salvatierra is, Chavo as we call him. They're showing him unofficial in the lead, but I think the 3X actually has jumped up. But Salvatierra has had some problems with his tracker, so we're waiting to get some exact words on it. So we're going to be, hopefully we'll get some tracking going on that throughout the night. But we're looking for the first bikes to come in. They got big gaps on the rest of the field, so we're going to see a little bit of time in between what we're going to be going with these guys, seeing them come trickling in. Currently, Bryce Menzies out front in the trophy trucks. I believe Luke McMillan's actually moved up in second. We got Alan Ampudia back there. And then I know you had some social media coming in on Polvardi. They were sitting back around the 4th, 5th position there.
Right.
So we're going to be seeing, and then, looking for Gustavo Vidosla and Ricky Johnson, a good friend of yours and ours.
Well, he sent me that message from Mile at 3 o'clock yesterday. It was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. I guess I had some incidents, so hopefully we'll get some of that social media up there here in a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see how this thing's going to turn out. I mean, this is a long race, 310 miles.
Oh, man.
I mean, pretty much you get to San Felipe, and you still got San Felipe 310 to go. And that's some of the more technical and rough sections.
San Felipe? It's more like San Felipe.
Yeah, San Felipe.
It's just all whoops and beat up. And then with the local North American races, and the Mexican races down there, oh, my goodness, that course just gets beat up.
Well, and, of course, they're most famous for the whips, like you mentioned. I mean, they could be 4 or 5 feet deep on some of those. And we also had a lot of weather coming in. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to affect, some of the drivers that get up in the San Felipe. There was real bad cells. I know it cleared out roughly around 7 o'clock last night, started to clear up. But we know what happens when it comes over the mountains. You get a lot of the water running down through those natural washes. And just throw some rocks. It can actually bring some sand and cover some rocks up. A lot of possibilities.
That's right. Yeah.
So we got Social, the first bike coming through here, so we're going to take a look at it, and we can see it coming in here.
All right,
first
on.
To finish here.
I'm surprised they're that tight after 1,310 miles.
On down there. And 1X, that's Chavo. So it looks like Chavo's going to take the win there. Unofficial at this point. Of course, we have to see how everything goes, and another shot of him coming in here.
Hey, Dave, can you imagine his excitement right now? Pulling off that victory and coming into that finish line for that team. It takes insane. A village. Think of that pit crew and everybody else in that
what they've gone through.
Oh.
Yeah, it's insane,
Here we go.
Oh, so it looks like we got Gabriel. So Gabriel's going to be getting down there. We're working on getting some audio. But, it's so cool in here. Now we're going to wait for Karen Nairn to come in. Now, everything's on adjusted time. So just because you're the first bike or whatever, it depends on where you started and the time it started at that point. So we're going to have to see and wait how it all shakes out. We have VCPs to worry about, virtual checkpoints. They got to go there. If there's any speed zone violations, there's a lot of issues that they could come in. And I know, guys have literally lost because they were 12 inches off. And we had Wes Miller yesterday who said he literally lost by being 12 inches outside of the VCP. Now, back when you were racing, we didn't have the virtual checkpoints. You had actual people out there that
we didn't have GPS or radio either. I might kind of age myself a little bit.
Were you having the Thomas guide? You're pulling the old Thomas guide out pages.
So it was stuck stubs. You'd get in trouble. You'd get in trouble for not picking up a stuck stub. Somebody comes running at you when you're passing them, and some co-driver comes out and flags you down. You stop. You pick up his stuck stub, and you take it out to the first road crossing or the first checkpoint, and you turn it in. They had ham radios back in the day, and then they would pass that information up, and when you came up and your chase crew would come, they wouldn't have a clue where you were or if you'd already passed or if you were back. A stuck stub, these little messages were sent out. It was crazy.
That's insane. Well, we got some great footage, but I understand some more socials coming in, and we're getting a little update. So great with our fans. If you guys have anything, again, you could go ahead and add us at Score International. There's a great shot there of Chavo's team.
Wow.
Some of the young riders. This guy's smart. He gets some of the young kids out there that have a lot of talent in the motocross and desert racing to join him on the team.
Yeah, and you being such a motorcycle guy,
I love it.
Who's on this team?
I'm not sure who he's got on this one right now. Chavo's actually restacked his team.
Okay.
I know Arturo Salas used to ride with him in the past.
Okay.
He formed his own team. Unfortunately, he got hurt and he was out of the race. He did it in pre-running. So he's got a whole new young gaggle of riders. I'm going to start learning some of these new young kids, man.
Right.
The young guns. But
the name was always Johnny Campbell for so many races, right?
Yeah, well, that's why they call him 11-time Johnny Campbell.
And now you got all kinds of this Austria bike, the KTM.
Yeah, and there's a lot of these,
that's
new
awesome.
bikes coming in there. I mean,
awesome.
Chavo's been a KTM rider for a couple of years.
Right.
His sponsor comes over. We've got one I'm actually waiting for is Ironman to come in.
Oh my!
Those guys are my heroes. I mean, to go 1,300 miles and Walter, a guy from Australia.
You heard the story already?
Yes.
Okay.
Came over, picked up a bike. He was literally on social media. I had a friend of me hit me up also. He said, hey, when are you heading down there? And I'm like, well, I'm just going to the studio at El Cajon. Well, is there a chance you give him a ride down there? And I said, he needs to get down there way before I do. And so he got a ride to San Diego, got a ride, and got his bike down to La Paz. So.
And then needed to get parts, go through tech, figure out how to make the bike legal.
Yes.
You heard some of the stories?
Yeah, it's just incredible.
It was incredible. That guy's the hidden hero here.
He was up there
Big
running
time.
really good. I'm not sure where his
He was leading.
He was leading for a long time, but he was down for a little bit. He might be taking a little bit of rest. Some of these guys in the Ironman class, they'll kind of chill out for a while. You know, they got to stop and little bathroom breaks and, you know, a little food break.
Food,
yeah.
energy, yeah.
You know, they're goo packs, as we always say, you know, getting that liquid energy there. But I'm loving this footage we're seeing right now. Nighttime.
Look at that.
And that really could see what these guys are
It sounds
seeing.
like a UTV for sure. What's the number? Who is that?
It was a 39 something. 3924, Ricardo.
You know, it's interesting. We don't even have with the abundance of races now. We don't even get the same entries we used to. We used to have 500, 450, 500 at 1,000. Used to get the big numbers. But it seems like things have changed a little bit. The costs of racing has just excelled so high.
Well, and that's one of the reasons that our UTV classes have exploded. It's becoming more economical to get into. You know, you run a stock class, but you get all the safety stuff in there. You get everything dialed in. These, you know, the new Polarises are pretty bulletproof. That Pro R platform is just insane.
Incredible.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys. You can see another great shot there of the ramp. They're kind of waiting for everything to get sorted out. Our first finisher, I know we'll have them slowly trickling in. I know we'll be seeing Karen Aaron coming in here very soon.
Excellent.
3X.
Excellent.
Waiting for.
Aren't you a little surprised that they're that tight, though?
Those two, not surprised so
Okay.
much. Yeah, both those guys are so fast. They're teams.
Okay.
They've really been working on it. They prepare so well. The logistics on, you know, setting everything up has just been on point. These guys are no strangers.
And then you got Samuel's team, 7X, and you got to wonder, they got so much in their head right now with that injured rider.
Yeah,
and they don't.
Ossenbauer,
Hopefully they're getting some kind of confirmation that everything's going to be okay. You know.
Hopefully by the when we get into the daylight hours, we'll get some more information, some more updates on that. But we'll just have to see in our thoughts again with the the team and the families.
Absolutely.
Hopefully everything's going on. Now, I know you got some social media that you uploaded to the crew, so hopefully we'll be able to take a look at that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. We won't let the cat out of the bag. We won't let it out of the bag yet because Ricky just sent me that at like 3 o'clock, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's great. It's so funny. We got Rick D. Johnson, Rick L. Johnson, and little Ricky Johnson.
And then the Rick Johnson.
The Rick Johnson.
The Rick Johnson.
Will the real Ricky Johnson or Rick Johnson please stand up? Please stand up.
Yeah.
At this point.
And they're all pretty tall guys, you know? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're also all legends down here in Baja.
Yeah.
They have a lot of experience down here. So,
absolutely.
I know Ricky talked about battling a little bit with Rolf Helen, another Legends truck.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Gustavo, he's got the #1 plate on there with Ricky.
Yeah, he's our Legends. Champ for sure.
Champion, yeah.
And Gus and I go way back. So
in fact, we talked a little bit about you ran his program for a while.
Yeah, I managed his team for a bit and got him back into racing. He'd done a few things with Walker and a few things with Cheneth and a Ferrari engine Class 1 car and whatnot. And we took him back down the rope and put him in a 516 and made him kind of come up the ranks.
Kind of relearn everything again.
Built a team, and man, he loved it. We had a good thing, and we won another championship for his first championship. And that was when Tavo was like 12. Tavo didn't even get to go to very many races back then.
Well, that's really cool. I mean, and there's also a lot of families that have a lot of legacies, like the Impudias down there.
Absolutely.
Too. I believe Big Rodrigo was one of the first Mexican champions.
Absolutely.
And of course now his son Rodrigo Jr. racing the UTVs, and Alan and Aaron. And Aaron's back racing again, which I'm really stoked. Great family.
Wonderful.
They when we were doing the Lures series and short course, both Rodrigo and then Aaron played a little bit in the regionals with them in racing the Pro Lights. But we watched Rodrigo go to the Pro 2s, and now he's back to his roots in Baja, and that's what I'm really excited to see.
And two brothers racing together.
Yeah.
How stoked is Dad? You know, I mean, Dad, you can't be happier.
Well, I know Rodrigo was a backup driver also
Yeah.
for the trophy trucks. I mean, that would have been really cool to have all three of them, you know, doing that.
And Rodrigo Sr.'s brother, Rogelio, him and I go way back too, and with Rodrigo and him, when they were both racing 1/2/1600s in the early 80s when I was. But boy, they are awesome guys, and they know their stuff.
Yeah,
Rogelio was fast. I mean, super fast.
Let's go back into that little history there. I mean, we got a little time before everything goes on with what you've been involved with. You know, what year did you actually start racing in Baja?
So my first time, I started coming down here with Mark Stahl in like 78, 79, right? My last years of high school, I would get off a few days and come down. And I worked for them through high school. And in 1980, I had a chance to race my first Baja 1000. So I traded my skills behind the welding helmet for a chance to wear a helmet. And that was how it happened. 1980, 1/1600. There was two separate classes back then, 1/16 and 2/16.
Now we got the 1/2/16.
Now we got 1/2/16.
Well, I know we mentioned the Ricky Johnson. I know we teased it a little bit. I understand we've got that social media up, that little private message from Ricky to you.
Yeah,
so
all right.
Hopefully we'll be able to take a look at it.
Ricky Johnson, we got out at 3:48. All good. It did hit a cow. Luckily, it was one of those high-speed straightaways, and it just jumped out, and I clipped its head. Didn't tear up the car. I think I hurt the cow. Other than that, sat in the dust of Kevin Thompson and Rolf Holland pretty much my whole run. But no flats. A little body damage, took off the left rear fender. As I said, 0 flats, good run, clean run. Silt was actually very easy with the all-wheel drive Mason. I slowed down so I wasn't right up Rolf's dust, and just took my time and poked through with the all-wheel drive. But it is going to be bad for the 6100 trucks. The ruts are really deep, and the guys are going to be tight. So going to be a tough section for them. Right now we're just above Moulahay, or we're just past Moulahay, and we're heading. Mike Johnson is in the truck. He's past race mile 400, going well. I think we're 30 miles behind Bryce and Andy Antavo, who's in the lead. Good seeing you.
We just clipped the cow. We just kind of hit him in the head.
Just hit him in the head.
You think he might be okay?
I think so. I think Ricky's okay. You can tell.
Well, I think somebody's going to have some good steaks tonight.
Right.
But it was pretty cool. You mentioned Mike Johnson.
Yeah.
Another stuntman.
Yeah, we go way back. I think I worked together 25 years ago with my first time meeting Mike when he was working with Shelley Ward. Okay. And then we worked together like a year and a half, 2 years ago on Bad Boys 3. So it was really fun to see him down in Miami. We talked old race stories.
So it looks like we got Chavo here is going to be coming up here very shortly, get on the ramp. They're getting that all set there. They really came in really fast. Wow. You see the rest of the team there. We'll find out all the rest of the boys that are being part of it. But, it's one of those things that we see a lot of action sports athletes that have transitioned to Baja. A lot of people have come out of Baja, become stuntmen. I'll tell you what, if you want to go through everything you can, go working on a movie and do stunts is pretty easy compared to racing Baja, I think.
I think it's nicer for sure.
It's one of those things. You don't get the cushy star trailers down in Baja,
or the craft service,
or the craft services. That's right. So it looks like they're getting ready to go up there, but it's pretty good. I know Ricky, and I know we had some other social media coming in, which we'll be talking about, throughout the wee hours of the morning here. So it's looks like it's a little chilly down there. The guys all got their jackets.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing also. They're coming in. There's also a lot of moisture in the air from the rain. Mm-hmm. And these guys, coming in from San Felipe, a lot of, the dust, the moisture, your vision.
Yeah.
It's got to be really tough. I know. You've been through that.
It's a lot tougher with the on the vehicles than the bikes, of course.
Yes.
Right? But I'll tell you, the bigger the spread, the 1,310 mile, that's gonna change the pace a little bit with the dust, right? You're usually not climbing up someone's back.
Yeah.
But we're going to see a group. I don't know whether it's going to be the 6100s or the trophy specs, or if it's going to be the 1/2/16s or what it's going to be, but there's going to be a tight pack,
Oh,
and there probably already is. We got to get into that computer and take a look and see.
And it looks like the 3X rolling in there. They're going to go ahead and roll up the 1X right now. The Chavo team.
So again, none of this is official yet. Nope. That's for sure.
Unofficial. He had a good lead on him. I know it was a little tough there. You can see Chavo. Fortunately, I think we're having some audio technical problems down on the ramp.
And how old's Chava? He looks quite young.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chava, you can see him right over there, his his left shoulder.
Okay.
To our right.
He looks really young.
And he's got some young kids. Yeah, okay. Chavo's be the one on the right, Juan Carlos Salvatierra. You know, talk about a guy with a lot of experience, and he's smart. He gets the right riders in there, and I think that's part of the plan. And some of the young riders have moved on, started their own teams, and you know, you learn from those guys. And I know it's a little upsetting to lose a lot of talent like that to turn into a competitor, but you know, he just keeps on stacking the team with more talent, as we can see. First cross the line.
Well, as long as they'll let him coach him, because he's got the experience. It's not good to learn from your experience. It's learn from others, right?
Yes, exactly. And that's how, you know, life is, right?
Yeah, right. You know? And he's got the talent. He's got the history down there. And who's the guy on the mic right now? What's his name? That rider. Do you know?
I'm not sure. I can't see.
He looks so young.
He looks so young, yes.
Of course, everybody does now.
Most definitely. You know, Gabriel's getting the story. I wish we could hear some of it, but you know, it's kind of nice when you know, it's one of our little cheats. I always like to say when I've done some of the ramp stuff, and they'll have their wristband on there, and you can see, or they'll have their name on their helmet, and you know, if you're not sure who it is, you're like, all right, I can see the band down there.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just dude.
Yeah. It's
hey,
like,
dude, great job.
Oh, hey, what's your name? Yeah. Who the heck are you?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we had 340 something entries for this one, so
right.
It's a lot of people to remember. You know, we know the big old players, and we try to get to know so many other teams. It's not just about the trophy trucks. It's not just about the pro motos and the, you know, there's the UTVs, class 1-2s out there, class 5s. You know, we've got 3 different classes of UTVs that racing. You know, the class 11s,
right,
which are still my heroes. You know, seeing down there. And I know there was an incident that you saw. There was 1-2 that went in the back of the yellow class 11.
Yeah, I saw like a class 11 car come in really hot. Maybe it was a 516. It was a little dusty, but he came in real hot and kind of missed a corner, and he got on the brakes a little late, and immediately turned sideways and started to make that right turn and got punted by like a 1/2/1600 or something. It just got punted, and the guy backed up and took off, and that car caught on fire, and all the locals started pushing dirt on it, and it was about 30 seconds, seemed like a minute. 30 seconds later, somebody popped over with a fire extinguisher. And you know, with today's cameras and cell phones and everybody, somebody had it on Instagram or right away, and boom, here it is. And we get to see this information that we never got before.
And that's what's so cool about it now. And we've had so many fans that are uploading to our, you know, to either a Dropbox, some of the teams, or the fans are, you know, adding Score International.
Okay.
If you do that, if you do it in your post, we'll hopefully get a video. We're going to see it. It's going to go right on their area. We'll pop it up. We see it. I mean, we're still early in this race. This is a 50-hour timeout from the last guy that left the line. There's 50 hours to that guy, but everybody, the time they left, they have 50 hours.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of action going on. And if you look at the track map, if you guys are tracking at home with us, which you could do at the score-international.com or the Score app, which is really great to do. There's a live tracking on there. You'll be able to see where these guys, and they're spread out throughout the peninsula. Now, you see a lot of guys down below still. I'm not thinking they really have a chance there. They're trying, you know, they're broken or trying to get something fixed, but they're scattered throughout the peninsula.
Yeah, but their goal is to meet that 50-hour time limit, right? I mean, some of these guys, they just got to beat the Baja. They don't have to beat their competitors. They're really not there for that. They're really there to experience all that adventure.
And that's a good point you brought up. It's not always about winning. No. It's about finishing.
Absolutely.
You know, I guess it's one of the most tough things in the world. It's the toughest race in the world. You know, I know we, you know, here all at Dakar, and that's, you know, a heck of a race, but it's a rally too. So they get to do it in sections. They're long sections, they're tough sections. This is, all right, green flag to checkered flag. If you rest, you're losing.
right? And it's the crew too. Think about what the crew's enduring.
Yeah.
Sometimes the safest place to be is in that race car. I always was much more worried about the crew and all my guys than I was myself or my co-driver.
All right, we can see we're still having some audio difficulties down at the ramp in Ensenada, but that's Chavo.
Yeah.
That's Juan Carlos Sabateria.
Okay.
Super nice guy. And you just see his team is just slated. So we're going to try and get that up as soon as possible.
Kind of looks like a Dakar program or something. He's got that whole KTM. He's really branded well, and he's got his sponsors going. And it just kind of looks like, especially that starting line you guys had down there.
Insane.
It was insane.
How about all the people?
Oh, my gosh. I could not believe that starting line this morning or yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning. It's all starting to blend together. But, and the cool thing is, it's the first time we've ever started down there. We've always finished when we do our peninsula runs, and we finished in Cabo. And just a couple years ago for the 50th anniversary of the Baja 1000, we went and ran all the way down to La Paz. About every 5 years. This year was a special year. It's the 50th anniversary of SCORE all year long. That's why we've had so many great Grand Marshals and. Sal Fish, we're seeing him as our, year-long Grand Marshal, but having the Kurt LeDuc and Johnny Campbell,
right?
And, Walker Evans, Ivan the Iron Man Stewart. I mean, these are the guys that I idolized growing up, and playing Ivan's game in the arcades, going, I'm going to do this one day. So cool. But now seeing these guys are still involved, and I know, guys like Walker still come down, they watch it, and they support a lot of teams. I know he just recently sold his company to Polaris.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to see that go. I know Randy Anderson's going to be still running that for Walker Evans for Polaris.
Yeah.
So it's kind of great to see.
Well, he built that segment of their business and been with them so long, and it's really good to see them pay it forward and always keep him so involved and so thankful for his involvement.
Oh, definitely.
And Phyllis and Walker also, they support those kids like their own.
Yeah.
Just like they do their own son. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's great. And
really cool.
it's in fact, his son just got inducted to the Off-Road
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Evan,
Evan's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked to see that. Good.
Yeah.
I love the guy. I've known him from the short course and desert and all that. But we're still waiting on some audio here. I'm sure it's a great interview. He's such a personable, nice guy.
Now, where's Juan from?
Is it Bolivia?
Is he Bolivian? Uh-huh. What a professional team.
Oh, it is. They always look sharp coming in.
Especially after 1,310 miles and would they have 4 or 5 riders?
I believe it's 4 riders in this one. Or was it 5?
Yeah.
5 riders? 4 riders.
Now, do you know which rider was, not to bring it up, but yeah, I need to. We need to be putting all of our hearts and concerns towards 7X. Which was the rider that
not sure who it was. I know Osmaro, Udall, and Samuels and everybody. So I'm not sure if they had another rider.
Yeah.
Who it was.
You know what gives me a lot of hope and is that they're moving. They're still going. Okay. So that's a good thing.
Yes.
So I think it's an injury, but it's definitely not a critical one.
Well, I'm getting word that we're getting that audio technical problem solved down there, and just thinking about bouncing all this, bringing all the live feeds, all from Baja, the technology that's come, and we're having live ramp. We're in El Cajon at the studio here, in the States. They're down in Ensenada, and we're seeing the beautiful picture. We're seeing it there, so they're just going to get that audio up.
Did that storm ever get?
Okay. So we're going to go down there, 1X, and see that interview, and let's take it away.
Okay.
Los integrantes de la Moto 1X. First back at the finish line for this Baja 1000, Shane Logan and the Chavo Salvatierra racing team from Bolivia. Who has out with Shane, first place. Amazing his entire peninsula run, my man.
Yeah, we had a little problems earlier, but in the race, but it just feels so good to make it to Ensenada and everybody's clean. We rode a clean race and everybody's safe.
I got that.
So I'm just so happy.
Back-to-back champion of the Pro Moto Limited class, man. That is a great win.
Yeah, to back it up, that means a lot to me. For sure, and the team, because this year we had a rough year with only 2 race wins at the 400 and the 1,000 now. Really rough start to the beginning of the year and the 500 as well. So this one means a lot for our team.
Thanks, Tony. How you drove yesterday the race course and this morning? Who started right? I know Chavo started the race, then who this amazing bike?
Chavo did the start, and I took it over like 100 yards down, and I did from 0 to 175, and then Corbin got on the bike till 350, and then Diego took it all the way through Bay of LA up to 767, and then I took over until 10:15. So and then Carter, and then me again to the finish. We all had a really long section. We had one of our guys get sick, and then another guy broke his ribs this week pre-running. So we had to split up the miles between us 4. So, but we made it happen.
What about the Mexican people in Baja California South, man? That guys are so great.
It was pretty crazy, the start this morning with fireworks going off next to me and everybody cheering, all the phone lights around. So, yeah, that was definitely something else. There was a line of people for like 50 miles down, all the way to the coast. There's people cheering me on, so that was a great feeling.
How many people you have in your chase, guys, you're racing, my man?
Right now, it's like about 20, 25, people. And still, it doesn't seem to be enough. We're still running around like crazy and barely making it to pits, but we make it happen.
We see you battle against the 3X and the 7X, the entire race course, man. That was an animal from the battle.
Yes, I saw the videos of them battling, and it just felt so good to be not in the dust today, because at the last 2 races I had to start at a 4th and 5th place, and that's just not where you want to start. And so it was nice to get some clean air and just go for it.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to talk in Spanish with Chavo Salvatierra. Chavo, triunfo histórico para ti, para Bolivia, para Latinoamérica.
La verdad que todavía no asimilo lo que acabamos de hacer como equipo. Esto es un sueño, ganar esta Baja 1000 en Pro Moto ilimitada. Ya lo había hecho anteriormente 2 veces en Ironman. Y bueno, el año pasado veníamos haciendo una buena carrera y tuvimos un problema con la moto. Y este año, desde el inicio hasta el final, lideramos la carrera, pero hasta que uno no cruza la meta no puede estar tranquilo, ¿no? Ya estando aquí, ya estamos empezando a disfrutarlo todo. Y la verdad que con la bendición de Dios logramos llegar todos a la meta, con la moto en primer lugar. Y ha sido una semana muy difícil porque pasaron muchas cosas. Hace 2 días se rompió el motor de carrera y tuvimos que reparar con piezas de las motos de entrenamiento. El día viernes Justin tuvo una caída, se rompió las costillas. También yo me caí, me lastimé la pierna. El día de ayer Corbin estaba vomitando, estaba muy enfermo. Y al final casi toda la carrera la hizo Shane con Diego y Carter, que es nuevo en nuestro equipo, y la verdad que ha sido increíble, ¿no? Vamos a recuperar un poco la energía para darnos cuenta de lo que hemos logrado. Creo que somos el primer equipo KTM en la historia que gana la Baja 1000 y bueno, un segundo campeonato consecutivo en Pro Moto ilimitada. La verdad que creo que es algo que se merece celebrar.
Chavo, ayer la gente en La Paz, mirábamos tus ojos muy emocionado, un arranque espectacular con todos los fans, toda la palomilla.
Sí, el arranque en La Paz fue algo muy especial. Únicamente había llegado en el 21 a La Paz y disfruté mucho, ¿no?, la salida en La Paz, aunque se hizo más difícil toda la logística, pero bueno, las cosas lindas a veces son más difíciles, ¿no?
Chavo, los patrocinadores que hacen posible esta carrera para ti, todo el campeonato mundial 2023 de Score International.
Así es, quiero agradecer a KTM Estados Unidos, KTM Bolivia, Herbalife, a Repsol, Las Loritas, Alianza, Copelme, Fast House y bueno, todos los sponsors técnicos que tenemos, Mike de Tacomoto, Damon de WP USA que nos ayuda con las suspensiones, WP USA, Timmy Anti de KTM Racing, KTM Racing Estados Unidos nos ayuda con la moto, y bueno, son muchos empresas, muchas personas que se requiere para lograr esto. Somos un equipo más pequeño de lo habitual. Yo no vivo acá, mis mecánicos no viven acá. Nos reunimos para las carreras. Tiene más dificultades, pero como digo, cuando pasa, se trabaja bien, se disfruta más de lo difícil, ¿no?
Chavo, ¿qué tal el cariño de los fans mexicanos a lo largo de los recorridos y también en estos 2 días de carrera?
No, como decía Shane, habían sectores de 20, 30 millas, 40 millas de gente, ¿no? Sobre la pista, apoyando, disfrutando una fiesta deportiva. Agradezco a Score International por nuevamente un gran evento, a todo el público mexicano por alentarnos, por estar ahí presente. Lo hacen muy especial y bueno, vamos a recuperar energías para poder celebrar.
Chavo, ya has ganado varias veces la Baja 1000 Ironman, pero creo que ese es el triunfo de tu vida.
Correcto, este es el triunfo de mi vida aquí en la Baja, una Baja 1000, llegar el overall, en la segunda baja más larga de la historia. La verdad que no ha sido para nada fácil. Los competidores de la 3X, 7X siempre estuvieron muy rápidos y bueno, no había tiempo para nada, ¿no?
Chavo, sabemos que hay mucha gente en Bolivia viendo la transmisión, un saludo para ellos.
Un gran saludo, queridos amigos, a toda mi familia, a mi esposa, a mis hijas que bueno, me apoyan a la distancia, a mi padre, a mi madre, todos mis amigos, la familia y todo Bolivia y ¡viva México también!
Claro que sí, viva México, viva Bolivia, viva Latinoamérica. Vamos a platicar con Diego Llanos de Argentina, que también es parte de este equipo, parte vital. Diego, campeones del mundo en el fútbol y ahora ganadores de la Baja 1000.
Así es, lo habíamos dicho cuando estábamos en La Paz, que íbamos a ir por el campeonato, por toda la carrera y nada, estamos acá en el finish y muy contentos. La verdad que es algo nuevo para mí, de mi carrera y nada, me deja muy contento. Felicitar a todo el equipo, los que son parte de todo, no tan solo los pilotos y mecánicos, sino a todos los que hacen parte de esto para que podamos estar acá.
Diego, ¿qué zona de la ruta te tocó a ti?
De la milla 352 hasta las 600, pero llegué ahí y me dieron la noticia que tenía que seguir porque, bueno, Corbin estaba descompuesto, así que tuve que seguir 150 millas más para adelante sin conocer. Y bueno, había que darlo todo y así fue. Yo creo que cada piloto, su sector fue dando todo para que podamos llegar acá al final con buen resultado.
Diego, has ganado muchas carreras en Sudamérica, también aquí en Score, pero ganar la Baja 1000 absoluto es algo diferente.
Sí, la verdad que desde que me trajo el chavo acá a correr las bajas, me ha empezado a gustar y nada, me he sentido cómodo todo este tiempo, sobre todo esta Baja 1000 que estuve varios días haciendo pre-running. Así que nada, ahora queda disfrutar y nada, agradecer a toda la gente que hace posible que yo esté aquí, a mi familia, bueno, al gobierno de La Rioja, de mi provincia, a la gente de Argentina que me apoya mucho, al chavo y bueno, y a todos los sponsors que hacen posible que estemos acá.
Diego, también nuevamente campeones de la Pro Moto Limited en Score International, un año más con el 1X.
Y sí, ahora hay que defender el tercer año entonces.
Hay que regresar y seguir con todo lo que es el espíritu latinoamericano aquí en Score International.
Tal cual. Esperemos volver y defender el 1. Y nada, como dije de nuevo, estoy muy agradecido con todo el equipo, muy agradecido porque nos hacen sentir como en casa y bueno, y eso está muy bueno.
Gracias, Diego. We're going to talk with the next rider. Your name, sir?
Carter Klein.
Carter, told me about this big win, baby. I know it's something special, right?
Yeah, it was good. I slept in a little this morning because I was starting in San Felipe. So when I woke up, I looked at the tracker and it wasn't tracking. So we figured it out and where he was. I got on the bike and rode 230 miles from 10:15 to 12:45. Rode smooth. Bike worked really good too. Like really good. Ran good. Suspension was good. Had a good time out there.
What about the Mexican people in the race car? We see a lot of fires in the night, man.
Yeah, that was really cool. Some sketchy moments out there, but it's cool to see them all out there for sure.
You're gonna come the next year for race with us in the next championship for the Score International?
Yeah, I think I'll have to. It's fun out here.
Thank you, my man, and congratulations for this amazing win.
Thank you.
pues el equipo de Chavo Salvatierra Racing buscando más gloria aquí con nosotros en el Campeonato Mundial 2023 con International. Primer lugar no oficial, recuerden que el sábado va a ser la ceremonia de premiación donde van a estar ellos reconocidos y también están al pendiente de más imágenes, videos y entrevistas con los ganadores de esta Baja Bin, la Moto 1X.
All right, thanks a lot, Gabriel. Great interview down there, and man, that's so cool to see these young guns there with Chavo. I'm just stoked to see that, and you know they're backing up the checker flag. Everything's unofficial, but first across. Fortunately, we weren't seeing his tracker for a while, so
right.
Sometimes there's issues. They go down. Technology, you know. I mean, going through Baja, anything could happen.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So,
like that vehicle is gone. They don't know where he's at.
Yeah.
The crew's worried about it. Everybody in the States is freaking out. And the guy's already right behind another rider, but they don't know it because the tracker's down. So we become dependent upon it, but it sure makes us nervous, right?
Yeah, most definitely there. And I was kind of wondering, I was like, why Chavo's not moving? You know, he's got that number one. I know he's been working so hard to get it back. And, you know, I think it looks like he's going to probably hold on to it. Their team has been consistent. And that's the thing. It's consistency. That's what wins championships.
Right.
And, you know, you don't have to always finish first, but
they seem to.
Yeah, they seem to. They seem to be doing good. And we've had some situations where they weren't the first bike in, and then, of course, penalties came out the next day, changed it up, and next thing you know, he's got the win. So that's good. So we've got the second bike, Aaron, the 3X. We're going to go back down live to Ensenada.
Finish this rail in Baja 1000. Your name, sir?
Tucker Hopkins.
Tucker, you won the Baja 250 in San Felipe. Looks like it's second place in this Baja 1000. We need to wait for the official results. Tell me about your race day, my man.
It was good. We kind of made a last-minute decision. Clayton was riding really well, so I ended up getting on at 1180 instead of 1125 and rode it into the finish. And super wet, super muddy. I went through 3 sets of goggles out there. I got goggles every time I was able to see someone. Yeah, the course was pretty sketchy. Just a lot of blind things. Course was completely different than it was, you know, every time I pre-ran. But it was good. I think everyone, for the most part, did exactly what they needed to do, and we did what we could. You know, I pushed as hard as I could, and I think made a little bit of time back on them. So we'll see what happens. It ain't over till it's over. So we thought we won the 400 and had some penalties, so you never know what can happen.
Tell me the feeling about starting the Baja 1000 La Paz with that amazing crowd, my man, yesterday.
I wasn't down there, honestly. It was Kieran who was down there. I was in my bed sleeping in San Felipe. It was fantastic. I woke up at 6 o'clock with some updates, and yeah, I've been up all day waiting, you know, tracking the bikes. And yeah, there's a couple big crashes out there today, and I hope everyone's doing all right. That's, you know, never want to see that, especially down here. So, yeah.
That was a great battle between the 1X, you guys, the 7X with Mark Samuels all day long.
Yeah, it was good. Just kind of yo-yo all day long. Everyone had pretty phenomenal rides. I think it was probably pretty tough at the start in the dust, and but it sounds like everyone kind of clicked off and did what they needed to do all day long, so it was good.
Just being the finish line in this Baja 1000 is like a big win, my man. I know you want to win the race. We need to wait for the official results, but you have a great team in this season, my man.
Yeah, it was great. We started, literally 4 of us, me, Kieran, my dad, and Brett, our photographer over here. We came down as the 4 of us at San Felipe and decided to come down and race, and we overalled, and that's kind of what kicked off the whole year for us. So I unfortunately got hurt about 2 weeks after that and haven't raced all year, so it's my first race back. Yeah, shout out to my physical therapist, Marco Milano, and Christine Kane, and the guys in Ventura who kind of nursed me back to health and got me, you know, able to come back and race this.
You want to say thank you to your sponsors?
Yeah, we got tons of people help us out. Deus, Red Eye, Moto Cut, CJC Off-Road, IMS, FMF, Taquillo, La Paglia Racing. So many people help us out. AHM Suspension, Brandon's worked with us all year long getting our suspension dialed in. He's spent countless hours revalving stuff and doing all sorts of things. Yeah, my dad for chasing me. It truly is a like family affair. Everyone around here is moms, dads, sisters, brothers. You know, it's no one gets paid to do any of it. You know, we all come down because we love it. We love to race and come down here. So thank you to all you guys. We can't do it without you guys.
For sure, my man. This is a family sport, the Baja Racing. We're going to talk with the other riders. Your name, sir?
Clayton Roberts.
Clayton, I know you're my man. Great battle today and yesterday. Tell me about how many miles you drove with this bike.
I got on in San Felipe and I rode about 180 miles today. I was kind of a last-minute addition to the team and stoked to come down here and rip with a super solid crew. And everyone killed it today. All our pits were phenomenal, and yeah, we had a good, solid day.
Talking about being in the podium for the Baja 1000 is something exciting. We didn't wait tomorrow about the official results, but looks like it's a second place overall.
Yeah, you know, I mean, anything can happen once results are official, but regardless, we're all happy, everyone's safe, and we had a good time doing it, so that's all that matters.
Thank you, my man. Your name, sir?
Kieran Aaron, rider record.
You started the race yesterday in La Paz, right? Tell me about the feeling about all the crowds at the Malecon.
Yeah, you know, I've been up for the past 27 hours now and rode about 350 miles this morning. Had a blast. You know, La Paz was packed. The crowds were unreal. I don't think I've ever seen so many fans racing through Baja, you know, on the coast there during it was unreal. Fireworks and fans everywhere, so it was a pretty surreal feeling and definitely motivating. And you know, the boys rode great today. I couldn't be more proud of everyone and the effort.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like we've lost our feed down there in Ensenada. We'll get it back up and go in there. But Karen, you know, they're fast kids, and you know, and they brought it up talking about their penalties, and unfortunately, you know, 400 Chavo got it.
Right.
That's kind of give them. That was what I was referring to. So we're going to head back down to Ensenada, folks. So we'll finish up with that interview.
It's all about just creating memories and doing it with your best friends for us, and that's why we come down here and do it.
Thank you, man. Have a great night. Your name, sir?
Forrest Minchington.
Forrest, tell me about how many miles you drove in this amazing bike, the 3X.
Yeah, I did a little less, I think about 180 miles, a little less than 200, something in there. And I had a big crash early on, but luckily I was okay. I had to pick some cactus out of my arms and stuff like that. But yeah, it was super challenging. It was real rocky and slippery and raining, and it was totally different than anything we pre-ran all week. So, but that's part of the challenge here. You know, you never know what to expect. It's always if it can happen, it usually does and will. You know, so you know, I'm just glad that we all got out safe and we're here. And unfortunately, I lost a lot of time, but I think, you know, we still gave it one hell of a try and try to keep these guys honest out front. And yeah, we're just glad to be here.
What do you think about starting the Baja 1000 in La Paz? It's something different. We know in the past we started in Ensenada and finished in La Paz. This year is totally different.
Yeah, I think on one part it's cool to finish here in Ensenada, simply because, you know, for us we're closer to home, and you know. But I gotta say, I think finishing down south is also pretty cool to get to have a couple of days off and enjoy the beautiful southern Baja. But it's also really challenging because when the closer you get to Ensenada, the rougher the terrain gets, and so you kind of you save some of the worst for last. But yeah, it went really smooth, and the rain actually knocked down some of the dust and made for some amazing conditions.
Are you ready for eat tacos, my man, in Ensenada?
Yeah, ready for some tacos and a cold beer and go to sleep.
Maybe one shot of tequila.
At least one. Yeah.
I like that. Congratulations, my man. I hope we need to wait for the official results, but it's going to be so tight between you and the 1X.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, hopefully we get a clean race, and we'll see what happens, see how it shakes out.
Thank you, my man. We're going to talk with the next rider. Your name, sir?
Nick LaPaglia.
Nick, tell me about this battle against the 1X and the 7X in the Peninsula run for the Baja 1000.
Yeah, the 1X and the 7X boys are really putting it on today. gave it my best effort. The boys did, and they put up a great race. Gave them everything I had. Went from Vizcaíno to Highway 1 past Bay of LA, and I don't think I ever rode a bike so fast for so long. It was quite the experience, and they were right there the whole time. So they put up a hell of a ride, and we gave it everything we got. So hats off to them. Hope the best for Cade, and I hope he gets the treatment he needs quickly and soon. Definitely have him in our thoughts and prayers, and just happy to be up here on the podium, nice and safe, and looking forward to what's to come next.
What do you think about the seal? Do you have any problem with that in Vizcaíno, Cataviña?
Yeah, not too problems with the silt. Take the fast line around, keep it wide open.
Perfect, my man. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last rider, Derek, amazing ride in this Baja 1000, my man.
Oh, thank you, man. It was a good day out there. It was super fun. We had a good battle. Kieran and I rode the first 600, and it was a blast. We were going really fast, and the 7X and 1X were going fast too. So it was fun out there trading paint at speed. A little bit different than racing the Northern Baja. You can go fast up here, but you're not holding steady 70 to 80, maybe more than that miles an hour. So it was a trip. It was a lot of fun.
Starting in La Paz is something incredible, man. I know it's the first time starting Baja 1000 in that place. The crowd was so crazy, so respectful, and so gracious, my man.
Yeah, it was really cool. The backwards race was definitely different. Like the logistics was really difficult, especially with the loop through Cataviña. So that was something to consider, when we did all the planning, and it worked out. It was a really good time, and definitely stoked to be here. I'm totally smoked, and I can barely even think, but it was a great race. I'm stoked.
Thank you, Derek. Have a great night. It's time for tacos.
Oh yeah, taco time and beers.
Thank you for the 3X finished the second place from the Baja 1000 overall in the bikes and the Pro Motor Limited. We need to wait for the official results tomorrow in the ceremony hour from the Baja 1000. Así que para toda la gente que está viendo esta transmisión, la Moto 3X con Chara Nara y todo su gran equipo. Segundo lugar overall de las motos. Resultado, recuerden, no oficial hasta que se va a cabo mañana la ceremonia de premiación aquí dentro del Centro Social Riviera en el Salón Catedral. Ya lo vivieron. Todos lo están platicando, fue un gran arranque en La Paz, algo que nunca se había vivido en 56 años de la Baja 1000, y ahora toda la palomilla pudo disfrutar de esto en diferentes lugares como Punta Conejo, Conquista Agraria, San Ignacio, Loreto, hasta llegar hasta aquí, a la vía 600 del Pacífico, Ensenada. Vamos a esperar por más motociclistas dentro de la meta de la edición 56 de la BFGoodrich Tires Baja 1000, presentada para todos ustedes por los filtros K&N.
Thanks, Gabriel. That's awesome interview. It's great to see Derek Bauer that's on now Kieran's team there. But congratulations to those guys. And
wow.
They got that Deuce clothing looking pretty sharp there,
right?
Deuce Racing.
That's neat to see their involvement in the sport.
It's really great to see that. And, getting some big name recognition stuff going on. And that's really, you want to talk about, getting your name out there. Pretty good to do it on the 1000 because when everybody really talks about it, we have the San Felipe 250, we've got the Baja 400, but really everybody looks at who won the 500, who won the 1000. 500 is great, but the 1000, that's the granddaddy right there. If you're going to win a race or you want to get on TV, you want to be up on the podium, it's the Baja 1000.
Absolutely. So, everybody's got their sights on this race.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been good.
But yeah, so we got a few vehicles out there. Still, it's going to be a long morning and into afternoon. Once again, bikes went off at 1 a.m. and the trucks went off at 9 a.m. Pacific time they were 8 a.m. down in La Paz because they were on mountain time.
Right.
We're actually ahead an hour here, so you'll see some of the tracking if you're looking at it. You'll see it's an hour off.
Yeah.
They set that in the time when they left for mountain time down
so
in La
you're
Paz.
Sticking with that time from La Paz, sticking with the start times, right? There's going to be a little confusion with that with some of the teams for sure.
So let's take a little look here at, we got Austin Eddy in the 9X. And looks like we got Sergio Jimenez, one of the quads. So we're going to try and take a little bit look here. So we go down the 13X Adrian Ortiz back a little bit. He's going to be ringing that 4th position in the Pro Moto. And then Fernando Beltran, which is no stranger. He's got the 100X for a reason. That's the class champion in the Quad Pros, these guys there. And then, see, he's got somebody right behind him. I'm going to try and pull it up in there. I can't get him to split out there. So we're going to go ahead and try and move it down a little bit here. And move it up here. I'm trying to get this here. All right, here, the 300X there. Yano Montoya. So he is currently, we look here.
Boy, those guys some of these guys might be seeing the sunrise.
Yeah, and that's going to be our Pro Moto 30.
Right.
Of that, so we'll go down here and I'm going to try and expand out a little bit here. All right, let me try to move it here, back out, take a look at some of the other classes. Let's move around here. We're going to move down a little bit farther. Some more quads, moto quads.
Now, what mile mark are they at there?
We got, give a little click there. We're at 1185.
Okay.
Looks like a long distance, and of course they're going to have the finish line is out on the highway. And more like when they come into the podium, it's more like a ceremonial finish where the actual finish is there. Now, I don't know if you noticed, when they gave a shot of Karen's bike, they showed the odometer there, 1310.9.
Yeah.
So it was 1310 at the finish, and it was 0.9 miles to come down to the ramp down in Sonata. So
okay.
That's right in front of the cultural center.
So they're finishing in the wash.
All right, so let's go ahead and we can figure out how to get this to make it a little bit smaller here.
Well, you're about as good with that thing as I am.
Yeah, I know. Well, I just did something here crazy. Not very good with this on that, but we'll go ahead and see if I can get that to work again here. Unfortunately, we lost that. We'll see if I can go ahead and get it back. But Bryce, I know, still out in the lead. It's going to be a while. We're seeing them early in the morning, around 9 or 10, we're predicting is what their finish is. I know Luke McMillan and Rob McCachran, they've moved up through the field, those two. And also we've got Alan Ampudia in the 10. Now, they've been going back and forth a little bit with Luke in the 1. And then I know Christopher Palvardi back there fighting with them. They were sitting 4th physically on track. So, hopefully we can get that, figured out here and get the tracking again.
Yeah, and it's really sad for the McMillan team because Dan McMillan had a little upset there with one of his drivers.
Yeah.
Justin Lofton picked up the middle and had some bad luck and got mixed up with a car and ended up DNFing, I believe.
Well, I believe it's on the road and it's already heading back. I saw it off track there.
Then.
So
good.
That's one of the things too.
Yeah,
okay, now we got it. So we got Bryce Menzies there. You can see the 7. If we see him at 1,175. There's Luke McMillan sitting 2nd. And you can see above there, that was Dan McMillan you talked about. Now we're going to go back. Alan Ampudia sitting 3rd physically on the track. And then the Walser entry there. I know Christopher Party's part of that one. So we're going to go back down a little bit deeper here. We see the 91 of Christopher Palvardi's other truck there, which he's the driver of record there. We saw the 87, unfortunately, was off. Andrew Myers, Toyota Escondido entry. And then the 82 there, Sam Baldi.
Wow, good run.
Sam Baldi. So they're at the 1,000. These guys are really hauling the mail. And Roberto Romo Jr. So it's great to see Roberto, kind of new to this class. And
he's 18.
Yeah, I know. He's a young kid. His dad, they've got a lot. We've seen him in the Class 16s before.
16s and 10
cars and stuff over the years. Now, there's the 1L down below. There's Vidosla Sr. with Ricky Johnson in there. And I think you said they got the other Rick Johnson in there driving too, Rick L?
No.
I'm sorry. That is Mike.
You got Mike Coleman driving right after Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson drove the 2nd leg, and then Coleman's doing the 3rd, and then they're going to give it up to Gus.
So there's the first spec trucks we're going to be looking at there. Thor Herbst there, the Terrible Herbst team. And then the 298 right below him there, that's Riley Herbst. So these kids have grown up in this industry. I mean,
and I believe they're racing with their fathers.
Well, they've got their own spec trucks.
Yeah.
Tim and Troy are in the 19.
Well, no, Tim's in there without Troy. Troy's racing with one of the boys.
Oh, Troy is
Yeah,
with the
I saw
boys.
him at the
Okay.
starting line.
Oh,
I had a
that's
nice
awesome.
talk with Tim this morning, or yesterday morning.
And I know we did a lot of stuff with EJ.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go back there. There's Larry Rossler, Mr. Baja.
Nice.
He's racing, of course, with Toby Price and Paul Wheel.
Right? Yeah.
And then there's Dave Taylor, the Adonia Yachts.
Wow.
Entry.
Him and his wife.
Yeah, we're going to go there. Cody Reed. That's going to be the first Class 1. Oh, look at Brandon Gahn. He's teamed up with Casey Mears. So that's pretty cool. So he is right there. Man, they are neck and neck. And they're still back a while. 971. Let's take a look here at Cody Reed. Then we go Kyle Quinn there in the Wilson Motorsports.
That's a
He's
tight
at 967. So these are just freshly updated. So that's 2 minutes ago from them. So we can see close intervals.
That's great. That's the only four-wheel drive Class 1 car out there is Cody Reed's. That's
right.
a couple years old now, and it's a monster. And I think they're running about 950 horsepower, and I know it's a big block.
Yeah, that thing has got some serious power. So
yeah.
1175 right now, 0.5. But I understand we got some social and some action that happened a little earlier. So
okay.
We're going to take a look at that and see what happened. All right. You can see a trophy bureau put that up there. Thanks to those guys. I know the.
What's a Class 1 car? It was a Class 1 car.
It was a Class
198. What was he doing back there acting that way?
And how did he get behind a Class?
Well, that's because he was.
It's a Class 11. Is that Slayton's Class 11? I couldn't see.
Look at the motor sitting there.
This is what you talked about, throwing sand and locals on there. We're waiting for that fire extinguisher to come in. We'll see you close up the time. You said about 30 seconds. Seemed like for an eternity.
It does. Well, I watched it in the middle of the night last night when I woke up.
Great action.
It looked like it happened in the daytime, obviously.
Yes.
Early in the race. So when you get down in the pack like that, you got to be careful. You can't drive this way.
I'm just trying to figure out why a Class 1 was behind a Class 11.
Obviously, he's going to make up all the time he lost.
Yeah.
And look what happened.
So that is Class 11. The Class 1.
Class 1 hits him. Wow.
Yeah, you can see, man, that thing is just engulfed.
I don't think there's an audience member out here that's listening to this show that would leave the scene that you caused.
Yes.
So there's something to be just said here.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut, but I don't like what I'm seeing.
No, it's unfortunate. It really is. Good thing the locals were there to try and help. And
absolutely.
That's the insane thing about this. All over the course, all the people that have turned out middle of nowhere, and a lot of the time they know. And it's like one of those things where we always thought, and we were joking yesterday, when you see a large crowd of people, it's always because there's either a jump, but we've seen.
There's always a photo opportunity at every crowd, man. It means hit
Yeah.
the brakes, get on the binders, slow that thing down, and.
Yeah, I doubt he probably left the scene. I think he was just backing away from the fire.
I sure hope
by the
so.
way. Yeah,
I
I'm
sure hope so.
I'm sure it is.
But man, if I was that co-driver, I'd be out the car before that thing.
Yeah, with the extinguisher,
man,
I'm sure.
Absolutely.
That could have been. He could have been the guy with the extinguisher that you talked about that came running.
It could have been.
Yeah, more than likely. Because all these have the extinguishers on there that they could take off on, and they also have internal ones they could pull to.
And then of course he's in danger too now because they one thing leads to another, right? So that guy's now in the dust. He just slammed on the brakes, made a big dust pile, and it's a great possibility that he's going to get rear-ended.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. That's one of the things. So a lot of action out there. A big thanks to all the fans bringing us a lot all the great footage that they're adding us at. And I love that. But, we were talking about there was a lot of booby traps that were out there this year. And, of course, that's why we're going back to what we were saying. Is when you see a lot of fans and there's no one else around, but there's a little group and they're all got their chairs out and their liquid courage in their hands and their cameras ready, you know there's something going on.
Well, we're getting some of that footage. Obviously, we got a piece of that.
So we're back. Looks like Ricardo again. UTV. Some great action. I mean, this is what the guys are, seeing, and you can see those lights are really lighting it up, but it's pitch black everywhere else. Yeah. Night vision camera on there, little IR.
So cool. And there's a majority of people that have prepped for this race. Obviously, most of them are running Baja Designs lights, right? It's insane how much.
Yeah, I mean, Rigid, Baja, I mean, they're all out there, all these guys.
But how much lighting is out there? It's insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies, there's the classics, the Rigids and
KC
Highlights and all that. But I've got Rigid on my truck and my UTV, and it really works good. But there's so many people that are doing the same, knockout. The LEDs are just the way to go now.
Yeah, LEDs.
Got away from the halogens, and it's kind of old technology. And like you were talking about, the alternators, which need to run the power and all that stuff, and you don't want to have 5 batteries on there. There's no subwoofer and stereos bumping around. So, but some great footage here as we continue to watch great footage from Ricardo. They're coming around here. Looks like there's a tight section here. Trying to take a look at.
It looks pretty smooth though.
See if we can get an update of where they're at.
Here's
another shot from yesterday.
Yeah.
See all the people out there just checking out the action, just lining the course. How scenic is that along the coast?
In South Baja, wow. That's all Baja Sur stuff probably too. Look at the abundance of people.
And we can see one of the Brenthal trucks goes by.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so great being down in Baja Sur down there. It's these fans, it's only 5 years we usually do a peninsula run, but to start down there, it's a lot easier for the families and fans to get out there. How gorgeous is that though too, and how insane to see all these people.
That is a great shot.
Love seeing the dust trails. It's cool. It's 2020. I was able at the 1,000. I went down and chased, and we actually went down and do some shots there with my I have Dirt Sports magazine.
Yeah.
So we were out checking out and getting some shots for the magazine, and how cool it is to see we're in this wash and middle of nowhere, and there's all these people lined up, just watching the action unfold. You just,
and it's families, it's families and friends, and it's so cool. And they make a big picnic, and they usually get there the night before and get a good spot. Yeah. But they're also very respectful.
Yes,
they're very, very respectful, and they marshal their own course. Like you will see somebody there that stands up and marshals that area. So we're not getting the alcohol and the bad problems that have happened in the past.
They try to keep people in check.
Get on the course.
Now, a lot of the fans that are down there, if someone rolls or has a problem, you can see they'll come and help you.
Absolutely.
Have you been in that situation?
I have not, but I'll tell you, I've seen it a lot of times. It's just like that video we just saw, that Class 11. That car wouldn't have made it if it wasn't for those guys dumping all that dirt on there before that extinguisher got there. That thing would have been completely engulfed.
Now, did you watch some of the footage we had? I know you were traveling, but we had a drone up at mile 333.
Oh, in the silt?
In the silt there.
Oh, I was in the air. I'm sorry.
So the local farmer there had his, his tractor.
Okay.
And he had to pull out a few guys, and it was pretty cool to see that actually, going through there. The all-wheel drives, not a problem going through there, and you can see line choice. And there was a VCP right on the corner, so you have to hit the silt. And when they get caught there, so you got to really just kind of be right on the edge, trying to not be too far away from that VCP. Would still get around
and usually problem. That VCP will be at a corner.
Yes.
And if it's at a corner, that's the minute you hit it, everybody does the same thing. They twist the wheel and pin the throttle.
Yeah.
And then that silt just gets worse.
Sound like the microwaves going off in the car.
But you love to hear when you're looking for that thing and you're racing one of these things, you get in there and you hear that ding ding. You hit that little beep beep and you love it. Look at the helicopter in the air and all the abundance of people. They are having the best time. Dave, one of the biggest things about Baja racing, it is the #1 pastime down there. They have so much fun and so much enthusiasm for our sport because there's no NBA, there's no NFL. And there's no, it's bitching.
Well, they got their own football down there. It's a little bit of the round ball they kick. Another type of soccer.
Soccer's big, but they don't have a national team.
No.
We are their national team. They love us. They love helmets.
It's almost done. We have score day down there now in Ensenada, and they, all the kids are off school when we get the races going, and it's pretty awesome to experience that. And being down the ramp is probably one of the coolest things. You feel the energy of all the people. When they know the bikes are coming in, like you saw, it's right now, let's see, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 3:30, there's people lining that finish line. Oh. It's just insane. It's so great to see.
What was insane, the finish line in Ensenada, they're used to seeing the start.
Yes.
But I'll tell you what, La Paz rivaled every bit of that energy. It was amazing being on the Melicon and watch that start.
First time ever.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
And Score put up this massive ramp, very safe, great area.
Now, I was pretty bummed, man. I was listening to the interview, and they were saying they had fireworks going off. And
I didn't see that.
I missed all that. All the excitement.
That was just for the bikes, obviously, because it was dark.
Dark, yeah. It's hard to see in the daylight, the fireworks.
So those poor bikes, they get to start in the dark and finish in the dark, and they get to start in the dark with all the dust, right?
Yep, exactly.
So it's a tight little program.
So we've got live in the 219 right now. So we just get a who's on that one there.
It's another UTV. Is that
that's a spec truck.
It is, huh?
So we get a word on that right now. See who that is.
Okay.
Try to take a look here and see the
Herbst.
Yeah, it's for Herbst. We're trying to figure out which one. Oh, Thor. I believe that's choice of Thor.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I get them. There's so many. We got Thor, Riley, Pierce, and EJ.
I think Tim said Riley's his son.
Yeah, Riley. So I think it's Troy's. So great there. And of course, Riley and Pierce and all those guys do a lot of racing with those kids.
And I'm pretty sure Tim mentioned that his dad's racing with his two brothers are racing with these trucks.
So that's awesome.
So that would be one in each, probably, in a section.
Well, they've got, 4 or 5 trucks down there.
They have 4. Three specs and 1 trophy. Tim's the only one in the trophy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Changing those, some different scenery you see in there, going through the trees.
Pictures.
Boy, that is narrow. Well, you hear the brakes squeaking, getting on it there, hard left. You really see the top lights there lighting up that hood. Kind of blowing out the picture a little bit, but it's a great shot of what you see. Their office, as we call it.
Absolutely. And, an interesting thing to talk about is Jason Duncan, riding with Luke McMillan and Rob McAkron.
The entire time.
And then you got Rob and Luke sharing this deal.
Yes. And they've done this not the first time.
Where Bryce has Tavo and Andy.
Andy's 3 of them.
In the middle, and then Tavo. What a great team. Different strategies. And then you had Cameron Steele and Cody. Man, they just had such a bad deal. That was really
motor
sad.
Or whatever.
Yeah, they had some engine problems.
Yeah, him and Ryan Arciero and
yep.
Cameron, one of the nicest guys. Ryan's just an absolute sweetheart. I'll have to call them. They're just super nice people.
Both great guys and very talented.
Yeah, and of course, Ryan Arciero Racing,
and their dad.
Grandpa, and of course his grandpa Frank.
Oh yeah,
who started it all. Talk about a story. I remember we did some stuff with them, and that was part of the Arciero stuff for years. And Frank, I remember the meeting I was with my dad with him. He's like, "Yeah, I came to America. I dig beaches." And that's how he, saved all his money, and just from there, the construction companies and.
My parents talked about the Italian immigrants being so amazing down here and so self-supportive and efficient. They were always instinctively hardworking, wonderful members of society down here. And it was an interesting thing in the 40s and 50s.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But, I mean, look at the empire that they built in a racing dynasty, too.
Unbelievable.
That's what's so cool.
Indy cars, wineries.
Yeah, the wineries. Yeah, I was here, the wines. But, you know, Cameron, another legacy with his, you know, his dad.
With
Big
Max.
Daddy, Max.
Yeah,
and,
Max.
and so it's kind of great. And, you know, I grew up in San Clemente with those guys and watched them. And I was always like, hey, take me to Baja. You know, So we got some more hopefully going to be starting to trickle in to the ramp here in Ensenada. You can see that there in front of the Cultural Center. Beautiful Ensenada. So it looks a little chilly down there. Everybody's got their hoodies on and
what's the weather? What's the weather been like? Has anybody?
Well, I mean, it did pour rain the other night down there. I know you were down in La Paz where you saw lots of sunshine and 85 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, San Felipe got dumped on, and they talked about that could have caused some problems. I know Ensenada showed a lot of water, a little bit of flooding. That was now 2 days ago. So hopefully everything looks like it's like mellowed out.
So there might be some puddles, but they didn't get dumped on probably.
Now we're going to jump over to Riley Herbst.
Okay.
We just mentioned him. You know what? Let's just sit back and listen to these guys cruising.
It's not easy to do that for me or for you. Come on.
All right, we've got right along with 3 different cars, Ricardo, and a couple of Herbst boys. All right, well, I guess we got some interesting developments there. The 241 spec truck has unfortunately lost a power steering pump.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there's a bottleneck.
Right, and that's Stephen Bill. It's mile 940 there, and you can see, some people are starting to stack up behind him. Now, here's the problem. Until they get that moved, nobody can get by them. It's going to be interesting, So we'll see how fast they get that out there. You can see Caden McCachran, stuck in it. Justin Lambert, Oliver Flamonte was also
and those are all four-wheel drive. Those are the Polarises.
Yeah, Polarises there.
Four-wheel drive.
So it's going to be, in fact, Caden is part of that new factory Polaris, effort. So that's going to be a bummer for him, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Reese Millen's up ahead waiting to get in.
Yeah. Talk about a guy with a lot of experience.
Right? And one of our good friends.
Oh, yeah. They're all based out of San Juan Capistrano. Of course, Rod, Pops, pretty much started everything. So we're taking a look here again. You can see him scrolling around here. We're going to go back to the silt beds here. It looks like at 3:30 we were watching a lot of fun action there. We had tractors pulling out. The old John Deere the farmer had to bring out and pull a trophy truck or two out. So you can see Nick Bruce broken down. There's see David Winkle there, the 1698. That's over at mile 307, back to 359. See Dave Pryor there, 327. So we moving around here, taking a look. We'll get in there a little bit. You can see a couple of UTVs stacked it up there, 1423s. 700F there, class champion. Oh, that's in the silt beds from yesterday, and we saw some gnarly action. In fact, this is where we saw the tractor come out. Now, that's two-wheel drive spec trucks.
Oh, boy.
You're in the silt beds. You stop. That's all momentum. Now, have you been stuck in the silt beds before?
Are you kidding me?
Was that a dumb question?
Oh.
So you've been there, done that.
Those are tough things to negotiate.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
the best way through a silt bed is to go around it. You got to hunt through the bushes and try to get around some of those areas. Those ruts get so deep with those 40-inch BFGs.
And you can see right there how deep it was, and he got up, he tried it, and he kind of slid down and got caught in that.
Co-driver can't get out. Co-driver's penned.
He's crawling over the driver. Yeah.
He's crawling over the driver
He's gonna have
out
to dig
the front
a hole
window.
Out the side there. I mean, what a scenic place, I just got to say.
The problem is that somebody needs to be behind them to slow those guys down.
Well, that's what you're going to see this as they come down. This is from yesterday. I was on the set here.
And there's all these other little roads there. If you knew where to go, there's other roads, but you got to hunt between the bushes.
Now, I believe over on the left-hand side there was the VCP.
That's where the VCP is.
Yeah.
See, that's horrible.
So you got the turn, and you're going to see him go, okay,
here we go.
They're going to tell him you got to go off track a little bit. That looks like...
Okay, don't go through it. Stay left. Stay left. Good. Okay, here we go. Smart. Just pick your way through. Even if you get the co-driver out and you walk through it, it's better than getting stuck.
You can see it come back out there.
Uh-oh. Now he's going to be back in it. Dang it.
He's
on the edge. He's on the edge. Good. And the tractor.
And just avoid the tractor.
Oh, that's funny.
That is
that looks
Clay
like that
Lawrence.
Honda Ridge. Is that the Honda Ridge?
No, that's Clay Lawrence.
It is. Clay Lawrence.
Clay's with Lawrence family. I know Mikey Lawrence.
And then there's a fence right there, too. Well, that's not good.
Yep. And that you can see the family farm right next door.
Yeah.
He brought the tractor out to help people
At least
out.
the wind's blowing in the right direction.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Well, I'll tell you, some of those fans definitely got a silt bath out there.
Absolutely. That looks middle of the day. Yeah, that was early yesterday, yeah.
It was mile 330.
Yeah.
So a lot of the daytime there. You can see the tractor getting hooked up.
You know, what's going to be real interesting, Dave, is the 1600s and everything else. I mean, they've already passed through here now, but to get some footage of what they might have endured through there.
Yeah.
Well, that truck is so lucky. There's a tractor and people.
Yeah.
With those silt beds I've been stuck in, there wasn't anybody within 30, 40 miles other than the other 20 guys that were stuck.
So how many pesos do you think it cost them to get pulled out there?
I doubt they'd take money. They are the most generous people. We are so lucky. We have the best neighbors in the world.
Oh, absolutely. You can see it's got the ag tires on there, but they're a little worn down. Tractor looks great.
You go to Mexico with an off-road vehicle and a helmet, and you're celebrated, never tolerated. They absolutely love us. Oop, turn that wheel. The tractor's even struggling here. That's a heavy truck. And there's a cactus right in front of his left front wheel.
You see, he's really trying to get that thing pulled again. We watched this live unfold yesterday.
I think he just needed to hook it up. That's all. Better. He's got it. He's going to take him nice and slow.
That's an all-wheel drive tractor. It might be the next class we start.
Yeah.
Is there nothing runs like a deer?
They need to be stopping those guys. That's awesome. And he's got his wheel turned now to get away from. Yeah, and he almost got that cactus. That's good.
Well, it does have a gangsta lean to it now. He did tag it a little bit there.
It looks to me like there's a line. You hit that VCP up there by that tent, and then, oh, there we go. Oh, I think I'd have tried to stay over there. God dang it. Okay.
And that is some.
Do you see the line in the bushes?
Yep, I do. Or one of the alternative lines.
Alternative lines. And in the heat of the moment, it's never that easy.
No, it's like you're trying to. If we're seeing the overhead of it, so we're seeing the trails. They're seeing cactuses and bushes. And I'm sure there's people yelling at him, trying to turn. You can't hear nothing. You got the helmet, the motor roaring.
Boy, that guy is so lucky. What's that take? 2 or 3 minutes?
Well, Wes Miller was down checking out some of the silt there, and he's got a little piece on it. So we're going to go to Wes.
When people talk about desert racing, one of the things that is always brought up is silt. So this right here is a great example of a silt bed. This is coming into San Felipe. It's one of the very last things the guys are going to hit before they get into the finish line. And you can see just from pre-running, it's knee deep in some areas here. And this is the consistency of like talcum powder. And basically, I've been racing a quad down here before and lost races in the silt beds because we've sucked silt through the air filter into the motor. So you want to have good air filtration. Particle separator can help out. A lot of times I would try to find a line out of the major ruts. So if you can skirt the deepest ruts and not get into those, it's better. If it's real short, like right here, this whole section's about a couple 100 yards. That's not that bad. There are other areas in Baja where it gets a lot worse and a lot deeper, but I guarantee by the end of race day, these are going to be about twice as deep as they are right now, and you don't want to get stuck in these.
That's awesome, Wes. And we're going to get a little silt there. You can take a look here and see what it looks like from the in-car. And, man, talk about a dirt bath there. Now, I know the air filter's sitting there right to their left, but it's coming in the cab. Yeah, so it's
over the hood.
Over
the hood.
It's almost like you're going into a wash with water. It's like the way it reacts and splashes away, and it kind of gets in every...
It gets in holes that it shouldn't get in. It comes right over the hood and blinds you, and it's just a horrible thing. Horrible.
Well, we can see on the tracker right now, it looks like Bryce Menzies up on the old goat trail up there.
Ooh.
He is really hauling the mail, 12:07, so he's coming up, crawling his way out of Valley T, going in that area. And you can
23 is just getting ready to start the goat trail, right off the edge of the highway.
And Luke McMillan. Now I think 23 is unfortunately out of the...
he's on the highway.
He's on the 3.
Oh, what am I thinking? That's his brother Dan.
Yeah,
what am I thinking?
Dan.
Yeah.
Luke's in second right there, and you can see he's moving along there, making his way to Valley T, coming out of San Felipe. And there's third place, Alan Ampudia, 1,178 miles down.
So it looks like they're all about 10 minutes apart. I don't know what the times are, but in that section.
You see Walser not far back there.
He's pretty close,
which is Polvardes was jumping in at that point.
Polvardes, yeah.
See that Optima batteries.
And so Polvardes got 2 trucks. He's got 2 of them, huh?
With Walser.
He's racing with Walser.
Yep.
But the other truck's racing with his name.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not sure how they broke down. I didn't talk to him.
And then he's got a new Mason that's going to be delivered on the first of the year. So he's got the next Mason coming off the line.
This is a couple years ago here, and you can see the goat trail that we're talking about that Bryce Menzies making his way up right now. And you can see it's a spec truck there. Just a couple years. but it gives you an idea of what these guys are going through as they climb their way to the goat trail. Now I got to wonder with that rain that was dumping, and it always rains a little bit heavier on the hills as it makes its way over from Ensenada to San Felipe. So you got to wonder how torn up that goat trail is now.
Yeah.
You could have cleaned it up, but you can see the section there that, the Valley de la Trinidad, Valley T as we call it. And I can see Luke back there. I know Rob Mack was early on, and now Luke's probably driving. There's Alan Ampudia. I'm not sure where Aaron and Alan did a little swap out.
Yeah, and I wonder if Rodrigo got in there as well.
Yeah, he was listed as a backup
the three
driver.
brothers, yeah.
And then you can see Mike Walser's 89 there that we talked about again, back a little bit farther.
What a great run they're having.
Oh, it's excellent. It's incredible. I mean, really not surprised. Menzies, he's been running really good. He's also had a lot of adversity. Look, McMillan, I mean, he's crushing it, and when him and Rob McCachran team up for 1,000, they've taken the win. They won the Peninsula run before. Now we got to see, of course, with, Bryce being up front, starting out front from the 400 win. It's going to be kind of curious to see how it all shakes out here.
And
so Luke's going to have to make up some time.
Right, Luke's going to have to make up some time. And Bryce is going to have to continue the good luck, right?
Yeah,
He's going to
and
have
that's
to start.
Still, it's not over yet. They're still on the goat trail. They're still coming over. They still have a lot of section.
And you're behind the wheel, and you got Luke back there, and you're running, and you haven't won the 1,000 before, or you're running in the top pace, and you're 100 miles from that finish line. You start hearing noises you've never heard before. You start thinking about stuff. Your mind starts going. They're tired. I'm telling you.
Chupacabra is out in the
Now you know
distance.
who's in the truck right now, right? Who's in Bryce's truck?
Tavo.
Tavo's in it.
That's right.
So Tavo Velocela. So they're not as tired. They got split up between 3 drivers, but your mind is still there.
Yeah, well, Junior, we're
they
going to find out.
They need it.
We need it, exactly.
They need it.
Tavo's had a lot of problems, losing his truck, but we're going to find out how it all shakes out. We still got the guys coming in. It won't be long before, we see trophy trucks. We're getting up there. We should be seeing the sun here in a little bit as I check out my watch here to see when they're going. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the 56th edition of the BFGoodrich Baja 1000. Brought to you.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Created in partnership with some of the biggest names in the off-road aftermarket, there are custom wheels and tires, full aluminum doors, steel rock sliders, stylized mirrors and bumpers, innovative storage solutions, Rockford Fosgate premium audio upgrades, and even a high-visibility rigid chase light to help groups stay together. 3 distinct collections, Dune, Desert, and Rugged Trail, help organize all the choices so it's easy to find exactly what you want. Every single accessory was developed in parallel with the vehicle itself, so the look is seamless and installation is easy. Polaris. Think outside.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Everybody, and welcome back to the BFGoodrich Score Baja 1000 presented by K&N. You see a great shot of the finish line. We're waiting for more appearances by some drivers. We should be seeing a couple bikes and quads coming in. Still got a little bit of time before we're going to be seeing the big bad boys of trophy trucks waiting around Bryce Menzies. Now, here's something that's been the story of the Baja 1000. This guy, Wolter, from Australia. He puts a social media post out there, buys a bike, needs a ride to San Diego, picks up an older, bike, gets it all set up there, and they got to get it all legal.
But he rode it to the pause.
He rode
the bike all the way down, had bald tires. Then he had to do tires in addition to everything else.
Yeah, because he couldn't get a ride from somebody, so he just said, screw it, I'm going to do it myself. He's leading the Ironman class.
That's awesome.
I saw him rolling up there, flip-flops on, hey, what's going on, guys? I'm going to go race 1,000.
It's a manly sport, man. And the Ironmen in the motos are insane.
So Wouter Jan van Dijk.
And he's never ridden a day in Baja before.
That's just insane.
He's never been down here. And I heard he doesn't have a GPS or anything in his bike. He's following the trail by the looking at the trail. He's not. There's no GPS.
Looking for dust in the...
That's crazy. I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah, I mean...
Not that we didn't do it back in the day.
I'm just shocked, especially on this one.
But they were marked. The courses were marked back in the day differently than they are now.
Yeah.
And then you got to make VCPs and everything else. He doesn't know what he doesn't know if he doesn't have a GPS.
Yeah. I mean, from what I've seen in the tracking, he's been kind of staying there. It's quite an incredible thing. And
is he moving?
He's moving right there. You can see 1.2 miles an hour. I'm hoping he's at mile 919.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
And he's not on the Mexican Highway 1, so that's a good sign, saying he's not getting a ride back or riding on the highway. Shows him a little off, but you can see a couple other vehicles there, and he's right in the mix. That's great. We'll do in about 4 miles where he's going to be out here when he hits the next timing mark. You can see San Ignacio right below them, which a lot of people know. Now, I know, kind of curious what's going on with that spec truck that got cut.
Up on Fred's Tractor Trail.
Fred's Tractor Trail there. What the update is. We're going to be waiting to see if he gets that power steering pump.
Right.
But nobody's getting by until he moves.
Right.
And that's the thing.
And I wonder what mile mark is Fred's at. Is Fred's Tractor Trail is what mark?
That's what we're going to find out.
I should have pre-ran this thing and been a little more prepared. But I can't tell you where Fred's Tractor Trail is, to be honest with you.
You see Caden Noel's there.
You
940.
Mile. It's what is it?
Mile 940.
940. Okay.
Now, here's another interesting story. I was at the Lake Elsinore Grand Prix.
Yeah.
This last weekend, and of course Johnny Campbell kind of designed the course and said he, was going to throw some Baja elements, so we had a little silt out there. But it was Veterans Day weekend, and we had Warrior built out there, the guys. And I was talking with them, and they're like, "Yeah, we're actually going to use the Harvey Mushman race to shake down our bike before we head to Baja to go race." They're not going to they were not pre-running either. Their shakedown was at the Elsinore Grand Prix team race for the Harvey Mushman.
Wow.
Then they were going to get in their car, haul butt down to La Paz, and go race.
Enter the Baja 1000. Have they raced down here before? There before?
One of the guys had, one of the other guys hadn't.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was quite interesting to see that.
Because if you've raced down there before and you get back in without pre-running, you're kind of asking for trouble.
Well, it looks like
it's a challenge.
Yeah, it looks like Stephen Bale got that cleared up, possibly moving again. I don't see anybody stuck behind him anymore, so that's a good sign. There's still a lot of cars still back there, and that would have been difficult if they get stuck up there. I mean, if you're on that trail, you're not exactly backing down that trail.
Ooh. That'd
be a rough one, that's for sure. So Stephen Beal, once again, was at 741, so hopefully he's moving again, and we'll get some more updates. I know we're still waiting for a couple of vehicles to get towards the ramp here as we're going to, looking around at the tracking itself. But it's still a lot of hours left in this race.
A lot.
And we're not even close to these other guys that are doing the 50 hours. So they have until the last vehicle, I think, went off at 11 o'clock on Thursday. So Friday, that's 24 hours. So Saturday at around 11 or
50-hour time limit, right?
11 hour, 12 noon or whatever it's going to be, will be the tie-up. Oh, and Ricardo and the Herbst boys, we're doing that 4 pictures. We take a look here, waiting at the finish line. Such a great setup they did. You can see the big arches there with VP, and then I know we got rugged arches, and of course you go underneath the famous BFGoodrich Scorebar 1000 sign. I mean, I know we're doing the finish out of the road, but when you guys come around the corner and you see that finish line, could you describe that feeling?
That's one of the best sights you'll ever see.
I mean, there's a tear almost coming to your eye.
Absolutely.
It's like it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And your crew and everybody else. There's some of these crews down here with 40, 50 people, quite a few of them. It's amazing.
Now, as tired as you've been doing these races, you get that little extra boost when you get to that finish line. It's like, okay, I'm awake again. You're like, oh, I can't do another mile, and then bam, I'm here.
You absolutely do.
Yeah.
You absolutely get that extra shot of adrenaline when you come across that last corner.
It's like, I did it.
Absolutely. That sense of accomplishment, it's a feeling like no other.
I can imagine.
It's so enduring, so challenging. So many people put so much effort into your team. There's so much behind the scenes.
Now, let's take a look at what we're watching right here. You can see the night vision camera there.
Okay.
It's all black and white, and you can see a lot of great stuff, but look how clear that bottom left-hand screen is, what we're watching. That's just insane. And you can see the light setup. You can see they've got it a little bit higher, and you can see a little bit clearer. And I think the reflection off the hood, the way those lights are actually kind of probably messing with your vision. You get a lot of this, static electricity with the dust will stick to your
Absolutely.
visor.
You can't put you don't want high lights in when there's a little bit of dust. It's just like fog. You don't turn your brights on in the fog. It's no different than fog, to be quite honest. You want low, intense lights that have a real sharp cutoff when it gets dusty.
And you can see, now look how the top lights are adjusted there. There's a lot more light on the hood. Could that be a factor? Could that have been something that happened? The lights got out of whack? Well, because I'm looking at the bottom one and it's like, wow, I can see really good.
Yeah.
Top one, it's like, I can still see good, but kind of blow out. Now the IR, or the night vision there, is pretty bad to the bone.
Right? That's an interesting.
Yeah.
And he's in a little dust. The other two aren't.
That's definitely for sure. It clears up every once in a while, but I think the IR picks it up a little bit. So that's Thor with the blowout. That must have been, Riley that we saw the other one with, or Pierce.
And then is his Uncle Tim still going?
I saw him
in the trophy
out.
truck.
I'm not sure.
That Herb's team, man, they got how many people they must have down there. That Herb Smith trucks, they got I don't know how many trucks are in the race of theirs, but in the Herbst family, I believe there's 4 trucks, 3 of the spec trucks,
and 1
trophy specs, and 1 trophy truck, number 19, Tim.
Now I'm showing the 19 here. Just look here, it's just showing 0.1 miles an hour, 49 minutes ago. So I'm looking like they're down, maybe down, but not out. I do see the numbers kind of ghosted out. And that's not.
He probably just stopped to go to Starbucks or something.
That'd be El Starbucks down there?
I could use one, I'll tell you what. It's been a long night.
I'm feeling excited. I'm really waiting to see some of the finish line, the trophy trucks coming in. Bryce is on a tear, heading over the Goat Hill. He's fresh out of LAT. Luke's going to be heading up here very soon. It's exciting. Alan Ampudia, it's like, the Mexican heroes down there. They're locals. And, of course, Gustavo Mendoza.
Oh, yeah. Him and Ricky and Mike Johnson and Mike Coleman.
I haven't seen Mike in a while. See, looking at some of those, Matt Burrows. I saw Phil Burton there just a minute ago, and it looks like the battle's the UTVs right now for Matt Burrows at 890 and 887. So around 3 miles separating these guys. It's going to be interesting.
Wow,
there's still a lot of
tight.
distance to go. It's very tight.
That's pretty tight.
But when you got close to a little over 400 miles still to go,
Now, where's the overall? Who's the overall UTV at this point? Do you see that?
That'd be Matt Burrows.
Really?
Right now. Yeah. Seeing Matt there. That's the overall Matt first UTV that we should hopefully be seeing, barring any issues, as we try to look around a little bit more. There we got 55X there, the 294 there, Sims, and I wonder where the Matlocks are. That's interesting there.
Right? Now talk about a seasoned vet and a second generation,
Well, husband and wife, Kristen
but
Wayne. It's pretty cool to see that. The rivalry goes both factory players.
Absolutely. And she's always an Iron Woman. And this year she's racing it with, I forgot who it was. Wes will be in here in a little bit. Probably give us the name, or I can get to my notes.
All the 401 and the UTVs.
Yeah.
That's the world he lives in.
Yeah.
I live in so many worlds in motorsports, keeping up with them. There's Riley Herbst there. I'm really impressed how everything's set up on this one. It's been really great so far. And look at this negotiating.
Well, the feed came through really good.
Oh, it's a gorgeous picture. I mean, a game changer with the Starlinks.
Wow. Look at the quality.
It's just insane.
Somebody's wiping that lens off, keeping it clean, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Or he's staying out of people's dust, too. That's a good thing.
Well, or he's right in front of somebody pulling away from him or trying to catch somebody. You want dust, man. You want to keep finding dust. Kind of the name of the game. Keep moving up through the pack.
Well, let's just take a little ride along, listen to Riley Herbst, and listen to the spec truck roar in the desert. Yeah, it's in gear. It's okay. All right, guys, welcome back here to the Baja 1000. BFGoodrich, of course, bringing this broadcast, and a big thanks to our presenting sponsor, K&N. We got Wes Miller back. Wes, how's it going, buddy?
Good
Did you
to
see
you guys.
that, man? That was pretty sick, all that social media coming in.
Yeah, that was. I mean, this entire race, all of the posts that we've been getting from all the fans out there and racers has been amazing. So you guys keep it coming. You know, if you got videos, photos, whatever, make sure tags at Score International. We really appreciate those posts. So a lot has changed and a lot hasn't changed overnight.
So what's the 411?
Yeah, you know, so we stopped at 4 p.m. last night, and I was kind of curious to see how everything was going to play out. Thank you guys for carrying us through. Still got Bryce Menzies and his team up front. They've been solid all day long, and they've been leading, and they're pretty close. So pretty exciting stuff for the Menzies team and Andy and Tavo, because you know they are coming in. Bryce has been trying forever to win this race.
He's won everything else.
He has, you know, and he's been very, very strong this year. So it looks like they have kind of all the bugs worked out of that truck, and you know, I think unless something really unlucky happens to them, it's looking like they may take this win.
Yeah. And Tavo's in there with them.
Yes.
Correct.
And he hasn't won in a long time.
Yeah, well,
and it's
and
awesome.
And Andy's won this before.
Oh,
yeah, Andy's got a few wins under his belt. So, so that's interesting. The other thing is that the lead pack, so you got the 7 truck 10, the 89, and the 1. They've been neck and neck from the very start of the race, and there hasn't really been a whole lot of drop off. Also, over the night, I've been kind of monitoring this, and if I did my math right, I believe that Bryce averaged about 74 miles an hour through the lower section to like about 800. I want to kind of run some numbers on that again, but I know the pace has been blistering. So that was one thing that we're looking at, is the running it backwards. What was that pace going to be like? And it looks like it was fast, because even the lead UTVs were running about 55, 57 mile an hour average.
That's quick.
Which is about 10 mile an hour faster than a normal race pace for 1,000. So I know a lot of crews were having a hard time keeping up with their guys. I've been getting a lot of feedback. And so with the trucks, another thing that I'm seeing here is with our specs, you've got the Herbst brothers that have been running neck and neck all day long, and that's Thor and Riley. And I'm showing them, they're in the washes in San Felipe right now, and it looks like they're kind of going through the last washes. So you see this area right here, you've got Riley. I'm going to zoom in a touch.
And of course, Thor's in the 219, Riley's in the 298.
Yeah, so you got Thor is just ahead of him, and they've been running this way from when I left at 4 p.m. yesterday. So that to me is amazing. That might be part of a team strategy of just kind of run together, and then, hey, we'll race the last 100 and, winner take all. But that's your specs. So your specs are at 1073 right now. Another thing that I find interesting is where our lead UTVs are at. And the battle all day yesterday, I was talking about what's going to win, a 10 car or a UTV for the overall, because that's been an ongoing battle for about the last 5 years, and it's still a battle.
Still a battle.
So we'll go down here, and you've got
we can see
spec trucks.
Great shot though, Riley Herbst.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, and it almost looks like there's some moisture in the ground. So you know they got rain through that area, so there might not be a lot of dust, which is going to make for awesome passing and awesome racing.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier before you came in. There was all that rainstorm that came in through Ensenada, and then went to San Felipe. It cleared up last night around 7 or 8. I guess the stars came out. But when it went over that hill, a lot of water was dumped. Did it change the goat trail? Did it, you know, some of the washes, did they get flooded out? Did they expose some rocks? Did it cover some rocks up?
Yeah, for sure. I was looking at some social media, and it looked like there was some, one of the lead trucks going through like a wash or like water crossing. So I think that there were some washouts. You know, if there are spectators out there, post some videos and, you know, show us, get some boots on the ground and show us what's going on out there. But from watching the Doppler radar 2 nights ago, it looked like Ensenada and San Felipe got dumped on.
Yeah.
So I would anticipate there being some mud puddles, some washouts. You know, there were videos of downtown Ensenada inundated with water. There was a couple feet of water in some of the low-lying streets there. So there definitely, I think, is going to be water on the course, which plays into this.
Yes.
So some of these battles that are shaping up to the finish, if there's not dust, you can throw it down a lot harder and run real tight. So like with Riley and Thor, they may be like 100 yards off of each other all the way to the finish.
And we're not seeing dust.
No.
We're not seeing a bunch.
And I think you're right in what you're talking about. I think they're going to come down to it, and yeah, it's a team, but they're going to race for it. You know, they're going to go for it. I believe we're going to see a good battle, and I was expecting a much higher attrition rate. I'm not seeing it so far. I mean, yeah, people have dropped off. There've been some mechanicals. You know, most of the people try and get them fixed, but a lot of cars still running out there.
And close.
And close, too.
There's a lot of tight battles.
They're not stretched out, yeah.
A lot of classes.
Yeah.
So when we did our leaderboard yesterday afternoon, a lot of classes, you had the top 10 still within like 15 minutes of each other, 500 miles into the race. So right here, I want to kind of point out, you've got Justin Lambert, who has been leading the Pro UTV Open class for pretty much all day long. Brock Hager led for a little bit. He had an issue. From what I understand, they had a clutch part break, and they got that replaced, but I think he lost about 20 minutes or so, and that pushed him back. Brock is in the mix, but really the battle that's shaping up for the UTV overall win is going to be Justin Lambert, who you see right here at 989, and then you've got the lead 10 car of the 1000 car of David Ruvalcaba Adame. So that's going back to when I was setting up this race of who's going to win this battle between the 10s and the UTVs. Right now, the UTVs got them, but not by much.
Yeah.
And those 10 cars are going to run fast in the washes of San Felipe. So we'll see how that plays out. And then you got Caden McCachran here. So Caden, he's been out of the car for a little while. Justin Morgan drove the middle section. And now you got Reese Millen getting in. So you got kind of a hot shoe coming in. I believe Lambert right now.
Yeah, you said Lambert's going to get back in the car, and then you got Reese Millen. So these guys are going to be battling.
I just talked to Lambert's team, and I think because it's so close, they might not take the time to put Justin in, and they want to maintain track position. So I think Scott Trafton, he drove from San Ignacio to 9:15. So Adrian Oriano has been in since 9:15. And it's looking like he might be taking it to the finish.
And that's a good strategy you're talking about. If you got such a close battle, if you take the time to switch drivers, that could just throw out, that's maybe only going to take, a minute or two to pop out, but that's still time.
They are so close.
Yeah.
You got Lambert at 990 right now and Caden at 989. So they're a mile apart.
Yeah,
so if Lambert stops and pits and does a driver's change, he's going to lose track position and he'll be overtaken. And then you're going to have Reese Millen in the car. Now they're going to have to run down Reese and pass him.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he can do it.
No,
So,
and Reese is a hard guy to do it. He knows how to get those elbows out, too.
and yeah, for sure. And Reese has been down there pre-running, and he's got a lot of miles in Baja under his belt. He's won a Baja 1000 in a UTV. So, with Caden's team, the question I had was Justin Morgan. Justin's got a ton of time racing down here and, been great on a dirt bike, but not a lot of UTV experience. So there's a little bit of a question mark of how's he going to do in the UTV, but it looks like he did great. So those guys are all close, and then you've got Brock Hager is not that far off here. And like I said, he had a mechanical problem. Yeah, here's Brock Hager. He's in the speed zone section at 968.
And I believe he's our points leader as well, correct?
He is. He's won the last two races. Yeah. I kind of feel like for Brock, it's going to take a lot to overtake those guys. So just hold your pace. Take the points championship.
Take the points championship.
Yeah.
And a third. Third's not what you want out of 1,000, but
you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to throw that away.
Yeah. And if you wad it up, really the only way he's going to lose the points is if he DNFs.
Yeah.
And so just don't wad it up.
Right. Now, Wes, I have a question for you in regards to where's the starting position with Lambert and then Reese with Caden. So depending on that he might not ever have to pass him, and he could still win.
Yeah, it's Lambert was third off the line, and Caden was. Yeah, it's going to be real close.
It's going to be close. Yeah, so that's an important thing to talk about adjusted time.
See.
Caden was seventh.
Okay, so in theory, Reese just follows his dust trail all the way to the finish and takes the win for Team Polaris.
Yeah.
That could be
So what was
that,
30 seconds?
Because that's a smart
separated
move.
Them?
Yeah, there's 30 seconds, so we're talking...
that's how many positions?
4 spots, right?
4 spots, 2 minutes.
Right. And right now, a mile.
Got it.
Caden is probably leading on adjusted.
Yeah. That's an important thing to think about.
Yeah.
No,
when we didn't used to have radios, it was not easy
to
tell the driver. Yeah. So we always had to pass, right?
But we still also think about penalties, VCP violations.
For sure.
I mean, there's so many other
speed zones.
Speed zones, yep, that could happen, and there's a lot of those out there.
It's going to be so close that you're not going to have a real good idea of who the official winner is until they post it after they go through VCPs and speed zones, because
we'll have our ceremonial first place.
When you have these long speed zones, almost everybody gets dinged a little bit.
Yeah.
And if we're talking like a minute or less, then a couple dings and that could determine who the winner is.
And we've seen that where it's been either like, it could be a 30-second one, it could be a couple minutes, depending on how long they were speeding and how long they penalized them for, or you get a VCP. That's a big one.
Two
and
years
unfortunately,
ago,
I know.
So
what was it, 12 inches?
The 3 feet, they said I missed the VCP.
Okay, 36 inches.
We're talking about 12 inches, but we're back to these the Herbst guys too. They're just still mowing it down. They're putting time in, and there's not a lot of dust with the second truck. It seems like
there's a big gap in between.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's moisture in the ground. There's not going to be a lot of dust, so there's going to be good racing. The other thing is your third, fourth, and fifth in the UTVs right now is you've got Brandon Sims. So I was talking with his team. He was running second almost all day and night, but he had gotten into a trophy truck that was stuck in the silt early on yesterday and bent his bumper, and the majority of his lights are on his bumper. So he's been using his, he had a light bar up on top, but all his ambers and stuff were lower down. So that's definitely a disadvantage, because your light bar, and especially when it's up high, what happens is it's going across your line of sight, and you get more light reflecting in your
Just
eyes.
like having your bright lights on in the fog.
Yes, I mean
It's
that's
horrible.
why fog lights are down low.
It's horrible.
And so
Dust
everyone.
lights.
Yeah, we put our dust lights down low as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons the amber too. It's able to cut through that. Correct.
Yeah, and it doesn't reflect back
Reflect
as much.
back, yes.
It's more why you run it. But if we look at here, you've got Brock Hager, who's come back from having the downtime, and then you've got Brandon Sims, and then Wayne Matlock. So this is real close as well. And Wayne did a rear start in his class.
And that's the amazing thing. So that's a lot of time he's got.
Yeah, so he's probably ahead of Brandon on adjusted. And he might even be fairly close to Brock on adjusted. He's got 972 versus, it's 10 miles, and it's probably about 7.5 minutes, I think, in differential. So Brock's got him a little, but that's real close. And I know with the Matlocks, Wayne had Josh Rowe get in and do the middle, but Wayne was going to get in right around, I think it was like 1,000 or so. So Wayne and Kristen should both be getting in. Yeah, they were getting in at 1,000.
Oh, she's getting back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Elliott Watson drove the middle section for her. So a lot of these teams have their original drivers getting back in to take it to the finish, and generally that's your faster driver. So, a lot of times you'll start with a fast your hired gun basically, or your fastest driver on the team, and then nothing against the guys in the middle, but you have them carry you through the night, maintain your position, and then you put your fast driver back in for the finish. I know a lot of teams are doing that strategy, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because when you get the fast drivers back in, we might see a little bit of changes here.
Well, I thought, Elliott Watson, though, if he's got a middle section, that's a fast driver. He's won before.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So I think that is a smart move, not only maintaining, he probably could have made some ground up.
Yeah.
And I think that did happen with some of the teams.
Yeah.
In fact, I was watching Kristen's car was making some ground. She was running top 3 for quite a while. I want to see, I think that they must have had some sort of an issue, because now the last I saw, she was back with Caden Wells.
Okay, so it did lose a little bit. Something happened then.
Yeah, I have a message out to them. We'll see if I can get some feedback on what their issues were. Also, your lead forced induction is Jason Murray.
Ooh. And
so on Jason's team, he had Michael McFadden, who's kind of a young up-and-coming driver that he's been doing really well. He just won the last Legacy race overall, so he runs a really strong pace. I felt like he was a real strong addition to their team, and I believe they're first in points as well.
Okay.
So let me check the standings here. Yeah, so Jason Murray's first in points. He had a 12, a 2, and a 4, and he's got a 6-point lead. So he's looking really good to take the points championship in that class. A story we talked about yesterday was the Can-Am Maverick R versus the Pro R, and this was the first showdown.
It's the showdown between the two, correct.
Unfortunately, Phil Blurton was running strong. He was right in the mix for the overall. Not sure what happened, but he's dropped off pace. That happened yesterday afternoon, and he's back up and going. You can see he is here running 3rd in forced induction. So you got the Murrays are coming into Fred's tractor trail, and then
which luckily just got cleared up, because we had a spec truck lost power steering that was stuck up on there, and they got that fixed because they were starting to stack up behind them. And that is so narrow, and there's a ledge. There's no way that you're getting by anybody.
There's those switchbacks there where you have a big drop off on the right when you're going down, and if somebody does get stuck there, there's no way around it. So that is a potential bottleneck point on the race course, and I'm glad they got that cleared.
Well, we just saw a vehicle coming in. Looks like we got another bike or something just showed up at the finish line there. So we're starting to see them trickle in. Getting their finish picture there.
And we're getting pretty close to our 4-wheel leaders.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at about 5:21 right now, our time, Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah.
They were predicting Mountain Time roughly around 6 to 7 in that range, I believe. I was thinking it was going to be 9 and 10. Boy, was I wrong. I mean, this is just amazing, the pace that they're keeping. It's just, this is one of the fastest 1,000s I've seen.
It's not very fast for that driver. He's just begging for that finish line.
1,300 miles.
Hearing all.
So we got audio issues, so we're going to come back to us here. And, so what else we got? The one the big story we talked about, Wouter. He's still plugging away, and he's still leading. So what's up with that?
Yeah. Okay, so when I got back to the hotel, I did a little research on him, and we were asking people, hey, message us, give us the lowdown on this guy. So apparently he lives in Australia, but he's from the Netherlands, and he has raced Red Bull Romaniacs.
Oh.
So
that just explained it all.
He's not like this full-on rookie that's just coming in that's never been on a dirt bike.
That's some gnarly stuff, I'll tell you.
Yeah, so if you're doing Romaniacs, you're a pretty good rider.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was finishing,
But he's never ridden Baja before, I was told. Is that correct? He's never been in Baja.
That's what I understand.
That's a whole other animal, but
here's on the Red Bull Romaniac site, he was finishing in the 50s to the 30s, and there's some pretty badass riders in that. And he was on a KTM 300 two-stroke. So I had suspicions that we had a little bit of a ringer kind of coming in that was downplaying his lack of experience. I'm still kind of feeling that way because you just don't come down here, buy a bike, and then go out and lead the Ironman class. And the thing is he's not just leading the Ironman class.
He's crushing.
He was doing really well overall in the dirt bikes the last I checked.
It looks like he stopped for a little bit, took a break, but Rich was telling me that he actually rode the bike from San Diego to La Paz. Had to change tires because he wore them down. Say what?
Yeah. So the story I heard there was he wrote it down, he went to Tech, and they told him that you can't start on bald tires because he had wrote it down there. So he had to actually do some maintenance work on his bike before they would clear him for Tech. Plus, he had no pit support. That was one of the things we talked about. I'm like,
Okay, so we're going to go to the ramp real quick. Gabriel's got that interview, and we'll be back.
Perfect. So it's time for tacos.
Tacos and cervezas.
Maybe a tequila shot.
Long day, long day.
Okay, buddy. So I hope to see you tomorrow in the ceremony hours. It's going to be something exciting. Looks like it's 3 over. We want to wait for the official results. Do you want to say something else, my man?
First, I want to start off thanking you guys, Score, putting on an incredible course. My teammates, Brody, Jarrett, and Russell. Sorry, man. No sleep for a few hours. And Russell, man, you guys did awesome. I couldn't have done it. It was Austin. It was a good team effort. Little issues here and there, but our chase crew was phenomenal all day. All of our sponsors that help us out. Seve is one of the big driving factors behind this team and puts everything together. And then, the funding from, the sponsors like Cooley Construction, Desert Unlimiteds, Lakeside Auto Brokers. Bob at San Diego Powerhouse built the bike, a great bike, incredible bike. And, I mean, it was just, you know, it was Baja. Baja kind of won today, but, I mean, a finish on this race is good. So thanks for my teammates, and, man, it was fun.
We're going to see you the next season in the Score Series. Maybe.
Do what?
We're going to see you the next year.
No, not me.
Wild.
Yeah, we'll be here next year.
Sounds great, buddy. It's a deal. So we're going to see you the next year racing with us in the 2024 Score Desert Champion Series. So we have a big applause for you. Un gran aplauso para estos corredores de la Moto 9X, llegando aquí a la meta de la Baja 1000 Ensenada, Baja California, después de más de 1,300 millas, arrancando ayer en el Malecón de La Paz. Así que es tiempo para ellos, para que puedan festejar. Thank you, guys. We're going to have a photo group out for these guys for the Score Journal magazine. You can check all months from the entire year talking about the race, the San Felipe 250, the Baja 500, and of course the Baja 400. And remember, tomorrow is going to be ceremony hours inside from the Riviera Convention Center, 7 o'clock. It's going to start the party for everything. Así que mañana recuerden que va a ser la ceremonia de premiación en el Riviera. Salón Catedral, evento gratuito para todo el público. Pueden ir, pueden comprar la botella oficial de tequila. Está a la venta también la revista oficial, el programa de la Baja 1000, las medallas oficiales y sobre todo tomarse fotografías con sus pilotos favoritos. Se espera que a las 8 de la mañana tentativamente llegue el primer Trophy Track aquí a la meta en Ensenada, en la Bella Cenicienta del Pacífico. También estamos esperando la siguiente motocicleta, la 139 con Sergio Jiménez, que va a ser la primera motocicleta Sportman ATV de Mexicali, Baja California, buscando llegar aquí y recibir la bandera cuadros en la cuarta fecha del Campeonato Mundial 2023 de Score Intentional. Vamos a volver en unos momentos más con todos ustedes y gracias por estar aquí con ustedes, con nosotros y sobre todo soportando este gran frío aquí en Ensenada.
Well, thanks, Gabriel. That's so awesome. You know, I was talking about the Score Journal, about everything going on, and about our ceremony we're going to have at the Cultural Center when this is all said and done, which is still a lot of hours from now. But, you know, you just got a text real quick, Rich. Now, we were wondering, because we were looking at Luke McMillan's tracker, and it had been 29 minutes, 35 minutes, 45 minutes since it's updated. He is still currently running second, is what the word in the text
That's
you just
correct.
got. Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, if we look at this, he hasn't pinged in an hour and 6 minutes.
Okay.
So I was kind of curious what's really going on.
Well, I was getting nervous, so I texted him because they were all of a sudden showed him in fourth. And I'm like, how did that happen? Somebody's tracker wasn't working for just a short period.
Right.
That means Alan Pudia is sitting third still, and then I do believe Mike Walser's entry is still sitting fourth. So unofficial.
Yeah. So another thing here is your lead ATV is the 1A of Nicholas Velez. He's at race mile 12:02, so he's getting pretty close to the finish. Little, basically about 100 miles for him to go, and then the lead ATV will be winning. His dad used to race, they've won, so his family's got a long history of racing experience down here.
Well, I know we were just talking about Walter, and I understand we're going to take a look here at the map, Adam. And we were wondering what was going on with Walter. What was he doing? I said he took a little break. Well, we had some social media that actually caught him taking his break, kind of chilling out. You know, when I fooled you guys.
I think he's eating some tacos.
Some tacos?
If it's the one I've seen,
okay.
yeah.
All of Baja is cheering for you right now. Everyone across the peninsula, all of Score, everyone at Fish Sticks, dude. What do you got to say to everyone out there that's cheering for you?
Thanks everyone. Also, thank you to the Just lost a couple of balls, but
dude. Good job, man. Keep it up. All of Baja is cheering for you right now. Everyone across the peninsula, all of Score, everyone at Fish Sticks, dude. What do you got to say to everyone out there that's cheering for you?
Thanks everyone. Also, thank you to the Just lost a couple of balls, but
lead into it, I can throw it to it.
Well, that's pretty good, Walter. You know, I know he was around 900-mile mark, I believe, and he's just actually spanking a few people out there.
Yeah, I'm still kind of looking for him on the tracker. Right now, I see in the Ironman Edgar Coda at 10:30 on the 723X. That is the first Ironman that I'm seeing, but I'll keep looking here and try to find him.
I believe that was around the 800 mark. He took his break and he was down for a little bit. I was kind of worrying. Hopefully, he didn't break. I saw that 0.1 miles an hour. Usually, when I see that, it's like, oh no, somebody broke. Nope. He just had to enjoy some tacos.
Yeah, I think that was right before you crossed Highway 1 and went over into all the rocky stuff south of Catavina.
Okay.
So a great place to stop and take a break.
I was going to say, Catavina's got some great tacos.
So he's taking a break, but it's only 800 miles, and that's his break.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing. And at that 800-mile mark, you also have the BFGoodrich car of Kyle Tucker and the team of everybody with BFG.
And
they're running. They're in BC1.
Yeah, we got another bike coming in. First quad.
So they had a sportsman cutoff. So you have a lot of sportsmen that are mixed in. So the quads that are coming in right now are sportsman quads, I believe. Because I think 1A is your lead overall.
En la meta de la edición 56. La BFGoodrich Tires, Baja presentada para todos ustedes por los filtros Cayenne, Sergio Jiménez, moto 139A. Primer corredor mexicano en concluir estas 1000 millas que arrancaron por primera vez en la historia de la Baja California Sur. Ganador no oficial de la categoría Sportman ATV. Vamos a platicar unos momentos más con él ya que se pueda quitar el casco y con su equipo. ¿Tu nombre?
Efren Vázquez.
Efren, ¿qué tal la experiencia de esta Baja 1000 arrancando la pasada con la palomilla?
Pues fue una carrera totalmente diferente. Empezamos con un ritmo de carrera muy rápido y terminamos pues ya con un ritmo más lento. Pero pues estuvo chingón porque tuvimos una carrera limpia, se puede decir, ningún problema. Así que pues estoy contento de estar aquí en la meta.
Efren, parece que primer lugar en las 1000 millas siempre es muy especial.
Sí, como no, es yo creo la carrera más importante del año, así que yo creo este primer lugar, en caso de, esperando resultados oficiales, valdría mucho más.
Claro que sí. ¿Quiénes se subieron a la motocicleta contigo, Efren?
Pues el dueño del equipo es Sergio Jiménez, aquí mi compañero Javier Robles, Steven López, Ricardo Baeza y René Villa.
Perfecto, vamos a platicar con Sergio unos momentos más. Después de esta experiencia, Sergio, llegaste con algo de lodo, cansado, pero feliz, primer lugar.
Sí, primer lugar, en mi primer carrera como piloto récord. Y pues quiero darle gracias a Dios fue una carrera muy pesada. Y pues aquí estamos en la meta, gracias a mis pilotos, a Steven, a Javier, a Efren, a Baeza y a Luis Villa que hicieron muy buen trabajo. No tuvimos ningún contratiempo con la moto, se portó muy bien. Le quiero también darle gracias a papá de Efren, al señor que nos apoyó durante toda la carrera. No tuvimos ningún contratiempo y pues aquí estamos.
Sergio, ¿quién arrancó la carrera allá en La Paz?
Arranqué yo, pero arranqué en falso, me bajé en la mía 10. De ahí siguió mi compañero Javier Robles hasta la mía 120. De ahí me subí yo hasta la 175. Después siguió Efren. Y así fuimos sucesivamente haciendo cambios rápido, que no fuera tan cansado para seguir adelante y empujando hasta llegar aquí con el primer lugar. Arrancamos en última, fue la última moto. Y pues aquí estamos en cuarto o quinto general en la meta.
Sergio, te pregunto lo del arranque porque a mí la piel se me enchinó de ver a tanta palomilla en el malecón, la verdad. Nunca he visto un arranque con tanta gente en las motos en Score International, contando los segundos cuando ustedes arrancaban y esperándonos ahí la madrugada.
No, sí, la afición de allá, hay mucha afición a que nos apoyan a todos como corredores. Se siente muy fregón, la verdad. Y pues sí, fuimos bastantes motos, en la categoría fuimos 13 al parecer, y en total yo creo que sí fueron alrededor de 60 o 70 motos. Se vio nada que ver como con otras carreras.
Sergio, ¿qué significa como mexicano ser el primero en cruzar la meta en esta Baja 1000?
Se siente muy fregón, la verdad, porque pues es mi primera Baja 1000 como piloto récord y inicié corriendo el año y pues parece que somos campeones. Sí, todo se bien.
Sergio, los patrocinadores hicieron posible para ti esta carrera aquí en Score.
Mis patrocinadores, mi patrocinador oficial, motores el MJ39, motores del Cheche Jiménez, Suárez Abogados, Centenario Plus, Dulce Capricho, MY Transport, Bubu Motorsports, El Paul Transmisiones, Minimotor Seguro Jiménez, Madrería San Fernando, Varo Suspension, que fue el que preparó la moto, no tuvimos ningún problema, JR Racing, y pues sean todos.
Claro que sí, Sergio, esperamos verte mañana en la premiación aquí dentro del Riviera, el Salón Catedral, 7:30 de la tarde con todo tu equipo.
Ok, perfecto, ahí nos vemos y a esperar resultados oficiales para poder llevarnos el campeonato.
Claro que sí, vamos a platicar con Javier Robles Jr. Javier, desde Mexicali, kilómetro 43, diciendo presente.
Sí, así es. Dime.
Javier, ¿qué tal la experiencia de arrancar por primera vez la Baja Mil allá en La Paz con toda la palomilla? La gente, sabemos que en La Paz, San Ignacio, Comondús, es otro nivel la afición allá.
Sí, así es, hay mucha gente aficionada en el off-road. La verdad, pues en casi todo el arranque, pues pude ver gente, o sea, de la milla 10 hasta la 125, siempre tuve gente, o sea, nunca, hay mucha gente aficionada allá en el off-road.
Javier, ¿cuántas veces con esta has ganado la Baja Mil? Sabemos que tienes grandes victorias, pero si recuerdas.
Creo que como 5 o 6.
Impresionante el récord que tienes. Un equipo muy joven, fuiste a la experiencia de este equipo, también bastante joven, pero lograron vencer una ruta muy exigente. Ya llegar aquí a la meta es un triunfo para cualquier piloto.
Sí, la verdad que sí, pues por las veladas, el cansancio, todo, pues es muy cansado para todos los pilotos, como la gente que nos ayuda a manejar y todo eso. Sí es bastante cansado, más que cualquier otra carrera. Y pues la verdad, pues muy contento de haber estado aquí, pues obviamente ser el primer quad en meta y pues a seguir la que sigue el próximo año, si Dios quiere.
Claro que sí, Javier, pues es tiempo de comer algo y tratar de descansar.
Sí, así es, lo primero que queremos hacer ahorita.
Perfecto, vamos a platicar también con Steven. La parte que te tocó en esta Baja Mil, ¿cuál fue?
Me tocó de la Purísima a San Ignacio. Pues fue un tramo un poco largo, fueron 140 millas y pues estuvo bueno.
¿Qué tal la competencia? Más de 10 motos en tu categoría de muy buen nivel, muchos corredores mexicanos por puesto.
Sí, estuvo buena la competencia. Batallamos para ponernos en primer lugar y creo que ya en la milla 200 íbamos en primero y estuvo bueno el pique ahí.
¿Es tu primer triunfo en una Baja Mil?
Sí, es el primer triunfo.
¿Qué sientes?
No, pues emoción y agradecido con el equipo por darme la oportunidad de correr con ellos y pues para las que siguen también.
Claro que sí, mañana celebrar aquí en la premiación dentro del Riviera.
Ahí nos vamos a ver.
Gracias, Steven, excelente noche para ti.
Gracias, igualmente.
Perfecto, pues el equipo Sergio Jiménez llegando a la meta aquí en Ensenada, Baja California, de esta edición 56 de la BFGoodrich Tires Baja Mil, presentada para todos ustedes por los filtros KN. Y viene la fotografía oficial para toda la prensa de Score International, que van a estar viendo ustedes en la revista Score Journal del próximo mes de diciembre, buscando sobre todo festejar y tratar de abrir la botella de champaña junto con la bandera conmemorativa de estas 1000 millas, más de 1300 millas entre La Paz, Baja California Sur y Ensenada, Baja California. Y estos son los guerreros del desierto que están llegando aquí a la Bella Cenicienta del Pacífico para tratar de alguna manera de llevarse una gran memoria más a su casa. Vamos a seguir platicando con más corredores de la Armada Mexicana, muchos equipos tricolores que arrancaron a La Paz y ¡viva México! Claro que sí, otra victoria más dentro del Campeonato Mundial 2023 Score International, y vamos a platicar con la siguiente motocicleta. Si no me equivoco, es el equipo 100X de Fernando Beltrán, el churro de aquí en Ensenada. Así que importantísimo lo que vamos a estar viviendo dentro de esta odisea, que como lo platicamos con muchos aficionados, arrancó con muchas personas en el malecón de La Paz, Baja California Sur. Nunca en la historia se había vivido un arranque de un evento nacional en esa sede de Baja California Sur, y La Paz no falló. Tienen más carreras en el sur de Score International. Vamos a ver en el futuro si esto se puede volver a repetir. Por pronto, la afición de Baja California Sur nos puso el ejemplo, y sobre todo un agradecimiento al gobierno de Baja California Sur, al gobierno de Baja California, por apoyar esta Baja 1000 que es bastante impresionante. Viene la siguiente motocicleta. Primer lugar en la categoría Pro Moto Limited, Fernando Beltrán y su equipo, la 100X. Vamos a platicar unos momentos más. Está la bandera de ganadores, por supuesto. La champaña que se va a abrir también. Bajando la rampa, por favor. ¿Tu nombre?
Mi nombre es Mauri Herrera, pues uno de los corredores del equipo Sunglass Spot. Pues contento por estar aquí ya en Ensenada después de pues 2 largos días y pues aquí bien contento.
Mauri Ensenadense, estás en la casa, toda la afición aquí esperándote, el Boulevard Costero. Gran victoria, impresionante la verdad. ¿Qué se siente llegar a ser de los mexicanos que están demostrando que el nivel siempre está aquí en México? Nada más cuestión de que les den la oportunidad como la que les ha brindado Fernando el Churro Beltrán.
Sí, pues ahora sí, como lo repito, bien contento con Fernando por hacer esto posible y también contento por cada uno de mis compañeros que hizo un excelente trabajo en sus secciones y es por eso que estamos aquí ya en Ensenada, en casa, yo soy de aquí en Ensenada.
Mauri, ¿qué tal las últimas millas con el lodo, la lluvia de ayer? ¿Qué tal? Vemos que llegas pues con bastante lodo en tu traje.
Sí, la verdad que pues no me lo esperaba, yo que soy aquí local de Ensenada, usualmente salgo a recorrer esta zona, pero totalmente diferente, mucho lodo como lo dice, pero gracias a Dios se cumplió el objetivo y aquí estamos.
Mauri, ¿a quién le dedicas esta gran victoria en el cumpleaños 56 de la Baja 1000?
Pues especialmente pues a mi familia, a mi papá, a mi mamá que siempre me están apoyando. También a mi novia que siempre me está apoyando, a mi hermana, a todos en general, gracias.
Vamos a platicar con Fernando Beltrán, el dueño del equipo. Fernando, otra victoria y otro campeonato de International para ti.
Sí, creo que es como el 7º en 10 años que tenemos, en diferentes años, no consecutivos, pero sí ya llevamos varios en 10 años, como 7 creo.
Fernando, ¿cómo logras armar este equipo de jóvenes talentos baja californianos, mexicanos que están dando la cara aquí en el Campeonato Mundial de Score?
Bueno, pues primero se van, nos vamos juntando, somos camaradas, somos amigos todos y vamos decidiendo cada uno participar en el equipo. Y cada uno de ellos pone pues mucho esfuerzo, mucha dedicación para poder hacer esto, que el equipo pues tenga este resultado, ¿no?
Fernando, sabemos que un gran esfuerzo, el presupuesto, viajar hasta La Paz, pero ¿qué tal el arranque ya con toda la palomilla? Algo impresionante en el malecón ayer.
Pues es diferente, ¿no? Ahora sí que la palomilla es muy aficionada en Baja Sur, igual aquí en Ensenada, en Baja California Norte, pero sí la gente allá, pues bueno, nunca habían tenido un evento de score, de arranque y pues bueno, la gente la vimos muy emocionada, ¿no?
Fernando, me imagino que van a celebrar muchas horas arriba de la moto, posiblemente tacos y mañana esperar la ceremonia de premiación aquí dentro del Riviera.
Ahorita vamos a ir a dormir, ya estamos bien cansados, creo que tuvimos más de 30 horas sin dormir, y ya lo que queremos es descansar un buen rato, ¿no?
Fernando, ¿cómo dividieron la ruta en la moto? ¿En qué parte se subió cada uno de los corredores?
Al último terminamos cambiando unas secciones ya por motivos de, pues bueno, una falla mecánica de un carro y cosas así que no pudimos alcanzar a llegar. Tuvimos una buena regañada por parte de Francisco Septién porque no alcanzamos a tener su llanta lista y bueno, fuimos buscando algunas cosas, ¿no? Pero bueno, básicamente Ricerna tuvo el arranque, después la tomó Mauri Herrera, continúa Luis, después Tien, después Ábalos y ahí empezó el desmadre, ¿no? Empezamos a cambiar.
Fernando, el próximo año, ¿misma categoría o qué planes hay con los muchachos?
Probablemente la que sigue, que es a la 22.
Con los chicos grandes, son grandes pilotos, son grandes campeones de score, pero buscan dar el siguiente nivel.
Sí, ya con arrancar más enfrente creo que hay más posibilidades todavía de llegar más enfrente. Siendo ahorita creo que la moto casi 30 en arrancar,
pues aún así llegamos en, no sé, tercero o cuarto overall, ¿verdad? Cuarto overall, exacto. Entonces yo creo que tenemos más oportunidades de poner más enfrente.
Quinto overall, error mío. Fernando, los patrulleros que hacen posible, sé que la empresa en la que estás al frente es la principal marca, pero si quieres darle agradecimiento a esa marca y también a tu familia.
Claro, principalmente a mi señora, a mi familia, a todos mis amigos, compañeros de equipo, pues a mi trabajo, que son los que principalmente son los que nos sacan estos eventos, sí, que es Óptica de Ensenada y Sunglass Spot, que son mis dos negocios que nos permite patrocinar nuestro hobby.
Fernando, estos negocios muy cerca aquí del Boulevard Costero, estás en casa de toda la afición ensenadense y sobre todo, pues cerca de la Revolución Mexicana, otro aniversario, ustedes están revolucionando la Baja 1000.
Así es, otra vez más un equipo mexicano que no mucha gente lo sabe, pero pues completamente mexicanos y sobre todo de aquí en Ensenada, pues, somos de los primeros en llegar a meta.
Claro que sí, Fernando. La quinta moto en llegar y cruzar la meta aquí en el Boulevard Costero, muchas felicidades.
Gracias, Gabriel.
Gracias a ti, Fernando. Vamos a platicar también con algunos de los otros pilotos que están, pues dialogaron sobre la carrera. ¿Tu nombre? ¿Qué tal la experiencia de esta Baja 1000?
Pues es mi primera Baja 1000 y la neta es algo nuevo, algo muy chilo, pero pues se hizo ya acá con el equipo de Fernando Beltrán y pues hicimos el trabajo, se logró la meta y pues ya estamos aquí.
Dice que el próximo año le van a entrar a la clase 22. ¿Qué tal te parece el cambio? Van a ir contra el Chavo Salvatierra, el equipo Honda, esas grandes marcas que hay aquí en Baja.
Sí, me parece bien, nomás entrenar más y les damos competencia.
Por último, ¿a quién le dedicas esta gran victoria en la Baja 1000?
Pues a mis papás, que son los que me ayudan, pues para todo. Pues a Fernando Beltrán, que es el que me invitó, que hizo esto posible. Y pues a todos los que apoyan, la neta.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Vamos a platicar con otro de tus compañeros. ¿Tu nombre?
Larry Serna.
Larry, tuve la oportunidad de platicar contigo allá en la rampa, la revisión mecánica. Impresionante ayer con la afición, la verdad, algo increíble, tomándose fotos muy respetuosos, pero sobre todo apoyándolos en todo momento en la ruta en Baja California Sur y ahora aquí también en la zona norte de la península.
Sí, no, la verdad yo no había tenido la oportunidad de correr en Baja Sur. A mí me tocó arrancar la moto y fue una experiencia increíble. Yo no me imaginaba que la gente iba a estar despierta a esa hora, pero estaba tapizada la pista de gente, bebés en brazos, gente en pijamas con tus cobijas, tomando su café, fogatas. Fue algo muy inolvidable, la verdad estuvo muy suave la experiencia. Y mis respetos para la gente del sur, la Palomilla. Como digo, mis respetos, es tan aficionada que la verdad le ganaron acá a la gente de acá arriba. La verdad sí me dejaron con la boca abierta.
Larry, fue una gran competencia en la categoría Pro Moto Limited. Muchos corredores mexicanos, extranjeros, pero ustedes dejaron aquí en México el primer lugar.
Así es, tuvimos una carrera muy reñida con la segunda moto que viene en la clase, cual era por el campeonato. Después de eso ya nuestra competencia se empieza a convertir de las motos de enfrente y poco a poco nos fuimos yendo más para adelante y al parecer somos la cuarta moto overall sin contar el quad y es un resultado muy satisfactorio para mí y para mi equipo que hemos trabajado muy bien durante el año. Habíamos tenido nuestras fallas en la 500 y en la 400, pero esta carrera la ejecutamos tal y cual como debió haber sido.
Larry, y también campeones 2023 de Score International, todo parece indicar, pues cierran el año de una manera espectacular.
Sí, claro, teníamos el campeonato en juego, en esta carrera se decidía, fue una carrera muy reñida, como dije, pero al parecer aseguramos el campeonato una vez más y cerramos el año en la buena nota.
Claro que sí, Larry, muchas gracias por participar con nosotros y nos vemos en el 2024.
Nos vemos si Dios quiere.
Vamos a platicar con otro de los corredores que está aquí en la rampa. Llega tu nombre, por favor.
Luis Flores.
Luis, ¿qué tal la diversión de esta Baja 1000?
Pues una carrera muy divertida y muy dura y muy larga.
Luis, la verdad que la ruta peninsular siempre es impresionante. Nunca habíamos vivido un arranque en el sur Ahora cambió todo el plan, cerrar acá en una parte muy difícil como lo fue San Felipe.
Pues sí, es una logística diferente a, pues a lo que estamos acostumbrados, pero pues se pudo sacar el trabajo.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 1000 presented by K&N, along with this live stream broadcast brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. I'm back. I'm Brandon Johnson. I'll be your host covering the thrilling conclusion to the 2023 Score Desert Championship as our racers approach Ensenada, and our first bikes have already come through. And so please stay with us for the exciting conclusion. Obviously, with me this morning, we've got professional Baja champion turned motion picture stuntman Rich Minga. He's been with you guys for the last few hours. And then also, let's welcome back our professional ATV, UTV, five-time Score champion and multiple Baja 1000 racer, Wes Miller. Gentlemen, it is on. It's happening. Some incredible stuff has been taking place so far. Wes, where do you want to begin right now before we get, Wes has got a great package on King Shocks. Well, you were talking about suspension, I guess is where I'm going with this.
Yeah, well, while we have our leaders coming in, you know, in a race like the Baja 1000, suspension is one of the most important things on your vehicle.
Yeah.
So be it a dirt bike, a quad, or trophy truck, class 11.
Yeah.
The shocks that you're running on there is critical. And I was able to get together with the guys from King Shocks while they were doing suspension testing. And we did a little piece talking about dampening, setup on shocks, compression, rebound, all of that.
Because
So
at
let's take
this
a look
point,
at it.
at this point, these vehicles have been taking a pounding. So let's roll that clip on King Shocks.
Definitely. I'm here with King Shocks down in San Felipe. Suspension is a really critical component to off-road racing, and in my opinion, King Shocks are the kings of Baja suspension. One of the cool things that they do is they offer a tuning service where they come down beforehand to the races. Guys that are running their shocks can come, tune their shocks, run the course, and get their cars dialed for this race. There's a lot of things that go into tuning a shock. You've got your spring setup as well as your dampening, which is your compression and rebound. So what they'll do is go out on the course, run through the whoops here, some corners. There's a lot of different things you do with setup to kind of dial it in. And there's a little bit of a balance because a setup that you'll run for cornering may be a little bit different than high-speed whoops or other types of terrain. You can see you've got your compression knobs here. So you've got firmer, softer, pretty straightforward. You go clockwise to make it more stiff and then counterclockwise to soften it up. That allows you to tune the dampening of the shock without actually having to get to the internals and change shim stacks. If you want to make major changes, you need to go in and work on the internals of the shock, but you do have a fair amount of adjustment with these knobs. One of the things I really like about the King shock versus the, like say, a stock shock that comes on, all of the parts are machined, so a lot of them are out of billet versus cast. You've got the oversized reservoirs with the fins for cooling, and then they're set up with internal bypass. So that helps with the dampening on the shock. Really makes a big difference in performance. You know, I think a lot of people, when they buy a vehicle, they want to do engine mods and to make the car go faster. And realistically, if the car doesn't perform handling-wise, you're not going to be able to use that power. So to me, the first thing to do is get the car handling, and shocks are a major factor in that.
Awesome. Awesome job, Wes. So right now we've been taking a look at the map. We've been kind of catching up to speed. Obviously, Rich, you've been seeing all of the race action that's been taking place. But a story that we really wanted to lean into for a second is going to the trophy trucks. Right now, the Menzies team, they're still in the lead. Now, you got Tavo behind the wheel. Bryce is back. Hopefully, he's been back in Ensenada. He's going to be sitting there waiting, hopefully seeing that Mason truck come across. This is 10 years in the making. Now, Tavo has had an interesting, I'll say in quotes, year thus far. You know, what's going through Bryce's mind? Please just cross the finish line right now.
Well, I mean, from Bryce's perspective, when you choose your other drivers, when you pick them, you're picking them because you have faith that they can do their job. And
pull off that section. And, I mean, Andy and Tavo are two very talented drivers that have a lot of experience. We all knew that was a super team coming into this. And, they were probably the favorite to win this race. But they've executed.
Yes.
It's one thing to be the favorite on paper. It's another to actually do it, nail all your marks, not make any mistakes, and have a perfect race. And I don't want to jinx them because they're just coming through Ojos. But at this point in the race, Bryce should feel pretty confident. I don't think that Tavo's going to throw it away.
No.
He does have Luke keeping him honest right here. But they got enough experience and seat time down here.
You can see here on the map.
Exactly.
So
he's getting ready to head into edge of Ojos and do that last little section through the Blue Gate.
He's almost at 12. Woo. He's almost 1,280 miles into it. He is creeping up at this moment.
And when you get this far into it, there's really not that much racing left because a lot of it's speed zone.
Yeah.
So, in fact, he's in a speed zone right now. So from Luke's perspective, he's only got a couple shots to make a little run at him.
Yep.
And I don't really see it happening.
So Luke's perspective is also, I'm a points leader. I got a lot to lose and not much to gain. You can't make that kind of time up in that short distance in that section. So,
although they started 1 minute intervals, right?
Yeah.
Or really?
Oh, it's 1 minute. 1 minute intervals. I was there.
Yeah. So if Luke's 59 seconds behind him.
Well, you got Luke here on the map right now. He hasn't pinged for 3 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, he's having issues with his tracker, though. So I'm not super confident. But what I'm saying here is, so with speeding penalties, VCPs, it's going to be real close,
You're
man.
keeping me honest. You are correct, Wes. That is awesome. I wasn't thinking straight about that.
Yeah.
I did not realize with that
Luke
ping.
doesn't have to pass Tavo.
No.
Nope. No, because adjusted time.
And is it Robin or Luke right now?
No, Luke's in.
It's Luke.
Yeah,
right.
Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob ran the first half.
I mean, that's still an interesting story.
Yep. And then we got the Walser truck, and that hasn't pinged for 3 minutes. And then obviously Ampudia. So from what we're seeing from the map right now, Ampudia is in fourth, Walser in third, and we're, Luke nipping at the heels potentially of Bryce, but Bryce has had a commanding lead. And look, he's held it the entire race so far, and that's impressive. We just didn't know if he was going to be able to make it through, but these guys are doing a great job.
Very rarely do you see a wire-to-wire, and especially in a 1,300-mile race.
Yeah.
So, but we've seen it across the board, kind of. You had 1X. Did they end up taking the win in the dirt bikes?
3.
3X did. Okay, so
3X.
Okay.
So I mean, but that one was real close. Bryce has basically been leading wire-to-wire. In the UTVs, you've had Lambert has been leading almost all day and night long, although he is in one heck of a battle right now with Caden McCachran's team and Reese Millen. And it's the same things going on there. Is Lambert started ahead of him, and I think you've got about a 2 minute differential on time. So if Reese just keeps in his dust, he'll take the overall.
And he's a ringer. Come on. All these guys are heading to that finish line in Ensenada, and the sun's behind them. That's a good place to be. You don't want that sun in your face. And the visors are done. The race is almost over.
We can see it right here on our cams. The sun's up.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of moisture in the ground where you don't have a lot of dust.
Yeah.
Sure.
It could be. Yeah, for sure.
So some of these other classes, let's look at who the leaders are.
Yep, let's lean in.
I want to give a little love to all the guys that are more the grassroots teams.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
So this isn't that grassroots yet, but in our Trophy Legends, you've got Gus Villadesola's. They've been running real
Gus
strong.
got in at Portecitos. Ricky just called me, and Gus got in at Portecitos. They've had one flat all day, and other than that, they've had a perfect run, and they're right where they want to be.
Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, they're for sure top 10, and I want almost top 5 in the trophy trucks. So they have a real strong run.
Oh yeah.
Then you've got the Herbst brothers. They are north of San Felipe, almost kind of getting into the Tres Pozos area, and They've got 2 more washes to go through, and then they'll be over in Borrego.
And what Wes is saying here is that's first and second, and they're the Herbst kids, right?
Yeah.
And that's first and second in trophy spec.
Oh, yeah.
And they are 11:27.9 and 11:27.5. So they're less than half a mile apart.
Wow.
We've been following them on the in-car for a lot of the day.
Yeah.
And getting some
For the
great
entire
footage
race,
from
pretty
them.
much 39,
And they've
24
been running right with each other. So that's a great race for trophy spec. Then we talked about that UTV battle between Lambert and McCachran's team. Let's see if I can, well, so the 1 cars, I am showing, man, is Brandon gone out front? I'm showing Brandon Gaughan's team out front in the 162. Let's see.
So I think, so when I've had ping problems already today, 168, a Cody, the 4-wheel drive Lumacraft that was built 3 years ago, the only 4-wheel drive in Class 1, he was leading. Then he dropped off. And then he was leading again. So I don't know what's true and no, it's not.
Yeah.
Well, according to the trackers right now, but Kyle Quinn hasn't pinged in 6 minutes, and Gaughan pinged 1 minute ago. So the last we looked at it, Quinn was in the lead.
One quick second here. Back to the map. It looks like Allen's truck is not moving. And it hasn't moved for a minute here. We got the, if that little hand would move for a second, yeah, you'll see it's at 0.0 miles per hour at the 12:52 mark.
That's a heartbreaker.
Good God, I wonder what's going through their mind.
He was putting a push on Walser, and maybe it bit him.
Could have
Maybe.
got him. Oh,
we don't know.
It looks like Ricardo in the lower, both these guys, we got something happening here. Maybe a quick pit moment. Hopefully nothing mechanical.
Well, the one on the right, that dashboard looks like one of the Herb Smith trucks.
Yes.
So who is that? Is that, do we know who that is?
This right now is
That's the one on the, it is.
This is the Herbst truck right now, yeah. On the left was Ricardo, but they're off and running, so that's good. But going back to Wimpudia, yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with that camp right
That'd
now.
That'd be a heartbreaker. Those 3 brothers have worked really hard, and
man.
they're pretty consistent, so they might get that thing going. You can't count them out yet.
No, you can't count them out, and I just think, you know, we saw some of the bikes, we saw some of the quads coming through, and the look on these guys' faces, you can see it in their eyes, the absolute extreme exhaustion. It's this crazy mix of elation and just like, I don't even know where I am. We were, you know, like we were joking, bubbles coming out of the mouth at some point. The effort that it takes to complete.
Right.
Now, to get this far for Wimpudia, 12:52 mile mark, and have something go wrong is it's shattering.
Yeah, but the shot in the arm, when you come around, you leave San Felipe, man, you feel like you're almost home.
Yeah.
You know, this is, it only got like that last 100 miles, 50 miles, and then that last corner, man, you're not tired anymore.
No.
You feel like you've been rested for 48 hours.
You're soaring on
because
adrenaline
you're
at
so
that point.
excited.
Because you got through San Felipe. That was the big test, right?
Right. Wes has done it.
Yeah.
Like, we've all been racing so long, and we know what that feels like.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah,
well,
it's a good thing. So we're hoping for them.
We're hoping everybody finishes.
I think, too, once you don't race in Baja Sur that often, but once you get up into San Felipe and then heading over to Ensenada, a lot of these guys have done it so many times. You're back in familiar territory.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, yeah, I know this wash. I know, okay, stay right, stay left. And you've run it a lot. Yeah, especially the guys that have been racing for 10, 20 years down here. You know, like the back of your hand.
Wes, did you see some of the footage? So I happen to be blessed and been there, but the footage was incredible at the start. The starting line was so impressive. What Score put together down there in La Paz was absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
And then what was really cool,
live pit. Keep going,
what was
Rich.
amazing and cool was the drone footage that they came up with.
Sure.
A little while ago, we were watching that drone footage, and I was blown away by the spectators.
Yeah.
It rivals anything we've ever had in Northern
Yeah,
Baja.
it looked pretty spectacular.
And I've done this since 1980.
Yeah.
So it's like incredible.
Quite a treat.
Yeah.
Here we see the 43 truck. You know, they've had a battle this whole entire Baja, and it looks like it's a pit. Hopefully it's nothing too extreme. Just looks like they're...
That'll be the Australians and Larry?
That's the Rossler
Toby
truck.
Price
yep,
and
Toby and Paul.
And Paul.
Wheel.
And they had some problems in the beginning of the
They
race.
sure did. Yeah, they
so
sure
it's
did.
good to see them moving here.
Absolutely, and that's the big point. You know, we just got to finish this race, and boy, those three guys, they're full of determination. Nothing's going to get in the way. I don't care how hard Baja is.
They're Australians.
They'll pick that truck up and they'll carry it.
They're men. These are men.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They'll look at each other, tell you to drink a cup of cement and get going.
All right, so I don't want to cut you guys off here, but we got breaking news.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
So,
what do you got, Wes?
If I'm reading this tracker correctly, Reese Millen has overtaken Justin Lambert's team, which I believe Adrian's driving. So you've got Reese Millen and Caden McCachran's car as the overall leader. You can see right here how tight this is. They've got a one car ahead of them of Parkhouse, but these three have been in a tight group for quite some time now. And this is the battle between 10 versus UTV. On adjusted time, the UTV would have this as well as they have it physical right now. But we were it looks like these all pinged 0 minutes ago. So it's real tight.
There we go. Did they just separate?
Well, it's looking like the 10 car might be pulling away. Yeah, I thought that might happen in the fast washes in San Felipe.
Right.
Sometimes the 10 cars have an advantage there.
But in the wash, I would disagree with you. I would say that those four-wheel drive Polarises would have the advantage.
I've been passed by 10 cars down there.
In the wash, huh?
Yeah.
In the big whoops down there?
In the whoops, though. Yeah, in the whoops, the 10 cars are a little bit better.
They
but in the
seem
tight
to have
stuff,
a little bit more top speed. Where I think the UTV has the advantage is when they start crossing over and get in the rocky, tighter stuff.
That's correct.
That's where the UTV and the four-wheel drive really starts to pull away from the 10 car. But I don't know. So the tracker now is showing Lambert back ahead. I mean, this is.
We've had this the entire race. How it takes a minute
this is anybody's race.
Anybody's
race.
Yeah.
What's going to be really tough for Lambert's team is he's got to put 2 minutes on Caden's team. And
you know
it's going to be hard to do that with Reese.
Reese is a machine.
Yeah.
He is amazing. Not that Lambert's ever to be doubted, that's for sure. He's a champion. But Reese is at a real high level.
When I had spoken to Justin about his strategy, I thought Justin was supposed to get back in.
Okay.
And to me, Justin, nothing against the other guys on his team, but he's the hot shoe on that team. Justin can throw it down. And he can go head-to-head with Reese, no problem. I've raced both those guys. They're both great drivers. If Justin was in the car, I feel like he might be able to either hold the distance or gap him out. It's going to be interesting right now because Adrian's good. He's a very qualified driver. I don't know that he's on the same level as Justin. So it's going to be interesting. And you still got, we're at 10:38. So you got some time to go.
So what's with the 10 cars? Is there any other 10 cars in the pack?
I'm showing I'm showing that the 1000 car he's ahead of the UTVs right now, and he is first. But let me try and pull up the 10 cars here.
One thing, too, that I would love to just kind of show our viewers, when you get a second, Wes, could you pull out so we get a full, comprehensive look at literally how many vehicles are still on this track and still in the race? It's quite impressive. And we'll take a look at the caboose. Who's the last one, too, at some point.
So to look at our 10 cars, and then I'll go back to everybody, they're kind of spread out. You've got 3 cars that are, I would say, in the hunt, and that's going to be the 1000 of David Ruvalcaba Adame, and then Manilo Diaz in the 1079, and then Stan Potter. And Stan Potter was leading for quite a while, so they must have had a little bit of an issue that dropped them back. But there's your lead 10 cars. And then let's go back, and we'll look at all of the competitors.
We'll just take a look. It's pretty impressive as you
go to Class 1 too. Looks like Cody Reed's got going again, but he is in third. He led the whole thing all the way, and now Brendan Gaughan has passed Kyle Quinn. which is kind of some new news, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that I totally trust the trackers on
Well,
this yet.
this is true. Thank you for reminding
Because
me.
those two they've been neck and neck.
You never know.
It
You
could
never
update
know.
again and flip-flop because it just did that to me a little while ago when I was looking at those two.
I think one thing you can trust is all of those vehicles that are on.
You can trust.
Okay.
So
I think
here's
this is our
Bryce.
lead truck.
This is at race mile 1294. We got the leader in the trophy truck class coming through. Tavo at the wheel. Sun coming up.
Look at
What's
that.
going through Tavo's mind right now? What is he thinking?
Oh, I haven't finished a race in a couple
I mean,
years.
is
I
he-
haven't led this race for
just don't screw
3 or
just-
4 years.
and we got some
Don't
spectators
screw it
out
up.
there, yeah.
But Luke's breathing down my throat.
Exactly.
What do you got?
I literally,
going?
like, at this point, usually because you start thinking about, prize money I'm going to win,
Oh,
or
no.
the trophy, or this or that. Like, what I would try to do is just start deep breathing, focus, and just, like, lock in on what you need to do.
You know what you hear?
yeah.
You hear every bypass tube, and you go, "Oh, that's not suspension." Everything that's going on,
Right.
You start panicking.
Your senses start picking up different things.
Oh, your mind goes
Your mind's
nuts.
going crazy.
But I'll tell you, he's not tired. There's not a anything. He's nothing but tired.
He literally has
right there
a few more miles before he gets into speed zones.
And then he can.
And then that's the
shoulders drop a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, there's some gotchas in here, so don't make a mistake.
I'll tell you what, he's on the radio. I can promise you. Where's Luke? Where's Luke?
Yeah,
Where's
where are
Luke?
they at? How much time I got?
Yeah.
And I'm showing Luke back like in Ojos on the tracker.
Yeah.
But he's been having issues with his tracker, so I don't.
I know.
Yeah, that's what's a little sketchy is hopefully he's got spotters that are calling out like, okay, Luke is 2.5 minutes behind you or whatever, so they know what they've got to do.
Yeah.
Because as the driver, Tavo, he wants to know like, how do I need to push or can I just cruise? I would think he's got enough of a lead that he's going to go fast enough to try to not lose time, but not throw it away.
No.
You know, it's kind of an interesting thing. That truck has not had dust all day long, unless it went over the hood in the silt bed.
Totally true.
He does not have any dust.
Yep.
I guarantee
What a
they got a
unique
little
position to be
in Laredo and some of those silt beds.
Yeah, the silt bed. It came over the hood.
We
I
had
promise
moments,
you.
but for the most part, it's still looking pretty
In fact,
clean.
I think we got some great shots of that when it happened.
Yeah, that's right.
But
it was in the highlight reel.
imagine running all that 1,300 miles. The feeling they have right now and that crew has, they've worked really hard for this. And Bryce is very deserving. He's done a good job.
So it's real tight in the oak trees here.
Okay.
And it's like if you did try to push and made a mistake and you clipped one of those oak trees, that can be a race ender.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of that last little section where you just want to be really precise and get through there clean.
Is your co-driver in this moment just in your ear, keeping you awake and alert and focused? And just please watch, like to your point, watch for those oak trees.
Yeah, I mean, I think your co-driver generally in a situation like this is just going to be keeping you calm, cool, collected, just like, hey, we're almost there.
Yeah.
Relax. Hit your marks.
You're
Hit your
fine.
marks.
You're fine.
Let's just get
Don't
there.
be nervous.
Yeah.
Here's a great sweeping shot of all the fans. We still have an incredible turnout. We saw so many people down at La Paz. Everybody getting set. In Ensenada, there was already some fans trickling in when the bikes were coming
There's
through.
Luke.
I mean,
he's not that far
okay,
behind.
there you go. There's Luke.
Oof.
Luke McMillan coming. So,
I mean,
and then, like you said, Wes,
was that over a minute?
Oof, you got what we also
Probably
have speed zones, VCPs, penalties of any type. This is not going to ever not be official for a while.
Yep. It's going to be down to the wire.
It's close.
It is close.
Yeah.
And you got that BFG truck of Luke McMillan's right there in second place, and what a champion! He's going to win the championship undoubtedly.
Yeah.
If he finishes,
Overall,
and he doesn't have far to go.
I'm going to say on corrected time that Tavo or Bryce's team probably has him by about a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a lot of leeway.
No.
One mistake in the speed zone.
Exactly. I was just going to say.
And that's going to...
That'll adjust.
So this is going to get real interesting.
Woo.
It's going to come down to penalties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
And Rob runs a real conservative race, and I doubt he's got any. And Luke's another amazingly talented driver without pushing it too hard. He's He's always got his T's crossed and his I's dotted.
And
that guy is
and he's
seasoned.
also he's going to be one of the McMillans to cross the finish. You know, we look at what happened with Laughlin and Dan. Unfortunately,
yeah,
I mean,
sad.
Oy. But Luke's like, I'm going to take it home for the McMillan family.
And these guys are pros, but like when we were watching Laredo yesterday, there's a ton of VCPs in there, and there were so many lines developing that it's really easy to miss a VCP because you might have one out in a corner and the line starts developing and it starts to like trim that corner more and more.
For sure.
And next thing you know, you're not hitting that VCP.
Yeah.
So I think these guys, they've done their homework enough. Yeah. They're generally not going to miss one.
No.
But you never know.
But I mean, one of the highlights of that was race mile 330. We saw that. Everybody taking different lines, coming back, making sure they don't miss that. But I guarantee you somebody did.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be, I think when you get further back in the classes, those guys that don't do the same amount of pre-running and all of that these lead teams do, they're going to have more issues in there.
Here's Luke entering that.
There's an either or
section
through that.
Okay.
The faster lines actually just stay to the left, and it sets you up for a right that comes out of those trees better.
Yeah, but the left line's always faster now. The right line, those lines got built by the Gordon family and whatnot, and chasing Larry Ragland down in the mid-'90s. There was a battle that you've never seen. It was insane. There was 3 or 4 passes through here, and Robbie ended up losing it.
Wow. In that section right there you're referring to? Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was so tight.
A lot of history down there.
They came across the highway. This is long before speed zones. They came across the highway sideways, both of them, just nose to tail. Nose to tail, sideways. Larry Ragland is a man. It was insane. It's like
wishing you were in that truck.
Oh man, of course.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's the stuntman in you, right?
So from what I'm hearing, it's a 3 minute and 30-second split. So that would mean Bryce would have it by 2.5 minutes. So it might be a little bit more than what I was saying, but either way,
without any 1,300 miles of penalties.
Correct. But after 1,300 miles,
yes, sir,
to get that,
it's insane for this race to be this close.
Well, we've been getting great content from you guys on social media. Let's check out some stuff right now. Some bike action happening here.
It was yesterday.
Yep. 1,000 miles done, 300 miles to go at this point from this post. Making their way through in the black desert. Woo! There's a close call. That'll wake you up.
For both of those bikes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
One more time. You can see some fans on the sides.
See, they ride together because he's crippled.
Yes.
So they ride together.
It's a great story.
What a
really
great story.
Yeah.
But what great men, right?
Oh. Yes.
I mean,
never give up.
That's
never give
Bryce.
up.
That's a tough person to go out there and be paralyzed and go race a
redefines
dirt bike.
Ironman,
right?
That's for sure. Bryce blasting through yesterday, holding that lead. And here we got a pit from
Wheelie and
number
Toby
43,
Price and Larry
Rossler coming in.
Don't know if you guys saw it, and I believe at least they've shared it on their social, but there's a shot that it was Luke's team did, kind of like F1, where they had the camera over the top and they showed the pit.
Yeah.
And that was really cool.
Yeah, you really see how fast they come in there, they make those repairs or whatever they got to do, the adjustment, then boom, they're out.
Yeah.
And the fact, like, when they're fueling, they're using dual pressure pros to get in and out quicker.
Cubic dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, great shots there, the pit.
Back in the other classes, what do we have there, Wes? I'm sure there's something going on in the back of the field, too, with the 1-2-16s or any of that stuff.
Speed zone moment.
Yeah, we can take a look at the 1-2-16.
The BC car, BC1 is still in the lead. Looks like he's got an hour lead.
We're waiting for our leaders to come in. Let's give these guys a little love. So I'm showing our 1,600 leader as Pablo Huagrelgol. I don't know. I'm not sure how to pronounce that exactly, but he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce your name, but you're doing a good job.
Been there.
And he's at 882. So, I mean, 16 still got their work cut out for him. They
Yeah.
got a lot of miles ahead. He's at 882. Second is Eric Pavolka, and he's at 852.
Yeah, he was a champion last year, I believe.
And then Raul Ojeda is in third at 838.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So that is your 1-2-1600s. In the UTV forced induction, you got Jason Murray, and he's got a hot shoe coming into the car at around race mile 1,000, which they're almost there right now, which is Dustin Jones.
Gotcha.
And so Dustin Jones, he's won multiple Mint 400s, and I think back-to-back, as well as a UTV World Championship.
Okay.
So Dustin's a real fast driver. I talked to him when he was getting ready to pre-run, and he doesn't know Baja really well. So he was like, why are they putting me in here? But actually, no, Dustin is getting in Matt Burrow's car.
Okay.
So I stand corrected. But they're in second.
Okay.
So that goes back to, I'm not sure who is finishing for Jason Murray, but Dustin might be able to make up some time there. So that could get a little more interesting. And then you got Phil Blurton in third.
Okay.
Phil was leading. He's had some sort of an issue. I haven't heard from him what happened, but he's at 947, and he's in that new Maverick R. So this was the debut of the Maverick R.
And then what do you got for the NA class? What's happening with that?
Pull that up.
Well, there's a lot of UTVs in the race. It's pretty exciting to see what they're doing.
There really is.
So I got
sure
Pro
moving up.
Stock, and then I'll bring up NA.
Okay.
Pro Stock, we've got a heck of a battle. They're all really tight, and they got a lot of racing to go still. There are at like race mile 805, you've got Richard Zaragoza. Then you have Anibal Lopez and Jorge Cano.
What happened here?
So that's literally 806 through 879. So that's within 7 miles of each other. You've got the lead Pro Stocks. I was curious where the blocks were.
Thank you.
Okay, so Lucy Block, this is a great story here. You've got Lucy Block, Terry Madden, I think, is in this car as well. And then, from what I understand, Rodrigo Impudia either helped prep the car, build it, or pre-ran with them. He is involved somehow.
Yeah.
But they're in fourth place, and they're not that far back. They're at 779. So, you know, this is, I believe, Lucy's first time in Baja. I mean,
awesome.
I don't think she has a ton of racing experience, period.
No.
And they are in a Maverick R as well. So there's 2 Maverick R's in this race. This was Can-Am's opportunity to showcase their vehicle.
Yep.
You know, they're doing okay with it, but a lot of times when you have a new car, there's a few bugs to work out.
There's a litmus test that they're going to have to go through.
You know, and that's where I was
Trial by
talking
fire.
is it going to be Polaris in the Pro R, or is it going to be Can-Am in the Maverick R?
We'll see.
Right now it looks like it's going to be Polaris. So let's take a look at the NAs.
Live shot there of Ensenada. You can already see some people are showing up on the side. We got fans coming in. Maybe the checkered flag will be raised in a little bit as
we're
more
gonna have
vehicles start to come through.
Rice is going to be coming in fairly soon.
Yep.
So NAs, this is pretty spread out. You have the 914 of Lawrence Jensky.
Janowski. That's in the Honda Talon.
Janowski.
Janowski.
Okay.
Yeah.
Janowski.
They've won a few races. They've been a seasoned Baja family.
So is that one of Proctor's?
No, it is
Honda
not.
Talons?
It's one of Jamie Campbell's.
It's a Jamie Campbell.
Jamie
Okay.
Campbell. It's one of those Talons.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jamie's been doing some great work. For those of you, if you don't know who Jamie is, he's brothers with Johnny Campbell.
But he has his own.
legend
He has his own history too.
Oh
He's
no,
quite quite
Jamie's
an
no
amazing,
slouch at all. But you know, for that family,
Yeah.
they're an iconic family in the sport.
Yeah,
for sure.
And he's been doing some great work with those Hondas. So they've got a big lead. He's at 891, and I'm showing the second is Dave Petter, and he's at 764.
Wow.
So unless they have an issue, he's got that wrapped up. And they're doing decent overall for the UTVs.
Gotcha.
See, we'll take a look at Class 7 here.
Let's see what we got.
So it looks like
in that field,
Mike Schaefer is at 847, and then Dan Chamley is in Bay of LA. So he's a ways back. So it's looking like Schaefer has that.
He's up front.
He's looking pretty good unless he has an issue
Hasn't
there.
paying for 3 minutes, but still a pretty good gap between those two competitors.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
You can still see all of those racers out there.
I want to take a look at Class 5 here. That's kind of one of the OG
Yeah,
classes
sure.
of
Take a look.
Yeah, thank
racing
you.
in Mexico.
Thank you. LEE, too.
I think you might have some experience in Class 5, right?
You got some
I
good
think I
stories
might have
for
a
us
few
in the Class
stories in
5?
that.
I'm sure you do.
And we've got a race in Class 5.
And we had we had three top 10s overalls back in the day, in Class 5. But Class 5's dominated by LEE, and once again today, he's kind of a lone soldier out there.
Yeah, so he's at 864, and then you've
Wonder
got
where Hernquist is
Don
back here.
Chase.
Don Chase, nice.
At 783. Okay, so this just pinged again. So look at this battle for Class 5.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they're over on the coast.
Is that Mike?
And they are probably less than half a mile apart.
Is that Trey Hernquist? Who is the other one?
That's
Mike Bellick.
Mike Bellick.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Yeah, so 835, 834.6. They're less than half a mile
Mike's
apart.
putting a push on him.
Nice.
That's
And, they've got a lot of racing to go.
Well,
and they're in a real tight technical
Are they
section.
in the 900s yet?
They're at 835.
Okay.
So they got a lot of racing.
So they got a daytime race.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, they won't be finishing until tomorrow afternoon, evening, I think.
No. They'll be this afternoon.
Or, okay, yeah, today.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Yeah.
Where are we?
I'm the one that's tired.
I haven't
you
seen
just
the, I
slept all night.
haven't seen the
What's up?
sun come up yet, so it's.
Wes, you mentioned that they're going through a very technical part of the track. Talk to us about what they're going through right now for the viewers.
Let's see what their speed is. He's going 39. From the guys I talked to pre-running, they're saying the average speed through here was really slow. It's very rocky, a lot of drop-offs on the sides, and real windy.
Okay.
So they're going to have to just kind of pick their way through there, not make any mistakes.
Got you.
Yeah, I think when you're that close, ideally you want to hold track position, but as long as the guy's behind you, I'm pretty comfortable. I'll go just fast enough to stay ahead of him.
And what's on your mind? What's on our minds? Just finish. Don't hurt the car. Don't hurt the car.
Let's not blow this
and
up.
that goes down to just go fast enough to stay ahead of him.
From the leader to the guy in the back.
Yeah.
Don't hurt the car, but you got to finish.
For sure.
Well, it doesn't matter if you win by an hour or you win by a minute.
Exactly.
You just got to win.
Just win.
But there's a lot to lose if you're sliding sideways off the course.
Woo, look at that shot.
To lose. Here we go.
There's a beautiful.
Just back to.
So this is the Herbst truck on the lower right.
Yeah.
A little bit ago,
And look
we
at
saw
that finish line here.
Finish line is starting to bustle.
Let's
we got
see
a
where.
beautiful shot of the ocean.
So our Class 5 1600s, you got 3 guys. Our leader is Luis Herrera, and he is at 626. So, I mean, they're halfway.
So many, what, Wes, I don't know, but in the last 5-10 years, there's been so many incredible Mexican teams. The national teams down there are just so abundant. They got a heck of a chase trucks, they got crews, they got really bitchin' cars. It's pretty cool. And they're moving up the ranks, man.
Yeah,
it's
for
fantastic.
sure. And it's across the board.
Yeah.
The ATV class is dominated by Mexican teams now, and even the motorcycles. A lot of the fast riders are all local Mexican teams.
Absolutely. And then you got that Latin American guys and the
Yeah.
Peruvians, and it's a global thing now. Score's brought in a lot of global competitors, and it's quite impressive because they come over here from Australia and everywhere else.
So Baja Challenge, let's take a look at that.
That's the BF-Goodrich car of Kyle Tucker.
Kyle
leading.
Tucker's
He's
leading
the driver of record.
in the BC1. He is in the speed zone on the Sportsman Cutoff right now, just south of Catavenia.
Correct.
So they'll be coming up into like Gonzaga Bay, Portecitos area here pretty soon.
It's very interesting that those cars are that competitive, and they did put them on the sportsman cutoff because there is some gentleman drivers in that class that may have a more difficult time getting through that section.
So here's a fan favorite that I want to look at, and one of the classes that is in the mix for our Glutton of Punishment Award.
What is?
Oh yeah, we got to bring Rich up to speed on that.
Yeah. So we're trying to decide who wins the Glutton of Punishment
Who's the most
Award.
masochistic in the this
Exactly.
competition?
Okay, it's the guy from Australia, that Iron Man.
Well, yeah, we'll get to him.
Well, you know, we've been giving him a lot of love, but I don't want to take away from all the other Iron Men.
True,
100%.
true.
100%.
And
He's not the only
he's
one.
not even leading
Put
anymore.
on a bike?
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, there's.
Yeah.
He's not even leading the bike.
Here's the one thing, though, that when we talk about Walter, or the Dutchie, as he's from the Netherlands, as they call him, is that, sure, you know, you were talking about he's been racing before, he's has experience. I don't care how amazing you are, if you've never done the Baja 1000 before, there's just nothing to prepare for. He never pre-ran it.
He just got off the plane. He'd never been to the country before.
So that being said, your first Ironman coming in out of nowhere and tackling it is quite a feat.
Hey, even to sign up to be an Ironman, you're already manned up so big.
That's an extra big pen.
It's like it's a big deal.
So back to class 11.
All right, I knew it.
Fine. Oliver Flamate.
Oh, he's one of the seasoned guys.
He's smoking them right now.
He
is almost to the highway crossing, coming into like race mile 800. He's at 776. And they're going to do the sportsman cutoff, so he'll actually make some time there.
And he's the new Ramon Castro. He's the new Mexican hero champion.
Yeah.
He is
So he's at 776,
wow.
And second place is Giovanni Alcano Burgoyne, I think, and he's all the way back at 652.
Now,
so he's got a huge lead.
I would agree with you. That is the fan favorite. Absolutely, bar none. That is the fan favorite.
Well, I mean,
of the local people down there, it's really cool. Of course, nothing's going to compete with the trophy trucks.
Hard to compete with those guys. But we'll see these other competitors giving them a run for their money, so to speak. A little bit ago, we were looking at Ricardo down in the lower left, but we had EJ.
Okay.
And they're just getting pounded now with some silt.
So back to the gluttons for punishment. We've got our Pro Moto Ironman.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I'm showing that Wooter, I'm hoping he didn't throw in the towel, but I haven't seen him move in a long time.
He still hasn't moved?
Yeah, he's been hanging out in Catavina. I don't know if he got a hotel room and he's sleeping for a while.
Well, we saw that social media a little bit ago about him getting some food and some respite, and everybody's cheering for him.
There's a lot to say for getting a couple hours and being fresh.
Sure. But I think that once that happens, the adrenaline wears off, and really the idea that, like, look, I'm at around 900 plus. Well, I got 400 more to go.
The muscles start locking up.
The muscles. And then we talked about attrition rate trying to go into San Felipe. Like, good God. So
I think he might be better off just to suck it up and power through it.
Yeah.
Because once you lose your adrenaline and cool down, like you're saying, your muscles tighten up, and then you got to, like, get the energy to get back out there and get back in the flow. So to me, you've got Edgar Coda. He's leading it, and he's got a big lead. He's at 10:51.
Okay.
Second place is 7:03 of Tibi.
Wow.
Mbuzan.
Hey, Wes, can you zoom in just a little bit more so we get a tighter shot of that?
Yeah.
So what would you say, Wes? Would you agree that maybe the Australian kind of came in a little too hot, too hard, and too early, and he didn't leave a little for the rest of the
he may have underestimated what it was going to take to do this.
Look at the pace he ran in the beginning.
Yeah.
He was hours ahead.
He blew it out of the water in the beginning.
Right?
He was, I think Coda was still fairly close.
Yeah.
Wooter was doing well.
Okay.
And he was doing well overall in the dirt bikes, but yeah, I mean, that's where he stopped. He had to go through that coast section where it's rocky and technical.
Oh, yeah.
That may have taken a lot out of him. Yeah. I mean, maybe he had a spill. Who knows?
And then maybe that other guy that's leading right now, maybe he just decided to put some nutrition in his body. He needs that 30 minutes, 20 minutes of nutrition, a good bathroom break, a splash in the face with some nice water, clean up, and get going again.
So what do you guys do in that situation where you do decide to pause and just sort of refuel up, but if you go just a little too long, you start to think, I don't know if I want to get back in that truck. I don't know if I want to get back on that bike. What is it? What speaks to you? Is it the competitor within you? How do you get back out there?
Man, I'd say 15, 20 minutes. I wouldn't want to be out of anything more than that. Yeah. And you know how long that takes? You think 20 minutes is about 5. 5 minutes later, you think you've been there for 20 minutes.
Right.
Because it feels that way.
Yeah. Grinds on you.
Yeah.
So one other class that is in this glutton for punishment area is the Pro Quad Ironman.
Okay.
1 second, Wes. We got Menzies. I'm just letting you guys know. Menzies about 3 minutes out.
Okay.
So we're gonna keep on that camera. You can see they're getting the checkered flags going. People are starting to crowd around. But yes, continue.
For sure. So Jose Enriquez is at 9:10, and he's leading, and he's actually doing pretty well compared to the Pro Moto Ironman. So props to him as well.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks like most of the Ironmen are still going.
They're still Ironmen.
Well, I got a text message. Any news on Matias Arona?
Matias Arona.
I don't know his number.
Maybe we get this number. We'll just punch that right up.
He's a Class 10 car.
Okay.
Top-notch family. And very competitive. And I think his kids are racing now.
Okay.
But I'm not seeing that. Looks like second place is Manilo Diaz. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure he'll populate in a minute. Sometimes.
Boy, I'll tell you, those UTVs, just like you said, those UTVs definitely got a big mix in those 10 cars.
I'm wondering if we can. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Wes. I'm just curious if there's going to be a camera on Menzies' face as Tavo comes down. I mean, to capture that moment, the look on his face when that truck comes through.
And one thing that's going on here is I believe the actual timed finish is outside of town a little bit.
It's 1 minute away. Okay. It's only 1 minute.
Okay,
they finish in the wash, from what I was told.
Okay.
They finish in the wash, and maybe it's a few minutes away from.
So they're not doing it out on the bypass road?
No.
Okay. Okay, so if they're finishing in the wash.
But I think it's still under a time zone. It's under a time zone in the wash.
Gotcha.
Possibly.
Okay.
Safety is number one, especially
when you're coming into town.
The way SCORE runs this operation. This seems wild, like Wild West, but I'll tell you, it is. But we also they have a lot of safety that they put into the program.
For sure.
That's what the speed zones are all about. Let's keep the locals safe. Let's keep the excitement high, but the locals safe and the drivers safe.
100%. Look, people die out here. I mean, that's the stakes.
It's a dangerous sport.
That's the stakes. I mean, and it's nothing to laugh at, but I mean, I think it was Rossler's team took the head off a cow blasting through earlier.
No, that was
who was that?
That was Ricky Johnson.
That was Ricky Johnson.
He sent me that video.
I mean, say take a moment for the cow.
Yeah.
Make some hamburgers, but I mean, look, we were talking also about booby traps. We're looking at other kind of curveballs that come your way. Look, it's live. There's animals out there. Other races we've seen different types of cattle blocking cars or God knows what. But
so it looks to me like they aren't coming down the wash. It looks like, from what I see on the tracker, that they're doing the normal finish that we've been doing the last couple years. So I'm thinking he's in speed zone.
Speed zone.
They're probably kind of races over.
9 minutes?
He's going to cross the finish line here, but Luke doesn't have an opportunity to make any more time.
No.
That's my point.
So now he's stuck in the speed zone, so to speak. He can't overtake. It's not going to happen.
Right. So now it's just a matter of what was this gap?
Yeah.
Which, from what we were hearing, it was 3.5 minutes.
There it is.
And we're talking 1 minute interval, so it should be about a 2.5 minute gap.
All right.
So then it's going to come down to,
all right,
did
so
they hit their VCPs and speed zones?
Bryce just hit the city. He's in the city.
Yeah. Sun coming up. More and more spectators and fans showing up. It's getting
warmer.
It's getting warmer, and the energy is increasing. I bet there's an incredible buzz starting to get going down there.
I see some sunshine too. So those clouds have left. That monsoon that was there.
Maybe a beautiful way to celebrate.
I'll tell you, it's a beautiful day for these finishers.
It sure is.
And it looks like Walser is our third place truck, and he's in Ojos right now.
Unbelievable.
Okay. So you've got a pretty big gap from first and second are really close, and then a little bit of a gap to third.
Right.
But
for
he's
how long
still
the race
pretty
was,
close.
Oh,
He's
no,
still,
for sure.
undoubtedly, he was right there in the hunt.
So very soon.
But there is a little bit of a gap from how close they
Yeah.
have been running all day.
Yeah.
Okay. And then did we pick up anything on the Ampudia family, the 10 truck that was running so hard?
Good call.
Yes, I was looking for them.
Look at this.
Let me type it in.
I'm concerned that they're out.
Oh,
they're
no.
still in the same spot,
still
according
is.
to me on the tracker. So
he's backing out by El Alamo. He's by El Alamo.
Yeah, so they may have had some sort of catastrophic failure, which it would be heartbreaking because they were running second, third.
He was putting the
all
push.
day.
He was right behind Walser, putting the push on him, and he might have been in his dust.
Pushed it too much.
You never know.
Well, we talked about how many trucks are going to be able to finish this whole thing, you know, and there was a lot of, in the beginning, we had these hot foots of the Bryce team, you know, were they going to push their vehicle too much? Well, maybe Ampudia's pushed it a little too much. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it'll make or break you.
It's
mechanical
tough
things.
when it happens at the very end like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can't, you got to be happy for Tavo.
For sure.
And
100%.
to be asked to race this with Bryce, and you know, Bryce and Andy have teamed up and had some great success. They've both just been on fire with a lot of races. But for Bryce to win this 1,000, his team's got to be elated.
Oh my God! Thank you.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd pass out after this effort.
well,
They're going to be up for a couple more days
and
celebrating.
you know, BFGoodrich dominates the Score Baja 1000 and has forever and ever and ever. And this is one of the first times another brand's won it overall. It's only been a couple times.
Yeah, the Red Bull team's got to be.
I'm going to go out there and say Bryce has won a lot of races, but this is going to be his biggest win.
For sure.
Well, this is his first Baja 1000 overall.
That's my
Absolutely.
point.
Chasing it forever. Yeah. 10 years.
And he's a champion.
A decade.
I know.
A decade waiting for this moment. So.
Yeah, it's bit him.
Big story. Big story. Well, any minute now. Approximately 12 years since 2011, he's been waiting for this moment. So this is going to be a Dear Diary moment.
So
what you got?
Is Bryce taking the points championship too?
He
was first in points, right?
I thought, Luke. I don't know that answer.
So I have Bryce with a 311, and he was coming into this with 376 points. Luke with a 142 at 367. So I think we're missing another story here of this should be Bryce taking the championship.
Wow.
So this is a championship and a Baja 1000
Talk about
win.
finishing strong, baby. That's the story, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's looking at the points the way I see it, because Bryce did have a first at the 500 and the 400, and he had a third at the 250.
Good on you.
Now, to the best of our knowledge, though, we don't think they've really experienced any penalties, time penalties, anything like that.
That's right.
Tomorrow, we have to see the actual.
They're such an experienced team. I mean, these guys are pros.
For sure.
That I would really, I mean, there might be a couple little dings speeding.
You're right.
But they've got speed
Not
limiters.
enough to take
well,
them
they
out.
have speed limiters on the truck.
Yep.
So, like when we're in a UTV, I'm trying to gauge my speed. I don't have a speed limiter. So you make a few more mistakes. It's honestly hard to go 37 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour because you're going up and down hills, through curves.
Right.
And it's like you look at your gauges and you look back up, you're like, oh no, I'm speeding. You know, so it's really easy to make a mistake. Those guys have speed limiters.
Yeah.
So they're real good at going the speed limit. And generally, like you would set it in a 60 to like a 58 or something. So you give yourself a little bit of leeway.
Little cushion.
So I would highly doubt they missed any VCPs. Although what I was saying,
that's easy to happen too, though.
well, and that's what I was saying earlier is you get in those silt areas and stuff, and new lines start to develop, and it's real easy to a line will get burned in that's missing a VCP.
Yes.
And you don't realize it. But again, these guys are pros. I would think their co-driver would be screaming at him, "You're missing a VCP!
And we've
You're
done
missing a VCP!"
Have you ever done it too? You do the U-turn and you go back and pick one up and take off.
Sure.
Yeah.
You have.
Well,
we have
we
to.
saw that happen time and time again at Race Mile 330 yesterday.
Oh,
we
you
saw people
did?
course correcting at moments and then assessing which way they wanted to go. But yeah, we saw some going too far out, taking different lines. Oh my God, I got to come back.
When I got penalized and I lost second place at the 1,000 2 years ago and moved to third for missing a VCP by 3 feet, I missed it because I was in a guy's dust. And then I had Brandon Sims right behind me, and I shot in, and the VCP was out in a 90-degree corner, and everyone was trimming that corner, and so I was out of his dust, and we skirted it, and my co-driver was like, "Hey, you're missing it," so I darted out.
Here it is. Here's
Right,
the moment.
Here it is.
Here we go, guys.
What an
Congratulations to Bryce Menzies, Andy McMillan, and Tavo Vidosola. Well done. Let's go down to the track.
Red Bull Score TT of Bryce Menzies teaming up with Andy McMillan and Tavo Vidosola. They have to be stoked. Still running the lights. It has been a long night, but I cannot believe how fast they conquered this course. This course, as we mentioned, 1,310 miles. The second longest course we ever had, but by far the roughest and gnarliest. It's like a Baja 1000 and throw in a San Felipe 250 at an end as we hit all 6 washes. Every whoop and rock on the Cia Cortez side coming into town. I guarantee you there's going to be a big party with the Menzies crew today. We have a moto finisher coming in before them, all mudded out. We'll see who this is, 114X. I think unofficially second place in the Pro Moto Limited division. Oh, yeah. Nothing but smiles up here. Who do we have on the bike?
Marco Guizar.
Marco, how was your race out there, man? It looked like it got a little muddy. We had some rain here a couple days ago.
Había de todo, lluvia, talco, piedras, todo.
Muy complicada la carrera, tiene todo. 80 en la mañana when you guys started at 1 a.m. It was 80 degrees. Now you're back here in beautiful Ensenada. So did you guys have any problems out there? Pretty good run for you?
Unos problemas con las luces y con el freno, pero de ahí en adelante todo muy bien, mis compañeros hicieron muy buen trabajo y pues sacamos la moto adelante.
¿No tiene luz?
A las primeras 80 miles se nos quedaron sin luz la moto y pues nos atrasó un poco.
80 millas no luz? Oh, you guys are chingones for sure. Who rode with you?
Somos el Rider Record, Ile Ramírez, Pichitos Gómez, Jorge Córdoba, Ángel Aguirre, César Ramírez, y Marco Guizar.
All right, felicidades. Where's Eli? Come on over here, Eli.
Y faltó nuestro team manager, Chico Reyes.
Yeah, es muy importante. What's up, buddy? Eli, come on over here, buddy. Felicidades. You guys right now taking home some hardware and making it on the box unofficially second. Congratulations.
Yeah, we had some issues at the beginning of the race and at the end, but we were able to keep the bike going and keep it on 2 wheels. And yeah, we're here at the finish. We're happy and yeah, excited to be in one piece.
Well, congratulations. And I know it takes a big effort to get down here. You want to thank some of your sponsors?
Yeah, I want to thank you, Rulitos, Off-Road Warehouse, AHM, MIPA, Lowell Racing Team, Insane Graphics, Vulcan Society, Chico Strong, Big EC, Diablo 5 and Prep, and everyone else that helped our family, friends, my uncle for the bike build, and yeah, everyone.
Hard to read on that muddy fender. Pretty crazy. It was 80 degrees almost when you guys left at 1 a.m. and you were on the bike at the starting line, right?
Yeah, that's right. Me and Jorge did the first 500 miles, and then from there was Marco, Ángel, Pichitos, and Cesar for the rest of the race.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you guys. Job well done. And I know you guys are ready. You guys coming back for 2024?
We're still indecisive, but we do want to come back, that's for sure. But we're still going to think about it.
Well, it's all unofficial here, so good luck to you guys for getting back here, and congratulations on making it on the box. You guys are awesome, and we hope to see you next year. Great job to the whole team.
Thank you.
We got Luke McMillan and Rob Mack pulling in right now. Luke, it looks like, is in the driver's seat. We'll talk with him. He's a 2022 World Desert Champion and trying to maintain that plate. But I'll tell you what, Bryce Menzies, with this big win here today, is going to capture that plate and be running that number one. And this is all unofficial. If you guys are watching at home, there's lots of things that could happen out there with speed infractions, as well as all the VCPs. I think 350 VCPs, 3 actual stop checkpoints on this course. So you have to make it around the VCPs. You get docked 10 minutes for each VCP you miss. So there's a lot going on out there. We got to definitely go through all that and see how it unfolds. But right a huge win here for the team. This is the first time Bryce has won the Baja 1000 and clinching the championship. And it's all about the super teams between you and Andy coming in, you know, and having 2 really good drivers. And you guys got it done. Congratulations.
Primero que nada, buenos días, Ensenada! Yeah, I know. Look at this guy right here.
Let's let him get some love. There's a lot of emotions right here. We'll talk to Bryce in just a second.
First of all, I'd like to thank Bryce and Steve for, inviting me and Andy to come race this beautiful truck, and there's a lot of hard work that went behind this run, whether it be pre-running. I know the boys at the shop, Willie and everyone there, and Andy's shop. So it's very hard to win a Baja 1000. What, Luke has done 3 times in a row is very, very difficult. So I'm just proud to be here. Bryce did an amazing, amazing job the first 500 miles. Then Andy ran a very clean race, and I just had to bring her home.
Yeah, well, you brought it home, and I'm sure he's stoked. And you're the first Mexican national to ever win a SCORE Trophy Truck Championship. So he brought in the right driver, and I know you got a lot of family and friends and fans out here. ¿Te gustaría decir algo en español?
Pues gracias a todos por
He's probably already trying to pop some champagne, even though it's bright and early in the morning. Come on over. Nothing but styles and smiles from this young man right here. We saw him just fresh off his 4th Baja 400 win in a row. Right now, your first Baja 1000.
Herbal company's doing pretty good. Okay, so currently right now we're just having some audio issues, but we definitely want to get down there as soon as we can and hear what's going on. Bryce's experience through all of this, and we heard from Tavo for a little bit. History, literally in the making. We had let's go back down there.
Yeah, it's always hard.
the guys that prepped it at Menzies Motorsports did an awesome job. Unreal, all the pit crews on everybody's team, Tavo's team, Andy's team. They were awesome in the pits. They helped us get this thing to the finish line. Couldn't do it without them.
And Luke started right there, and I know that number 10 of, and Pudias, they had some issues, but they're not far behind. They're still coming in, but it was pretty close. They're still, they were beyond a minute behind you, though, for sure.
Yeah, whenever Luke's racing, you always know he's going to be up there. So we've been battling out all year long, from San Felipe to the 500 to the 400 to the 1,000. Man, if it's not him, it's me. So it's pretty cool to have that rivalry going on, and we're also really good friends. So cool to race such a good family, and just, man, glad to be here. Glad to get my first Baja 1000 win.
Yeah, we're so stoked for you. And, you talk about your drivers. It takes the whole program, getting the truck together. A lot of times this race is won, as you know, with having issues in the past. But it takes the homework, the team, and everybody, and the sponsors as well. You want to thank some people?
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank Amy McMillan and Tava Vidosa again for helping me accomplish the championship and win my first Baja 1000. But got to thank Red Bull. Without them, I've been with them since 2011, since I've been trying to win this race. So they've been sticking with me for that long.
Going to be running that number 1 plate next year unofficially.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
All right, congratulations to you guys. Can I get my pick with you guys? Want to try and get the rest of the guys in? Andy and everybody? Or I don't mind. Yeah, if they're over here. Oh, I don't want to. Hey, Tava, can I get a quick pick? Andy, back here. Andy! Hey, can I get a quick pick? Yep. Yeah, if you would. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, if you could bring Andy too. Yeah. We'll go chat with him too. We'll go to this side.
So right now we are.
Andy held it down in the middle. Andy, unbelievable. We talk about the super teams. You guys did it.
Yeah, we
There's Christopher Povardi.
man, it's been racing is tough, and it's been a long time coming. Bryce and I, the last 5 years now, I've put in a lot of effort into this race, and we saw the course come out. I actually had Tavo texting me, wanted me to race with him, and Bryce was texting me, wanted me to race with him. And then when the course came out, I'm like, hey, how about all three of us go and do this and put a really good team together and put all of our assets together. Because, that's what it takes to compete with, guys like my cousin Luke and their team. That's what it takes to try and win. And, it looks like we're able to pull it off this year. And I'm just very thankful for Bryce and his whole team for giving me the opportunity. Thankful for Tavo for coming and joining us this year. And, yeah, it's great to be in Ensenada. I wish my family were here with me. But yeah, we're gonna celebrate this one for sure.
Well, you well deserved. Well, congratulations.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate it.
Big win here on hands down the gnarliest Baja 1000, 1,310 miles. Absolutely epic that these guys made it in the time slot they did. I don't know the exact time, but it's absolutely amazing. They're here earlier than we expected for sure.
Place here on the drone shot. Walsler and Povardi.
Christopher.
A dynamic duel. We were just talking, Rich. You know, you were saying maybe they want to stick together. That's a good combo here.
I mean, third place, right in the hunt. This close to the pack in Baja.
Polvardi's, this is his first race in a trophy truck.
Second. No, he raced the 400 too.
Okay.
In the spec truck though. But he raced it in trophy truck class and did
well,
so good.
So that's what I was saying. This is his first race in an actual trophy truck.
You're right.
And to go out there and run with the lead pack all day long, and end up, looks like they're going to get third. That's a great job.
Yeah, they don't have far to go, and he's awful excited about it for his new truck.
He's going to have to cross a big rut right here.
Yep. Look at this.
Because if you take that, you don't want to do that line. I would just watch him right there, and I'm like, don't do that.
Yeah.
So
up on the top of that ridge, it looked like they slowed down for a second and tried to assess the line and be like, oh my God, you guys, we got to cross that rut. But they did it.
There's a field right there, and people try to short course across it, but there's a huge rain rut that you've got to cross. Mm-hmm. And so at the top of the hill, coming into it that way, you don't really see it because the rut's at the bottom.
Right.
But I'm actually surprised that they didn't have that marked.
Right.
Oof.
And he's got Christopher's got a new Mason that he ordered, and it's the next one off the line. And next month he takes delivery of it.
All right, look at the smiles on those faces right there.
Look at that. Look at that. There's a lease.
Waiting 12 years for this moment. Lucky number 7, the luckiest day of Bryce's life in this moment for the team.
Is this Bryce's first championship?
Trophy Truck Championship? I can't be sure, but I know it's his first Baja 1000 win.
Yes.
That we know.
Overall. Yeah. Yeah, amazing.
I'd be curious on that one if someone could let us know if this is his first championship, because it's his first Baja 1000 win, but to get your first Baja 1000 win and get a championship, and we'll see what number championship that is, but to get both of those, that's got to be a great feeling for him.
Yeah. Worth the wait, maybe? I don't know.
So just a few minutes of penalties could change the outcome.
We'll see.
So we'll see what happens.
More will be revealed tomorrow, but for right now, that team is celebrating.
Enjoy it for now.
Enjoy it for now. Exactly.
Those guys, they're pros, man.
I agree with you.
I would doubt anything changes, but he does not have a lot of wiggle room there.
No.
So
I'll tell you what, though, going off of this success, I'm curious if these three team up next year.
Well,
it'll be a short
race. They're not going to do two back-to-backs that far apart.
In the shorter races, 2 drivers is plenty.
That's
I think.
plenty.
But also we've been talking about Bryce's team. We got to give a big shout out to Luke and Rob for. I mean, they kept them honest, and they did it with 2 drivers.
True.
So those guys are true pros as well. And they put themselves in a position of any little mistake, like one little penalty, they could still take the overall.
So Bryce had 3 co-drivers and 3 drivers. Luke and Rob shared one guy, Oren.
The whole time.
Duncan.
The whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. It's incredible.
See a checkered flag moving. Do we have someone else coming through here?
Perfecto en mi familia.
Yeah.
Not sure. He's just warming up his wrist.
So it's going to be a few minutes before Walser gets there, I believe.
Yeah.
He was still in Ojos Negros going through that rut a few minutes ago.
3 minutes ago, they were at about 1,293, but they're close. They're very close.
Yeah, he hasn't quite hit town yet.
No.
It's going to be a minute.
I don't know if we maybe want to take a look while we have a little break, because we've got a heck of a battle between the Herbst brothers for the trophy spec win. And then there's another battle between the 10 cars, the UTVs, for the UTV overall in the battle between 10s and UTVs.
Okay.
That you got 3 cars that are right with each other. But the interesting thing that I see here is with the Herbst brothers, they've been within a mile of each other for half the race, I believe. And right now, they are, I think, in the speed zone in San Matias, and they're heading up. Riley is in the lead, but
with corrected time, yes.
Thor is in the lead, but Riley is in second.
We're going to toss down to Rat real quick.
Physical.
Here we go. We got McMillan.
He still has a day to maintain his World Desert Championship status as winner. And Luke, congratulations, second place. I know you were really looking for that 4th in a row. You won the last 3 Baja 1000s, but hey, second place to these guys, your cousin Andy driving with them. I mean, definitely not a bad spot to be.
Yeah, no, we did what we could today, and looks like we're going to end up second by about a minute and a half or so. But good day. I think the team and everyone involved. Jason Duggan rode the whole way. Rob McCackern did a great job driving the first half, and we did the second half. And when it's not your day, it's not your day. And we had a couple issues on the high-speed graded roads that gave us some downtime and a few times, and that was the difference in today's race. So we made up 10 minutes in the last 100 miles just pushing, trying to get back up to Tavo and stuff, but they just had a flawless day, and that's what it takes to win the Baja 1000. So congrats to Bryce and my cousin and everyone, and I see my wife and baby coming up, which is great because I haven't been home in 10 days.
They're definitely excited for you for sure. What issues did you have out there?
Nothing to comment on really. I mean, it's Baja, and you're going to battle adversity, and everyone has the challenge and different challenges and different things, but ours happened on the high-speed graded roads today, and no comment on that. But it's it is what it is. We push these trucks to the limit. This truck's amazing, and I can't believe how hard we pushed them all day today, and then to end up within 2 minutes of each other is wild. So hats off to them. Congrats to the Menzies crew and Tavo and my cousin Bebo and everyone, and we'll be back.
You'll be back for sure, definitely. I mean, you no doubt about that. Tell me about this course. It was the second longest, but definitely the roughest, and definitely you got some Baja mistletoe still hanging out. But the conditions, the changing conditions with coming back into Ensenada, this side of the peninsula, got wet. I mean, you had it all for this. I would say there's more changing conditions on this race than any other for sure.
Yeah, no, it was a lot. This was a true Baja 1000. I loved it. I loved the course. Jose and his team did an amazing job putting this together. This was a true Baja 1000. I really loved my section, all the Bay of El Arco. I wish they would run the Peninsula Run every Baja 1000. And the fans of La Paz were just going off from what I heard, and it's great to hear in Ensenada, of course. But I love the Peninsula Run. We did have a little bit of everything. Just when I thought I saw it all, the Catavina Loop was a lot of fun. That was 130 miles of remote, rocky, just difficult terrain that we had to manage, and then on top of that, we come up through San Felipe, and they run us up and down every wash, which that's really cool. Like I said, they didn't take any easy way this course, and then we came up the goat trail, and all the bushes were frosted. It had poured rain up here in the last 24 hours, 48 hours. We're soaking wet. It's 42 degrees outside. We're freezing trying to get to the finish, and even though I knew it probably wasn't going to go our way, I had a smile on my face because I was like, "Oh, this is the Baja 1000 right here." I got in the truck. I was overheating hot, with my jacket, and now I'm shivering cold. I've never been so cold in my life. But we pushed it, and here we are on the podium, and, let's focus on next year.
That's it. All right. Well, good. Definitely a stellar job. You crushed it. I mean, not where you wanted to be, but you pushed hard, and like you said, that's a Baja 1000. You pushed through all that being cold, the conditions, and I know it takes a lot of support from your team and everybody else, all the sponsors. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, absolutely. BFGoodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, 4-wheel parts, all the McMillan Racing crew, SDG, my co-writer Jason Duncan, and Fox Shocks do an amazing job. The list goes on and on. VP Racing Fuels, Rob McCackern and his old team that support us, and Rob did an amazing job driving the first half today, and
Yeah, so list goes on and on, but BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, and the entire McMillan Racing team. This truck ran mechanically pretty flawless. It stayed together, and that's a true testament. 1,300 miles, and like I said, through all the different elements, rain and pretty much snow and lots of mud, and this truck ran strong. So big thank you to the team.
Well, congratulations, you guys, and we look forward to seeing you come back swinging for the San Felipe 250 in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, let his lovely wife and his beautiful new baby. And so what's your baby's name, Luke?
This is Celine.
Celine, beautiful. Yeah, I bet you his heart's warming up that suit right now. So great to see them come up. I know they want to get some pictures with him and his family here. Absolutely epic to see these two trucks battle coming in. And I haven't looked on tracking, but I heard the Impudias are back on course. They had some issues. I think they were down for around 10 minutes. Alan was running in that second position, and we'll find out where he comes in here. Yeah, if you guys are watching on tracking, you can find out exactly where he's at. I'll have to look here when I get a little break and find out. And you see a little body damage on this truck. No Baja 1000 is easy, but this was the hardest Baja 1000 in the history of racing score. And these drivers just showed how bad to the bone these trucks are, and we cannot believe how fast they made it around the roughest, second longest course we have ever had.
I take him. All right, they're coming back to us.
Okay.
So wait for third place. Great shot there of Luke McMillan and his family. Hats off to these guys. Really amazing. And to your point earlier, Wes, about how that team, Rob Mack and Luke, really kept them honest. The Menzie team pushing the whole way through there. And now we just wait for Walser and Polvardi to come through in a little while.
Yeah, and they're far enough back that I don't feel like they're in the mix. But Luke and Rob did a great job of I think we're talking 2 minutes or so here, maybe 2.5, of keeping it where penalties could come into play. So right now, I did confirm this is Bryce's first championship.
Yeah.
So first Baja 1000, first championship all in one race. Wow. I mean, he's got to be sky high right now.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
To not get too far away from this, but we have a great race going on for Trophy Spec between the Herbst brothers.
Let's see if we can get Wes's map up real quick. We'll give you an idea of what he's talking about.
Yeah, so they are in the San Matias area. Looks like they're in the wash right there, right before you hop on the highway. And you have, did Riley actually overtake him? Again, I don't know with the trackers.
Yeah.
Thor had been in the lead the whole time with Riley kind of just tucked in behind him. But I looked on our start sheet, and Thor had started third, and Riley was way down the list. He was 15 trucks later.
What?
So, excuse me.
7.5 minutes.
So Riley had 7.5 minutes there in 30-second start intervals on adjusted time. So really all Riley had to do was tuck in behind him.
Lower right.
Yeah, so they're on the highway
exactly
now.
What you said. Yep. Wow.
And basically they're going to start kind of heading into the Valley T area, and then they're going to go up the goat trail.
Gotcha.
So not a whole lot of miles left, but this is going to be for your Trophy Spec win. And I'm unless Riley throws it away here, I think he's got it, because it's looking like he has this on physical and then a big gap on adjusted with that 7.5 minute cushion.
And a family in front of him.
But as a Herps, you got to be like, well, we're going 1-2 either way.
Yeah.
So,
There'll be
great run for
some podium
them.
action.
Yeah, and shout out to the Herps for giving us such great footage all race
right?
long.
And then the really cool thing is their dads were in the truck as well.
Right.
So Thor had, I'm not sure whether it was Tim. No, it wasn't Tim. But when their dads are in the truck, it's a father-son deal. That's a pretty cool thing.
That is
My big shout out is also to Luke McMillan's co-driver all year long, has also started the race with Rob McCachran. Jason Duncan has been in that truck all day, all night.
The entire time.
The whole time.
Oh,
so
wait
that
a
was
second.
Exciting.
This is truck 219. Herb's truck is now broken down.
Okay, so
we spoke too soon.
So this is Troy, I think.
The 219 truck.
Yeah, this is Troy. This is why he was overtaken.
You mean Thor?
Or Thor? Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Thor.
Yeah,
Yes,
Thor.
this is Thor.
But yes, Thor.
Which is Troy's son, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. That's where my Freudian slip was. But,
so from what you can see here, what is your spidey intuition telling you? What are they doing? What are they working on? Something on the engine?
Boy, it's hard to say what the problem was, whether it was an oil pressure, a fuel management problem. I'm hoping it was just a fuel management problem, and they're doing something with the intake, maybe. They're right in the center of the motor.
Yeah.
Their blood's pumping now.
So let's see where the next trophy spec is, and that's going to be the 236 of Michael Marcel.
Oh, Mike Marcel from New York.
Yeah.
Him and Hudson Hall.
And he's not that far back.
Wow.
Yeah, Hudson, he's co-drove with a lot of different teams.
Yes.
He worked with Reese a lot.
Yes,
he
he
actually
has.
co-drove with me before.
Nice.
So Hudson has a lot of experience, and so that's a good person to have in there with Michael, especially being
He's from New York.
the East Coast.
Like,
yeah.
what?
But depending on how long they have to work on Thor's truck, this might throw a wrench in our 1-2 call on the Herps for trophy spec. Another thing too, while we're looking at them work on the truck, I was looking at the Class 1s, and you've got Kyle Quinn and Brandon Gaughan. So you got your stock car drivers coming in from NASCAR here, throwing it down. He's done a lot of off-road races. I'm not going to call him a pavement princess here, but it's kind of cool seeing those guys battling it out. And then you have Cody Reed.
He's back running. He's back running again.
He's coming, and they're in that all-wheel drive, so he might be able to make up a little time. But Cody Reed's at 11:39. Kyle Quinn is at 11:53. And Brandon Gaughan at 11:52. So you got 1 and 2 about a mile apart. Let me see what Cody Reed started first.
Yes.
Kyle Quinn was 5th, and Gaughan was 7th. So there's not a lot of gap on adjusted.
And 30 minutes ago or so, maybe an hour ago, I don't know, time's flying.
It is
but
flying.
They just swapped.
Swapped.
Brandon got him.
And
Kyle was leading earlier.
So Gaughan started 2 places behind him, so he can finish 59 seconds behind him and still take it on adjusted.
Yeah.
So
Exciting
he does not
times.
have to physically pass him. But this is, I think, one of the best Class 1 races I've seen in a while. Class 1, there haven't been a lot of competitors in that class. And this race, there's a fair amount, and they're running really strong.
Lots of strong competitors. Unfortunately, we have to take a quick break here in the studio, pay some bills, but don't go anywhere. Things are getting exciting and heating up. There's more of the BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000 coming up right after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun.
It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun but not do damage.
We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000, brought to you by K&N Filters, VP Racing Fuels. We are patiently waiting for our third place trophy truck to come through. Exciting times, gents. It has been a journey for us here in the studio and most certainly for all of the competitors out there on the course.
Yeah, so Walser, he's hit the timed finish.
Yeah.
And so he's just cruising into town.
Moments away?
Yeah, well, it takes a little while to get through town.
10 or 15 minutes, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
But figuratively speaking, over the last 20-plus hours, what's 10, 15 minutes at this point?
But,
yeah.
Yeah, you can see him
the
right
fat
here.
lady singing.
So he's come through the timing loop.
Yeah.
And he's going to come into town. It's always kind of interesting because the streets aren't really totally shut down.
Right.
And you're kind of driving through local traffic.
And you still have to make it. You still have to make it.
Sure.
There, you know.
So where on that map, is it that dot up there? Is that, can you show us where the official...
It's where that dot is.
Where that dot is. Okay,
yeah,
so he's past that.
So right here, where it says timing, that's the official finish.
Okay, got you.
So basically, you're coming down this bypass, and then you come in there, and generally you're in a speed zone right there.
Yep.
So you're really in speed zone from about this area here,
the 1,300-mile mark,
all the way to here.
Gotcha.
So like I was saying, from Ojos to the actual timed finish, half of it is speed zone.
Speed zone.
So it's like when you get to Ojos, you need to have made your pass at that point, unless something freaky happens.
You just have that 6 miles from the Blue Gate up to the highway.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Little in-car here from the
Wayne
Herbst.
Matlock one year lost a wheel there and threw away a Baja 1000, so it can happen.
Well, and something was going on with Thor's truck, too. I do believe you had a mix-up there. And
yeah, I was trying to see if he's still
that's
going.
Not far back.
Or if he's
we got a
back
Herbst on
up
camera
and going.
here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yesterday we saw them upside down. Now, obviously, they're back in it and been going for hours and hours.
And who is this?
It looks like
one
on
of the
helmet
Herbsts.
it says like J. I can't see it.
Can't make it out.
I mean, yeah, I might be able to tell you guys here.
I believe it's one of the Herbsts. And another in-car to the right. And then, unfortunately, from Rodrigo's up in the 3924, it's just covered in silt. Can't even see him barely.
So another cool story, and some props to us UTV guys, is in Riley Herbst's car, Carson Wernmont is driving that.
Okay.
And so he has been running that Kawasaki in the NA class, mainly in the United States. But he comes from his dad just got inducted into the Hall of Fame. So he's got a long history in this. His dad was an innovator in off-road racing.
Absolutely.
So having him in the mix there with Riley, that's pretty cool. And you also had, looks like Troy was co-driving with Riley, and then Jordan Dean, I think, or maybe it was Wes Lepper was driving. So, one thing with these, Riley's the driver of record, but you got like 2 other drivers in there, so I don't want to forget those guys as well. You know, it's not just the driver of record that makes these wins happen. You know, with Bryce, two-thirds of that was Andy and Tavo.
Andy and Tavo.
So,
yeah.
So Bryce owes them a little bit for a championship.
Yeah. Maybe a spa day for the gents.
So I'm going to see if we can check on some other guys. Yeah, it looks
Speaking
like...
of Gustavo, you got the 1L truck.
Yeah, the 1L truck. It looks like they got the Legends wrapped up. Rat was saying that Impudia was moving. I'm still showing him dead in the water. So I'm thinking that they had some sort of catastrophic failure there.
Yeah. Well, while we try to get to the bottom of what's going on with the Impudias, we got some cool UTV videos from yesterday. Let's take a look.
That's a 1600.
Got down here.
But that's early.
So we started out this video with the 1600 truck, but just from this perspective, were you really getting a shot of how many people came out yesterday? I mean, a beautiful place to set up camp, and look at all those spectators.
Yeah, I think that actually would have been a great place to have our studio, kind of right on the beach there.
Yeah, we'll pitch that for next year.
I like the way you think.
We get to do this again sometime. Next time we start in La Paz, we'll pitch that. But yeah, I mean, and you really do get a sense of just how remote, how far out they are. Gorgeous landscape and beautiful oceans to the left. Look at that ripping through.
I can't believe you've got easy-ups like 5 deep in sections out here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, I feel like the most spectators I've seen ever lined up in an area in Baja.
Yeah.
I mean, can you believe how many easy-ups there are?
Yeah.
We need to buy stock in that company. They're abundant. They are abundant down there.
Look, it's a historical moment, and it's a really amazing and beautiful sight for to see, you know, the impact that's happening. And look, I got to take this moment to massive shout out to all the crew. I mean, first we talked about it takes a village, then we talked about it takes a city. My God, it's taking a country to pull this off right now. So to everybody up in our studios, all the drone pilots, everybody down in the field, all the commentators, just an incredible. This is a marathon. This is not easy. And we're bringing you the best coverage probably that this competition has ever seen. We're bringing you to places that you'd never see before. And you're really getting, you know, these in-car shots we're getting the social media, we're seeing the spectators getting involved. This is really, really an exciting time to be involved in Baja.
One of the things that is really cool is with Starlink, and then with everybody having a video camera in their hand now with a cell phone, and then being able to post that. You know, we can't have camera crews everywhere on course.
No.
So when fans are posting to social media and tagging at Score International, it allows us to go through that footage and pull clips out and show people what's going on out there.
Yeah.
Having
Look at this.
a view that you normally wouldn't get.
Yeah, and that's perfect to your point. I mean, you got a drone following. We see an overtake here really quick. I mean, you're just not going to get that.
Yeah, that was early in the race yesterday.
Yep.
And some great footage. Boy, look at those fans. It's quite exciting.
Look at that view.
You know,
this is such an awesome area. It's just west of La Paz, kind of north of Todos Santos. You've got great fishing, surf, and awesome off-roading all right there. You know, so one of the things I love about Baja is you can off-road race, but all the other experiences that you can have down there as well.
Yeah, and you've kind of explored that with the culture, the food, the history. You've dove into that.
Yeah, you know, so if there's people that are thinking about coming down to Baja and they want to experience this and see this race in person, there's just great restaurants, hotels, all of that.
Yeah.
And all up and down the whole peninsula. So you can go like on the Score website and they have recommendations for hotels and stuff like that. But you're missing out if you've never been down here.
Well, hopefully one day
Or,
we'll get down
or there, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe that we're in San Diego right now.
Well, I got to think that any moment we're going to see that 89 truck coming in. Any moment.
And to keep you guys posted,
I see a flag
Riley
waving.
Herbst, he is kind of pulling away with the specs right now. And I'm showing Troy is still not moving. He is
Thor.
Yeah, I keep saying Troy. Thor, and thank you for that. He's basically right by the goat trail, and he's not moving. We saw that one in car where he's sitting on the highway.
And he had his helmet off. That's never a good sign when your helmet's off.
And you've got Michael Marsal is closing in on him.
New York.
So he's gonna. I'm thinking Michael Marsal is gonna probably take second here. With Riley Herbst's team, something's kind of interesting with that is, I talked about who he's teamed up with Carson. So I mean that's pretty cool, and they're doing really well overall.
Absolutely.
They're beating a lot of the trophy trucks there.
And Carson's done a great job, and his father has built some of the legendary vehicles in the sport. And at the regular Nora 1000 this year, he came down and raced that BFGoodrich Simon & Simon Ford truck that was restored, and he got to drive his dad's signature vehicle, and he kicked ass. He did such a great job. It was really impressive. Now he's racing the trophy spec. He's made his own name in the sport, racing the Kawasaki UTV, and done a great job. And he's a heck of a hard worker and got the talent of his father with fabrication as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know all about fabrication.
Yeah.
Another family that is iconic in this and is relevant right now is on Brandon Gaughan's team. Casey Mears.
Casey Mears is racing with them.
So that Mears family, if you're a fan of motorsports, you know the Mears family. Rick Mears ran that Pennzoil IndyCar forever, and then Roger Mears was known for the Nissan truck and a lot of his off-road racing.
But Rick Mears made his name long before that at the Pepsi Challenge of Champions at Riverside and all through the 80s. Oh, man, the late 70s and 80s, that guy was on fire racing for Tracy Valena, Tracy's Party's Ice. Oh, yeah. And you were racing the buggies, and then he's moved right into the sprint cars and then right into Indy cars from off-road racing. I mean, he was our first mega champion that went on. We want him to succeed, and he brought the livelihood right back to off-road racing.
Yeah.
Never a dull
that's
moment.
Awesome. And,
Looks like,
and to have Casey and Brandon with that NASCAR experience, hopefully we're bringing some NASCAR fans and bringing them into off-road.
That would be cool.
It escapes me what the name is, but there's another legend son that's racing with that Brandon Gaughan's team. It was Brandon Gaughan, Casey Mears.
Feldkamp?
Oh, and Buddy Feldkamp. So Buddy's racing, and his dad raced with Malcolm Smith all through the years.
Yeah.
So, you're talking about wonderful families, and they're racing together.
Yeah.
So
much
lineage.
Success. Yeah, so much lineage that we've seen from so many different families, so many generations passed down, and passing the torch, father to son, cousins. I mean, it's pretty insane. We got 6 Herbst trucks out there for crying out loud.
It's a good testament to the hook that Baja puts in you. Because it's like, when I first got into it, we're like, let's go race the Baja 1000. And it was like, sound kind of cool.
Yeah.
Well, 24 Baja 1000s later, I'm like, okay, this is like a bad drug addiction.
You can go to the Betty Ford Center and get rid of it. But it might not help.
I don't know if it can get the Baja out of you.
It can't get the hook out. It's a giant one.
Yeah. Because you know what I always say? In Mexico, we're always celebrated, never tolerated. They're wonderful people. They love what we do, and they just get excited, And I get just as excited going down there. I love it.
Yeah.
Never get tired.
Very exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
We can see people really starting to crowd down here at the finish line, so we've got to be getting close. As soon as the checkered flag goes up and you start seeing people's cell phones go up, we know we are seconds away from the 89 truck coming through. Only a matter of time.
Another quick update while we're waiting on that. So we've got our 10-car leader, and then Reese Millen is driving Caden McCachran's 1821 Polaris Razor Pro R. Those two have been battling for quite a while. The 1000 car, he's a little bit ahead. Reese, it looks like he's been able to gap out Adrian in Justin Lambert's 1869 a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what we talked
and
about
they just
earlier.
Pinged, so
yeah,
1869 just pinged.
Yeah, so
that's
if you look at this right here.
Well, he's so studious and he does his homework, you know.
You've got the 10.
Oh, here we go. Down to Ensenada. Here we go.
Good to see you. Go out that cocktail, well deserved. It doesn't matter what time it is. It's always time for a beer. And you just finished the hardest Baja 1000 ever. Great job, you guys.
Thank you.
The lost rat there for a moment.
Yeah.
Starting to see humanity surround the truck.
249X, Armando Ortiz. Bienvenido, Ensenada. Largo correr, ¿cómo está? You guys just brought home another one. Congratulations, another unofficial win. You won the last one. You came back swinging and took the hardest race ever on the planet, point to point. You guys just won it. You got to be pumped.
Yeah, I mean, we're all excited. Thank you to our sponsors. This couldn't be possible without you guys. And damn, it was hard. It was hard for everyone. It was a battle against Baja, and it was not easy, but we pulled it through, man. It was so awesome. There's no words that can explain just racing a Baja 1000 and finishing. And, well, I never thought this would happen. And, well, we got 200X, baby. We're officially the pro sportsman moto champions. And, well, yeah, I'm very grateful for that. And thank you to Honda Optima Motos for Isem Ingeniería, Adi Baja MX, Chevron Havoline, and for all the family, friends, faces, everyone, to the photographers, Shark Power Sports for prepping the bike, and everything. I mean, there's no words that can actually explain what I'm feeling right now. And Viva Baja!
Viva Baja, for sure. Are you so... When you have the 200 plate, you're pretty much obligated to race. You got to run that for a year. So hopefully 2025, you guys are going to be going pro and racing with the big boys.
Yeah, definitely. We will. You'll see us there.
¿Te quieres decir algo en español?
Yeah, I want to let my teammates talk right here. And I want to congratulate Chipoy right here, my friend Emmanuel, his first Baja, and he won the 1000 for his first actual Baja, so I'm very proud of him. And for the whole team, did an awesome job. So I don't know if they want to say something to the mic.
Okay, well, congratulations. ¿Quiere hablar?
Gracias a todos, a Honda Optima y a todo el equipo de 249X.
Primera vez correr en Baja, la Baja 1000, muy difícil. Campeón, felicidades.
Gracias, gracias.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone. Thank Armando for the invite ever since the 250. Been racing with them. It's been a good year. It's been a good experience racing with them. We had some good years. I mean, she won the Baja 1000 with the whole team. Did a great job. It was just so amazing. And right now, I mean, I'm already in the finish line, but my race ain't over yet. I still got my dad Ironmanning this race. He's over there in Cataviña right now, 96A. So you probably see me over here again with my dad.
All right. Not only did you win the Baja 1000, you guys are the SCORE World Desert Champions in the Sportsman Motor Division unofficially. Congrats on that.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Appreciate that. It's a good feeling.
Great job. ¿Quiere hablar? All right. Well, congratulations to the whole team. Yeah, we're stoked to see it. This is where it all starts in the Sportsman Motor Division. They've won, I think, 3 of the 4 races. You won 3 or 4? Three in a second. Yeah, so these guys are coming up through the ranks. They're going to run that number 200 plate with their championship from this year, next year, but we'll see them racing the Promoto Unlimited or maybe Limited Division in 2025. So we still have lots of people. 3rd place, I believe that's Michael Sir. We'll find out how their race went here in just a moment. This truck has just been on point this year. They got a couple second-place finishes. Right now, third place, teaming up with Christopher Pavotti and Ray Griffin. But right here, driver record, Mr. Mike Walser, the man. Congratulations on the podium once again, my friend.
Thank you very much. We had to work for this one. We had a lot of problems, and we were lucky to be here in third place. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I just bent the sector shaft about 10 miles from here, so I'm really happy that we made it. Christopher and Ray did the jobs, and we tried to do ours, and with all the weather we had, it was a challenge. I'm soaking wet.
Yeah, we heard there was rain. We thought it was going to be raining down here. We're going to get a little mist tonight, but out on course down by San Felipe, I mean, you want to water the course, but not when you're on it.
San Felipe was wet, and lots of traction, of course. It was not standing water, but from Valley T all the way basically to just outside of town, there was water standing everywhere. We got to take a lot of baths, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
You got it done, but yeah, you got to be excited. Yeah, putting this team together, and I know, you've been on the podium. This is your third podium position, which is unbelievable. And I know you got to be happy with your team and your all your sponsors. You want to thank some people?
Sure do. I want to thank Christopher Pavotti, and I want to thank Ray Griffith for agreeing to drive with me. And Christopher wants to, of course, thank Optima and VP and some of his sponsors. I'll let him do that. But I want to thank Baja Designs. We had great lights. Unfortunately, we didn't get to use them all because we had charging system problems. But they held up good for us. Toyota Tires held up good for us again. And I'd like to thank VP as well.
Well, job well done. We're looking forward to next year. Hopefully you'll be teaming up with these guys at 1,000, but I'm sure we'll see you in San Felipe at the end of March.
I think you will. Thank you very much.
All right, congratulations. Let's talk to Christopher Pavotti first. We'll talk to Ray here in a moment. Christopher, you got to be stoked. You came on this team. You've been so fast in that new trophy truck spec throughout the year, and you got invited on this team in the unlimited trophy trucks. How'd your section go out there? Congrats.
No, it was good. My section was super smooth, fortunately for me. All the problems started happening as soon after I got out, but no, it was super good. I went to San Ignacio, race mile 525, and me and Mike Kim, who was riding with me, we just kind of cruised. So, yeah, I just want to thank the Walser team for giving me a good truck, and Mike Kim for riding with me, and everyone who got us down here. It's been a long time coming here, and 1,300 miles. I'm happy to be here at the finish, and Mike and Ray killed it, and yeah, it feels good to be here after being 24 hours later.
Yeah, well, congratulations. I know you got some personal sponsors. You got kind of teamed up. You brought Optima and other sponsors on board. Do you want to give a shout out to anybody?
Yeah, no, I'd love to thank Optima. They're really the ones who allowed me to get out here. Ford Performance, Steal It, Kicker Audio, Fox Racing Shocks, K&N, Vision Wheels, FK Rod Ends. The list goes on and on. I feel super privileged to be here, and now we start looking at how to do it for 24.
That's it. Well, you better celebrate a little bit first. Yeah, not time for that, but when you get home, yeah, that's the way it goes. You get going, and you're going to have your truck back out here for San Felipe, I'm sure.
Yeah, got a lot of cool stuff in the works, and I'm excited to show you guys all what we've been hiding from you.
Oh, so you can't let anything out of the bag right here? All right, I get it.
Yeah. Soon. There'll be a lot of cool stuff, and couldn't be more excited, to be honest. I'm very excited.
Looking forward to it. We're excited. I don't even know what it is, but I think I know what it is. I think it's only going to have 2 numbers on the side of it. Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Talk to Ray Griffith over here. You drove the middle section, or where did you drive, Ray?
I drove the middle section. I hopped in. We had a couple of issues with lights. Not lights, but just a couple issues with the charging system. But we had an awesome run. Still here. I want to thank Mike Walser, his whole team, JJ for putting together a pit plan and solid game plan that worked. And they were everywhere we needed them the whole day. So I want to thank my dad, my navigator Adam for fighting through all the little gremlins we had all night. And I just want to thank this whole team. They're awesome. Christopher, his team, they're awesome. Both these guys treat me great and let me drive their stuff. So they're both my sponsors. I'll just say thank them.
Well, you gave some love back and treat them right because you helped get this thing here on the podium. Congrats to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. We'll be back.
We'll see San Felipe. coming through. So we started with over 300 racers. I think it's 335 or 4 racers. We'll find out our attrition rate. It was a brutal course, the second longest race, but by far the most brutal, technical, roughest course we've ever thrown at them. And as you see these trucks all muddy, the changing conditions going from 80 degrees when they left the line at 9 a.m. to coming through here freezing cold. You heard up that goat trail. That's pretty crazy. Seeing frost on the bushes sticking out. A little bit different, but you never know what Baja's going to throw at you down here. This is the Baja 1000. This is the 56th running of the BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000, brought to you by K&N. We have a lot of interviews yet to go, and there's no place I'd rather be, besides in a trophy truck, to hear these stories here at the finish. So stick around. Lots of action yet to come.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Rat. Well, shout out to the Polvardi team. Congrats for coming in with third place podium opportunity there. Celebrations all around. And Wes, you said that you got a couple fun factoids for us. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I've been looking at the points championship races. And so looking at the trophy specs right now, it's looking to me like Thor is, oh no, he's back up and going. So this is interesting. It's going to get real tight because you've got Jason McNeil was the leader with a 2:11 coming into this, but I think Jason is out. Maybe if you want to try to, one of you guys
look
check.
at Jason.
What's his number?
He is the 234.
234.
He's definitely not up front.
No, and a little bit ago we saw EJ Herbst coming up just south of San Felipe.
Second in points is Thor Herbst, and then third in points is Michael Marsal. And right now they are second and third in position on the course.
So here's Jason.
Right. Jason's down here.
There's a pretty big gap between them, though. So
it's way back.
Where I was really questioning it, so now when it just pinged again, it's showing Marsal ahead. But if Thor is having an issue, because we saw him pulled over on the side,
right.
If they can't get that thing going,
he's moving right now. No, he's moving.
Because it looks to me like
Thor's
it's going
got
to be
speed?
either Thor.
2 minutes ago, he had 60, he's approximately clocking at 60 miles an hour. We saw them break down, though. That was a while back.
So he lost a good 15 minutes or 20, maybe a half.
Sure. He definitely lost some time.
But
he's up and running. He's not stationary.
He's moving.
He's moving.
That's great.
For sure. I need to check and see where McNeil is. And
he's at mile 725, so he's way back.
But he's up and going again.
He's moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got a pretty big lead, but there's a lot of guys in that class. So
I think he'll still get the points if he can get to the finish line.
I do.
We'll
I do as well. But it's going to be close between McNeil, Thor Herbst, and Marsal.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that great?
You got all three. There's pretty big gaps between
he's
them.
got ways to go.
But there's some interesting. It looks like Marsal is running strong.
Yeah.
And it looks like Thor is having problems, and we know McNeil's having problems. So
right.
It's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Yeah. It's funny. He's got all these desert pros and families and generations of it, and then you got this guy from New York.
From the concrete jungle to the real jungle, so to speak.
He's been racing a little bit, though.
Yeah.
He's got a couple years under his belt, off and on, doing a few races a year with those that Brenthal truck. But he's doing real well today, and we'll see what unfolds.
So then the next one is in the UTV class. And so the two premier classes in UTV is you've got Pro UTV Open and Pro UTV Forced Induction. And basically that's your Pro Rs versus your turbo cars. And right now, Caden McCachran is leading. He's not really in the hunt on points.
No.
But Brock Hager, he had a big lead. He was going to have to DNF. He's running third, so it looks like Brock's going to take that championship. Justin Lambert was third in points. He's ahead of him, but he doesn't have enough to make up that difference. And then Wayne Matlock was second. I believe Wayne's having some issues. He's been down by Puertecitas, kind of stopped. I think he's up going again now. But so it looks like Wayne's going to kind of drop out of that. I think Lambert is going to overtake him for second in points. Hager will take the points. The other story, though, is with the forced induction, you got Jason Murray, and he was first in points with 327. Hager was first in points with 333, and there's kind of a battle between UTVs for your overall UTV points championship, as well as for UTV races. And if Murray holds first place where he is right now, he would actually, I think, end up with more points than Hager. So out of all your UTVs, he would have the most points.
Well, we've seen a lot of this back and forth between the Class 10 and the UTVs, but one of the other classes that we always love to watch is Class 11. So let's take a look at some videos.
Here we go.
Here we go. Again, going through that beautiful
crowd favorite.
patch.
This is one of the crowd favorites. They all love the trophy trucks, but when those little Beetles come by, they could see themselves in it. They could feel the passion, and they root for that guy because he's the underdog.
There he goes.
Everybody loves an underdog.
So, Rich, what does it take to build a Class 11?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
This is where it started for you, so to speak.
Well, yeah.
Yes and no, but I mean, your father giving you that manual.
70s and 80s,
right?
for
Learning how to build your Volkswagen.
Your friends helping out, and the book,
blocks.
How to Build a VW for the Complete Idiot. It was the most popular book in the 70s you could get.
Right.
At least in my house.
Yeah.
It was great.
So what was that like once it started clicking for you? You started understanding this vehicle, then you're getting behind the wheel, and it's just taking you on this journey, and you've never looked back.
So the Class 11 class back in those days was unapproachable for me because, you had Mickey Thompson and a ton of guys. It was like a 40 or 50 car field when it first came out. When the class got developed, it just went huge. And it's kind of gotten a lot of great excitement those last few years.
Yeah.
They've been putting on specialty Class 11 races. So back to your question, it takes shock absorbers. It takes tires and wheels. They're very limited and very controlled on what you can do.
Right.
So you can put tires on a stock wheel. You have to leave the complete stock body, and you cage it, and you put all your safety equipment in, and you've got a Class 11 car.
You got that engine in the back, and we saw yesterday that collision.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That got scary for a minute. They're just chucking as much dirt on it as they could to put that thing out.
That car was wadded.
Oh, yeah.
He got hit in that back quarter panel hard by a Class 1 car.
Yep.
Well, why was a Class 1 car behind a Class 11 and charging like that that is a real big failure. There's not very many excuses that would make that acceptable to me.
Yeah, honestly, that looked like a pretty bonehead move to me.
It was horrible.
If you're far back in a Class 1 and you have a Class 11 going,
exactly.
Let the guy pull out of the way. You're not in a race, and he might be in a race.
And that was in the first 2 hours of a 1,300-mile race.
100% agree.
And he takes the motor, and the motor flies out of the car, and the car catches on fire with everything else that was left.
Very scary moment.
And it could have been worse than it was.
Could have been bad.
The guys couldn't have got out of the car.
How about spectators? Could have been horrible for spectators. It could have flipped that car right into those guys. There's a lot of things that could have happened. And we don't do that as racers. We can't do that. And that's not the way you start a 1,300-mile race.
Yeah, I 100%.
If you want to finish and you're in a Class 1 car and you brake in the first hour, suck it up. And if you want to finish, you got to take control.
Yeah.
Well, and if your race is over, don't ruin other people's race.
Yeah, just take it easy and just have a good time and go catch those guys. It's not going to be hard for him to catch that Class 11 car. He doesn't need to push in the dust like if it was a bunch of UTVs in a train. It's a different deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here we are once again inside Herb's truck.
Yeah.
Charging forward.
In the water puddles. Looks like there's a lot of rain for sure. That's a good shot.
They got dumped on.
Yeah, there's a lot of puddles. And look at the mud. You can see it.
Yeah, so this is kind of west of Valley T, in between Valley T and Ojos. You go on both sides of the highway there. It's a little tough to tell.
Before you go to El Alamo, it's in Independencia, it looks like.
Okay.
And
someone just blasted by.
Do we know which car we're in right now?
Well, if this is, was this the EJ? Was this when they broke down earlier? Was that EJ's truck? Because it looks like there's no hood on it. This is 298. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's 298.
Yeah. I
it's
see
the UTV
water there,
yeah.
so we're. Yeah.
So the short cars.
That's
guys,
Riley. So that's Riley we're looking at.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where I thought.
Is that on the east side of the highway, you think?
Yeah, well, I think earlier we cut to them, and they were on the highway for a minute, and that was a while back.
It's on the east side of the highway between the Goat Trail and K77.
Yeah, this is race mile 120 or 1220.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
There you go.
Just east of Heroes de la Independencia.
Independencia.
Yeah. So you've got they're just east of all the agave fields, right?
Yeah. So he'll cross the road. They'll make a left and they'll go across the road into the El Alamo area, and then they'll come around into Ojos on that bitchin' rally roads, and they'll come into Ojos, and the race is pretty much over, like Wes said.
Yeah. They're about 100 miles out.
Yeah. Oh, and they're
passing the
don't
rag
count
back
it.
and
Don't celebrate too soon.
No,
I'll tell you, you get nervous.
Yeah.
Like I said,
it ain't over.
Like I said, when you're leading like this, I literally would do focused breathing to try to kind of just stay calm.
Sure.
And
And
just kind
praying
of stay in the zone.
and a little bit of praying. Absolutely.
Is there something?
We rub the car. We're like, come on, baby, come on, baby.
They got a bike.
Yeah,
They're
dirt
coming up
bike,
on a bike here.
You
See
treat
if
the car
bike
good.
gets out of the way.
You treat the car good, the car's going to treat
And
you
so
good.
they've got their siren on. This is something that kind of bothers me. Is the bikes? He's not in a race right now. Like you've been passed by a ton of trucks.
Yeah.
He got over pretty quick there, but any of you
It's
bike
scary.
or quad guys, if you start getting caught by the trucks and cars, once you're caught by one, you're gonna get caught by more. You need to be looking behind you all the time, and if someone catches you, get out of the way. And when
It's
you get out of the
hard.
way, get all the way out of the way. Because I've had some real
Yeah.
close calls where a guy will pull over, and then there's a rut, and it's narrowing together, and I'm trying to make the pass.
Right.
And now I can't go into that rut because I'm not going to end my race.
Yeah.
But I don't want to kill a guy.
And to their defense, they can barely stay on the bike. They've been on it for 1,300
sure.
miles,
They're
off
shaky.
and on.
They're
It's
fatigued.
not easy,
No.
especially at my age.
Hey.
But I'll tell you, it's not easy.
Yeah.
And they're looking for a line to pull off on and be safe.
Right. And speaking of ruts, let's go back to that moment when the 89 truck made that decision down by those oak trees. And then we heard Mike Walter talking about they had an issue.
Sector shaft.
The sector shaft,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
that's probably what happened.
Probably exactly what happened. And that where you're on a ridge and you're making a left kind of down a hill and there's a field and people try to shortcut it. But right at the end, there's a ditch that's about 3 feet deep.
Oof.
And he went right into that. And I'm sure he was just like...
And it hasn't been rounded yet.
It's usually pretty square edge, and then with the rain that they got, it probably got some more runoff going through there.
Yeah.
So it's probably fresh. Actually.
No, he choked up. He saw it and choked up. We saw on the video
Yep.
that he
They
choked up
paused
real
and-
hard, but not quite enough, right? And then he had to then he saw how deep it was, so he had to give it a little momentum to get through it and not get stuck, because he almost got stuck there. It was a big one.
That was a tense
You know the ditch.
that
It's
was a
like you
tense
might have done
moment.
it yourself, because it's, you get into two lines, you pick one and it bites you, and other times you benefit. You just don't know.
I've seen it, and that's ingrained in my head of do not go through
Okay.
there because that's going to be a race ender.
Okay.
Noted. All righty. More POV.
You wishing you were out there, Wes?
I mean, yes and no. It's
Yeah.
actually fun being in the studio and
Yeah.
watching these views. Again, like we were saying, the coverage is amazing.
Yeah.
And I enjoy being here, working with you guys.
Yeah.
And kind of analyzing the race. But yeah, there definitely is a part of me that would like to be out there.
Yeah.
At some point, I need to get my 25th Baja 1000 under my belt. But
Oh, they're going to take this computer. Thank you. Yeah. So we got EJ going here. Looks like he cracked the visor, get some fresh air coming through there. Hopefully they won't hit any silt and dirt, go blind for a moment.
I wonder if EJ's in the who's in the truck right now driving.
I'm not sure if
There's
it's
been
him.
3 drivers. It could have been his.
So
Could be.
sometimes what happens too is
Troy or Ed.
Well, it looks like there's moisture in the ground there, and it gets cold in the morning, and your
So it's fogging.
shield will kind of fog.
Fog up, yeah.
So you'll crack it to keep your shield from fogging.
We saw them passing the
Or
rag
maybe
back
their
and
fresh
forth.
air is not working. Yeah, like there
Yeah.
could be a few things going on there that
Sure.
why you would crack your shield.
Now, there's going to be finishers up till tomorrow morning. So we honestly, with a 50-hour time limit, you're going to have people into the early morning till 2 or 3 in the morning tonight.
I mean, that's
So
a real battle.
there's going to be a lot of people finishing at 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight and on, and they could be winning their class
Yeah.
still in those categories.
Well, I mean,
Class
like
11s?
Our winning Class 11.
Ironman?
I mean, the winning Class 11 is going to probably be pretty close to that 50-hour limit,
Yeah.
to be honest.
And how many of these Ironman are just going to Ironman it and finish?
Yeah.
Kudos to them for
sure.
finishing the race and staying on that bike and going for it. But at the same time, they might finish in 8th or 10th, but they're going to finish tonight.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Just stay out.
And
don't
they
panic.
know that. They understand. They got to mentally prepare.
That's right. Now those are the guys
long haul.
that can't panic when they're on the bike and that car comes up and hits that siren, and those guys are sitting there twisting that throttle and standing up, and they can barely stand up because their legs are so tired, and they got to get off the bike in those big ruts.
In those moments too, in that fatigue when you're going, we talked about going into tunnel vision at moments, you're humming along and all of a sudden the siren pops.
Oh, it's scary.
And that's, just a slight little jerk on your bike and you're just head over teacup.
Especially here's the worst one. You have to look. You just got to know, okay, he's not going to bother me. I don't know which side he's going to go. I'm going to stay right in the rut,
Eyes
and I'm
forward.
going to get over. That's called maturity. The guy that panics and jumps out, he might go to the right, and he might go to the right. He might go to the left. That's how accidents happen when there's fatigue.
Sure.
Yeah, it's best to just kind of stay calm, cool, collected on both sides of it. For the car, the truck that's overtaking the bike and the bike, just nobody make crazy reactions.
Know what he's going through.
Yeah. Some more in-car here.
And something for viewers at home here is you got to keep this race in perspective. And 1,300 miles, or somewhere from 24 to 50 hours in a vehicle. Imagine doing that in your car at home.
Yeah.
So imagine hopping in your car and driving down the highway for, let's say, 36 hours.
Yeah. Right.
Like, you got to stop and go to the bathroom. You're going to want to eat.
Yep.
You're just going to get tired.
Sure.
And, then on top of that, so 1,300 miles, that's, San Diego to Seattle.
And you're also talking about driving just on pavement. Let alone what these guys are going through.
That's the next thing. Is, okay, so hop in your car and drive from San Diego to Seattle. And that's what these Ironmen are doing on their own, on a dirt bike or a quad, some of them in cars. And, or like East Coast, I think it's pretty close to New York to Miami. So, or it's something like I've done it across to
it's like New Mexico or further.
It's further,
or it is.
It's like almost maybe San Diego,
like Nebraska
to,
or Oklahoma or something.
Like Oklahoma City or something like that. So,
look at this. Look at these shots.
So it's a long, long ways.
It looks like the 3924 car, Rodrigo. He got the lens cleaned off on his in-car, so now we can get a clear shot of what's going on there.
Good job.
However, lower right, it looks like the Herbst, now they're getting smacked.
There's water out on the course.
There's moisture out there.
The funny part is,
back and forth.
That's pretty dirty because unless he's farther back on the course, the sun should be in his back.
Good point. Good point.
You
can see just drops kind of moving across the lens.
Is that EJ maybe in the right? Because he was further south. Because you're correct.
Earlier we saw Riley, and then we saw EJ.
Yeah.
Both of these guys are getting hit with something. Yep.
Look at those puddles.
It's CJ and Riley just trying to discern which is which here.
Boy, I'll bet these other teams are going to step up, and we're going to have more video than we could put on. We're going to have a 6 screen, an 8 screen.
Yeah. Going back to that point, all of our viewers, spectators, you guys are capturing stuff. Please send it in at Score International. There's still plenty of race left to go.
Yeah, and thank you all so much for doing that. It's a team. It's a village. We all work together, and you ask questions and text us in, and
there's a nice little.
That was a good little dig. That was a digger.
That'll wake you up.
Yeah,
maybe. So it looks like from this perspective, there's dust in front of them. So they're chasing something. It's coming at Rodrigo here.
Well, that top right vehicle, I'm not sure what that is, but I would venture to say that could be a UTV. What do you think?
Yeah,
I believe that's a UTV.
It's a 3924.
Oh, you could tell the number?
Yeah, the number's on kind of in the center left
So
there.
do you remember the short course guys when you ever see the in-car camera? It's right inside the car. They'll put the sponsor sticker, their name, and their car number. Where we don't have that here.
No. And just for clarity, we've got Thor on the right.
Okay.
Lower
Thank
right
you.
Is
Thank
Thor
you.
Herbst.
So
And
he's
we got
moving
Riley
again.
on the left.
He's moving good. So I think
they're
whatever
cooking.
damage he had or whatever problem they had, they fixed, right?
It looks like both trucks are missing hoods.
And he's not going to lose
the
a
body's
position.
just getting
And
smacked
he's not
around.
going into the sun. That's actually just a bad
Glare?
exposure. Well, it's exposed for inside the cab instead of outside.
Okay.
So that's why the outside's blowing out.
Yeah.
Well, while these gladiators of the desert battle away, we're going to take a short break here in the studio. We'll pay some bills, and we'll be right back with the BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000 after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun.
It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage.
We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
A love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000, brought to you by K&N Filters, VP Racing Fuels. Well, we had a really an epic, momentous moment here with the Menzie team, and we've got that captured on video. Let's take a look at how that felt.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Let's see those number ones, guys.
You were really looking for that fourth row. This is gonna loop and we can talk over it.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Congratulations, you guys.
Look at that. Pow! Here we go. How sweet it is. Massive congratulations to that team and everybody that got them to that moment. I mean, again, you know, we said it's about 12 years in the making, but here they go.
And to go wire to wire. You know, the pressure that you have on you when you're leading and setting pace the whole time and your first four-wheel vehicle on course.
Yeah,
that's
a
big testament to their driving ability and, you know, what they're doing. Because it's such a dilemma of how hard do I push? You know, like you want to be going hard, but not too hard. You know,
and that was the big question that we were talking about: is how hard will these guys push their Mason trucks? They did just the right amount, apparently.
And those Mason trucks and the all-wheel drives, they've come a long way. Right. You know, it used to be they were quick, but they always broke.
Yeah.
They're not breaking anymore now, so it's going to be real tough for a two-wheel drive, I think, to ever beat one moving forward.
We didn't know what would happen with the 16 truck with Cameron Steele and the two-wheel drive, and well, we know how that worked. The Desert Assassin was taken out by the desert. Oh, and as I speak, welcome to some shrubbery in your face. Looks like they smacked a bush, a tree, or something, but that'll bring you back into focus.
You know, there's not too many of the two-wheel drives in the trophy truck category.
Look at that.
Glosser's truck was two-wheel drive, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Got you.
I don't believe it was a Mason.
Okay. We thought for a second that it was...
Fulvardi's definitely got one on order. He's excited.
Yeah, look at them just trying to clear all that brush. Get that out of the way. Clearing off the visor, trying to see where the heck they're going.
Just plugged in. Okay.
Yeah. Looks like they're all clear and making their way unscathed, so to speak. Hitting some, boom, hit a puddle there. Wow. Coming into some obstacles. They navigate their way through there. Hear that engine revving.
Yeah, these in-car shots are awesome.
Really cool. It looks like they got another some water coming up.
Yeah, that area, it holds a lot of water. You'll get a lot of puddles through there. So, and there's a lot of like little dips and washouts and stuff that will hold water. So it's known for whenever we get rain, there being puddles in those areas. And that's exactly what they're going through right now.
Yeah.
But they don't have dust. It looks like
true.
they don't really have anyone in front of them anyways.
Yeah.
And they got the finish line in their target.
Yep.
You know?
But see, he's given a lot of steering input into the wheel there.
Yeah.
It gets real snotty on top, too.
Sure.
So when it gets muddy in there, you'll get
it's not like hydroplaning, but it's...
Well, the car will start to kind of get away from you because it's slippery and your tires will gum up with mud.
Yep.
And then you don't have as much traction. You see he's getting loose.
Yeah. He's fighting.
Yeah. It's a two-wheel drive truck, you know. It's going to fight a little bit.
There's a lot of water.
Well, while these guys bounce up and down, let's go to a video of Kristen Matlock and see how she's celebrating.
The Iron Woman.
Yeah. Yes, the Iron Woman. Take it away.
Just finished my first section of the Baja 1000, just went 525 miles, and it was fantastic. We're running right up front with the big boys, and just gave the car to Elliot Watson, my additional driver for this year, or this Baja 1000, sorry. I'm a little bit out of it. And then I'm going to be out of the car for a bit till race mile 1000, get back in and take her to the
Awesome, Kristen.
Wow.
So great to see that female representation out there. She has been a force. Both Matlocks, but wow, Kristen is not to be messed with.
But this race took her to a new place. She decided to go ahead and share it with Elliott Watson. He's a real up and coming young guy, and he's big in the UTV world and done very well. So congratulations to both of them for teaming up.
And one thing that's been impressive for me is Kristen generally Ironwomans these events, and that's just crazy. Because I've done it once, and I never want to do that again.
Right.
It's
and
painful.
she usually wins as well?
Yeah, she's won a lot of races, a lot of championships.
Right.
And, the whole Matlock family, I was teammates with them on quads. And they're definitely, and their dad raced
Their dad
too.
raced.
So again, another family that has a long history in the sport and are iconic in the sport.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Unfortunately, I think they both had some issues and they've dropped back because they were kind of running in that lead pack, but they've fallen off pace a little.
Got you. Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll pop back to some more in-car action in a little bit. Oh, plenty of in-car action, actually. And as you can still see, there's plenty of people waiting down in Ensenada, waiting for some vehicles to roll through.
And we're going to we'll probably get one of those Trophy Legends. 1L.
To my knowledge,
shouldn't be too
Gustavo
far back
should be
now,
coming
right?
at some point.
That'll be our next big truck coming through.
So something else I was looking up. I think we misspoke earlier with Bryce Menzies.
Yeah.
So he did, in 2011, his rookie year, he came in, he won 2 races, he took the SCORE overall championship, the Trophy Truck Championship, and he was voted Rookie of the Year.
Correct.
So,
Quite a year.
Wow.
So this is his second championship, but it's his first Baja 1000.
Sure.
That's right.
So to that point, I mean,
Okay.
let's start as we, as the trophy trucks are starting to come through. We're slowly starting to wrap up a little bit of this. Plenty of race to go, but highlights. Certainly the Menzies experience was one we won't forget, but like over the last 24 hours, guys, let's kind of go into some of our highlights.
Some of the things that stand out to me is, one, the blistering pace from the first half of this. Like I said, last night when I was looking at times, I think at like race mile 8:10 or so, Bryce was there and he did it in under 11 hours, which according to my math is like a 74, 75 mile an hour average. And some of the slower classes, like the 10 cars and UTVs, were averaging around 57.
Right.
So everybody was setting a really fast pace. I know some of the teams were having a hard time keeping up with their chase trucks because they were getting from pit to pit so fast.
So fast, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's one thing. What stood out to you guys?
Man, I don't know. I think just that sunset and the sunrise. The sunrise
There
is
you
always
go.
one of the most exciting things you have at the
Sure,
Baja 1000.
sure.
You're in that race car and the sun rises. Are you where you want to be?
Yeah.
Who's behind you? Are you chasing dust or are you getting chased?
Sure.
Like, where are you?
Psychologically, yeah.
Things take its toll on you.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, these guys are excited. Of course, you got the McMillans. What really excites me and impresses me is Luke's co-driver, Jason Duncan, right? All the way, the whole way.
The whole time. Zone Ironman, so to
Right?
speak. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a sensational Baja so far.
Right.
The weather wasn't too impactful, but it did impact the race, and all of these guys have been trudging forward. It didn't put them down. We saw. I mean, I think for me, really, what stood out too was kind of like watching the 43 truck go down so fast. 22 miles into this, we were like, the Aussies, Paul Wheel, Toby Price. Oh my God, what must have been going on? And they were down for a while. However, they got back in. They did not stop, and it's a test of their fortitude.
And I think they're still moving.
And they're still going, absolutely, for sure.
The other big theme of this race that I saw, one was that blistering pace. The other was how close all of these races are. So trophy trucks, you've got Bryce and Luke, a couple minutes apart. Trophy spec, they're neck and neck.
Right.
The class ones, they're a couple minutes apart. The pro UTVs, they're a couple minutes apart. And you can go all the way down the list. You know, even the lead bikes, they were real close for almost the whole race. So it's when we were checking leaderboards throughout the day yesterday, you were having 15 minutes separating first from 10th.
Yeah.
And this is like 500 miles into a race. So that really, I think running it in reverse really kind of changed the game a little bit. It seemed to me there weren't a lot of things to separate the competitors through that first half. It was real fast pace, kept everybody together, and you didn't see that separation until we got to the areas I talked about that were going to be the determining factors. And that was kind of that Laredo silt area, the rocky technical stuff on the coast below Catavina, and then getting up into the washes of San Felipe.
Yeah. And I believe there was 2 or 3 other silt areas that were horrible as well.
Well, that race mile
they were
330
just going through the night, and I don't think the drones got out there to the Punta Blanca area.
Well, that's part of the technical area I was talking about over on the coast. That was, because that was rocky and then also silty.
Horribly silty, yeah. And we can't ever stop thinking about how wonderful the locals were in Baja Sur.
I was just going to say.
That crowd was insane.
Turnout.
They all behaved well, too. You know, they were behaving well, right? You saw how far those easy ups were away from the course. Who marshaled that? They marshaled themselves. You know,
Very
it was
true.
a good thing. It was a good time. We're lucky to be here, and we're invited to be here.
Yeah, it is a privilege.
It's such a great country, and we're blessed to be able to do this and continue to be a little Wild West down there.
It was very, very special to be a part of this second longest Baja in history here, and it's been a journey, but fantastic nonetheless.
Yeah, looking at this race, Baja is always epic, and it
did not disappoint.
It came through again.
Yeah.
It came through again. You had awesome races across the board. You know, I'd love to give more attention to all of the classes because they really deserve it.
Absolutely.
It's just, you know, we only have so much time here.
Right.
So, you know, everybody that goes out there and competes in these different classes, kudos to you. If you win your class, you're a badass, and mad respect.
All of you, everybody, even those that are watching.
Even if you just finished.
You're all badasses. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have here from the studio, folks. But the stream will go down just in a little bit, but it'll come right back up in about 10 minutes, right down on the finish line. So we want to thank you for joining us on this exhilarating drive at the BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 1000, presented by K&N. And we're going to be signing off, but we will continue with the coverage as we said. We want to thank one more time our sponsors, BFGoodrich Tires, and keeping this Score live stream broadcast flowing. Want to take a moment to celebrate the crews up there, everybody in field, Wes Miller, Rich, everybody. We will see you next year at the Baja 1000. Take care, everybody.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun.
It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun.
It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, What are you building for?
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Created in partnership with some of the biggest names in the off-road aftermarket, there are custom wheels and tires, full aluminum doors, steel rock sliders, stylized mirrors and bumpers, innovative storage solutions, Rockford Fosgate premium audio upgrades, and even a high-visibility rigid chase light to help groups stay together. 3 distinct collections, Dune, Desert, and Rugged Trail, help organize all the choices so it's easy to find exactly what you want. Every single accessory was developed in parallel with the vehicle itself, so the look is seamless and installation is easy. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
Welcome to Ensenada. For those who are looking to expand their culinary horizons, a place where the adventures of the sky, valleys, and oceans come together. Ensenada, the capital of Mexican wine.
The love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Truck really transforms the way it drives. I use my truck all day for work, and I drive in a lot of different environments. It's never let me down, but it didn't have that extra kick that I craved. The K&N Intake gives my truck that extra edge in both performance and protection, and it sounds awesome when I step on the gas. Bottom line, with the K&N Intake, my truck and I can handle any situation.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.